2021, the company suffered bankruptcy. We had nothing again in the farm. No snail, no fish, no birds, nothing. So I had to go back to my drawing board to know how to restart again. My name is Fidelis Ana, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm into fishery, poultry, snail, sheep farming, goat farming, maggot farming as well. From the farm you're seeing behind me, we started with just 2 pigs, and out of the 2, 1 died. So this is the first pig I started with in this very farm that gave birth to all these animals. So it's just one that gave birth to all these things. So from there we move into cattle rearing, sheep, the goat, snail, maggot. There's this woman, a strong woman I work with. So she do partner with me in so many things. Then when she got offer from Jobberman, she invited me for me to be consultant. So I had to go for their training to watch what they are doing. Of course, it was free of charge. So I had to register my name. I thought I knew it all until I got this point where they talked about business model canvas, entrepreneurship mindset, preparing a simple business plan. From Jobberman entrepreneurship training, I had to relate the leveraging on social media handle. I was creating my page, right, for Feedmas Nigeria. And I tell you, since then, I've got 3 quality clients, 2 in Canada and 1 in Nigeria. Within 5 years, I am projecting that I will be contributing at least 10% of food consumption in United States. So different things, we have got some machines packed already. So we are trying to get more machines. So within 5 years, I'm sure we'll get into the heart of the need of food. I said to anybody who will listen, who have opportunity to listen to me, calling upon the youth, friends to dream. First of all, when you dream, when you have vision, when you see this kind of opportunity, you'll be able to grab. Learn something and help yourself.
Hi everyone, welcome to Jobberman's Remote Work Fest. Yay! I'm so excited. It feels
I'm excited.
Like
Yeah, super exciting.
So exciting. My name is Dolako and I'm the product lead at Jobberman.
My name is Glory Ayegbeni. I lead the Merrill team at Jobberman Nigeria.
I have a secret for you. We call her Super Glory. I'm so excited. So Glory, what are we even here for today? What is happening today?
Ooh. We were here to have a nice time. This is actually the biggest of its kind, yes, I would say, in Africa. Jobberman, in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, we're hosting a remote work fest. And this is basically to celebrate all our remote workers. We know you're always behind closed doors, but we appreciate the work that you do, and then we recognize the value that you're contributing to the economy. And so this is an event that we put together. If you notice, we didn't say remote work conference, but we said remote work fest. While we're celebrating freelancers and remote workers, we are also seeing this as a time where you can network, collaborate, put your head down, close your laptop and turn up. We have amazing, speakers lined up. And there's also like a mixer after, so it's going to be an amazing time, talking about the future of remote work, talking about the impact of remote work, talking about the opportunities that exist. So it's okay if you're not even a remote worker yet and you're thinking about how can I get into this space, you're an aspiring remote worker, this is also where you should be. So I hope you're on your way down. It's going to be an amazing time.
Good. I like that you mentioned that you hope they are on their way out. We have, it's exciting because we thought about you while we were curating this event. We have buses at different locations. If you are coming from the Highland, if you are coming from the mainland, buses are available if you're coming from the Highland, from Aja down to Chevron, down to Lekki, we have buses available. We also have stations in Surulere. We have stations in Ikeja. I want to believe that you already hopped on our bus or one of our buses and you're heading right straight to the remote work fest. Glory, I've been thinking about something. Some persons might think that this isn't really the right place for them to be because they probably feel like they are not yet on track in their career. They don't know what next they're supposed to do. They don't even know what they want. There's a lot of trend around people earning in dollars. They're like, how can I even get there? So I want you to tell us, who is this remote work fest for? Is it just for people that are only established in their career, or for people that are aspiring, even someone that has not even started their career? We want to know because I believe that we have people that are willing to learn about this.
Oh, thank you for that question, Dolakbo. I mentioned earlier while I was introducing the event that it's also for aspiring remote workers. So even if you have questions, you're not even sure, where to start.
Yeah.
I would say come with all your questions, and I'm very confident that you would have your questions answered.
Get answers right
and you in fact
away.
will be inspired because we have amazing speakers lined up. We have different fireside chats which I'll be running through shortly, and all of these fireside chats have been carefully crafted, with thematic areas where we have most frequently asked questions.
Yes.
Some people even assume that anything you're doing online is fraudulent.
Yeah. True.
And then there's also the unreasonable expectation that comes with remote work because everyone is assumed that once you're working remotely, you're earning in dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's a reality for a lot of people, but it's progressive. What are the expectations? What are things that you should look out for? So all of those conversations will be happening here today, and I would say that come with your questions. It's definitely the right place for you to be. It doesn't matter if you are aspiring or if you're already established. You would find amazing people that you can connect with.
Yes.
And then we also have employers that are willing to hire on the spot.
Yeah.
So come with your CVs, get ready to shoot your shot, and then speak with these employers. They'll be telling us about the brands that we have on ground. And also we have exhibitors on ground too. So I would say that come in, just listen, get your head laid down and relax and get the best of the event.
One thing I'm excited about, when you mentioned employers that are hiring, people are about to get good jobs going into 2026.
Yes.
And they don't even know yet. Actually, if you are live at the remote fest, you should have expectations because we have employers that are willing to hire. Your 2025 prayer request might just be answered right away. Yeah, Glory. So, Glory, I was told that some brands like Workpedia would be hiring, brands like App, brands like Money Points.
Yeah.
Brands like She Leads Africa. Yes, Tech Moms. These are brands that would be hiring. Exactly. So we want to believe that nothing is stopping you and you are right on your way down here.
I mean, there's something that's coming to my mind. I'm just, it was raining heavily this morning.
It was.
And I was wishing I was a remote worker. There's some advantages that comes with working from home.
There is.
The very obvious one is you can avoid Lagos traffic.
Oh, I was about to talk about Lagos traffic.
There's some traffic that you hit and you know that this one is not. There are some demons controlling
this
traffic.
Now,
you avoid that. You have more control over your time.
Rest of mind.
But then there are also you have rest of mind.
Rest of mind.
Peace. But there are some overlooked side effects, or should I say negative side of remote work too. And we're also talking about some of those things today. We have our very own apropos doctor that's going to be in the room, talking about health things that you need to pay attention to as a remote worker, your health. We're having the guys from iFitness also. So we take every component of this very seriously, and I just want to assure you that this event has been properly curated for you to have an amazing experience.
Yeah. So, Glory, I'm so looking forward to this event, and I'm also looking forward to the positive impact it will have on people. I was just thinking about something. Sometimes most times when I work from home, there are some certain behaviors that I put up. Things like wearing my jacket, but not entirely wearing a full pants trouser. These are some of the flex. It doesn't sound like flex, but these are flex that remote workers out there are enjoying, right? Sometimes you have a meeting, you just want to quickly, we the ladies know, you just want to quickly put on your wig, put on lip gloss, but have you actually brushed? Have you actually freshened up? No, right? So I want us to play a quick game, Glory. So I want to mention some things that remote workers mostly do, and I want you to tick one off. So I'm mentioning some things that a remote worker would likely do, and I would add something that remote workers don't necessarily do, or that doesn't really resonate with remote workers. So I want you to tick one off for me. I know that our listeners are also listening to what we are saying now. Okay.
Or you can rate yourself.
Yes. So or if you're a remote worker,
exactly.
Listen, we take showers. Take showers once in a day, or mostly at night. Is that true of us? Is that true of us?
I think it
showering at night.
It can be because there are some remote workers, because of the time difference. When they wake up, the first thing they do is open their laptop.
Exactly.
And then they get laid back.
Exactly. So there's this other one, own a pet.
Own a pet. If I have a dog now, that dog would die because.
I think we might not even agree on the same thing there, because most times when they are alone at home, they are working, their neighbors cannot even come to knock on their door. So I think they would like to have a pet.
Yes.
But if you come to the office, you are stuck in traffic for 4 hours,
Exactly.
5 hours, your pet will be okay.
That's why I said if I have a pet now, the pet's going to suffer. So I feel like the remote workers are the ones that can really take care of the pet.
So this one, I think I'm guilty of this one. Junk food or breakfast? My God. I know the answer to this one. Junk food or breakfast? What do they take in the morning? Think a proper remote worker. Do they take junk food or they eat a proper breakfast? Are they going to take
They should be eating proper breakfast now.
I doubt
Where
it.
are they rushing to?
They are always looking for.
Really? Because you can make breakfast with your laptop open. Just fry some eggs and make toast.
But you know one thing I noticed. You know one thing I noticed about remote work. A lot of your neighbors are going to think you are. What does this guy do? What does this guy do? This one that has stress on his head. Yeah, oh boy. But they don't really know what you do. That you are working and you are busy in the house, right?
Yeah.
But so in situations like this, for example, I'm a remote worker. I've not had my bath. I've not done all of the needful that I want to do. I've not done all of the needful that I need to do. At the end of the day, I'm still busy in the house, but I'm not eating.
Well, true.
I can just order snacks from KFC, eat, and I'm done. Then maybe when it's night, that's when I want to make breakfast. I want to fast and something. Yeah. So there's one that I suspect Glory. I think she does this one.
What's that?
Walking from your bed.
What did you say?
Walking from your bed as a remote
I
worker.
always work from my bed. I have
Exactly.
my workstation is. I don't know what I use it for. Maybe to arrange some books.
I don't know the last time I
work from my
I don't
bed.
know the last time I used my workstation.
Always. I always work from my bed.
My neighbor recently entered my room and asked if I wanted to sell my table and my chair, because whenever she comes in, I'm always using my bed. So,
but I heard it's not so good. So you should try to
exactly
have your bed as a relaxation space. And I'm trying my best. I hope
Yeah. Good one. I believe that's one of the things that a Coco doctor would also teach people about their health, especially when it comes to posture and how you.
Yes, because that also affects your posture, your sitting posture, and all of that. I think we should bring in some situation reports because the event is about kicking off proper.
Yes.
And also registration is ongoing. We have some buses already coming in from different locations.
Glory, whoever is not here, what should we say to them?
I don't know what to say to you if you are not here. I honestly don't know what to say to you. But it's
If
not
you are
too
not
late.
here, you are missing.
It's not too late. You can still make your way down
Yeah.
here. The event is about to kick off proper. And we know that it rained a bit, so we gave it some time.
Yeah,
but buses
exactly.
are coming in. Yeah, so
Yeah.
can't wait to see you.
Yeah, so Glory, one last thing. I just thought about something. Recently, this is just between us. This is between us, okay? I don't want you to tell anybody. In fact, I don't want you to tell our audience. So, recently, one of my colleagues and I were having a meeting. While we were having the meeting, this is a secret, remember. While we were having the meeting, I went to pick up a delivery downstairs. So with my headset, I could still hear, because I took an excuse for 1 minute, I could still hear the person. So while I was approaching the stairs, the person kept on saying, "Hi Dolako, can you hear me? Hi Dolako, can you hear me?" For some reasons, I'm rushing to meet the person, but in my head I'm like, I'm coming. I was just rushing down the stairs and I was laughing. I was laughing because the person doesn't know that I was running. I felt like I was running, I was sweating. My teammates cannot see that. But when I come to the office prim and proper, they're like, oh, but they don't know that, I rush downstairs, pick up a delivery, I'm running back upstairs, my heads are tied with our scarves and all of that. So one more thing about remote worker is, Gloria, I'm asking you this directly. Have you ever unmuted just to laugh at somebody? Because I've shared my experience. You have to share your own. You have to tell me your own secret. I won't tell anybody.
You said to laugh at somebody. Yes, now. A lot.
Yeah. So there are times like that we just need to unmute.
It might not even be like you're making jest of the person. The person just said something really funny, but you don't want to laugh out loud.
Yeah. But have you ever felt weird? So somebody asked me this recently. Before we met in person, we've always worked remotely together, and the person was like, "Oh, it's Dolako. It's really nice to finally see you in person." That when we used to work virtually, they would crack a joke, and whenever I don't laugh, they just assume that their joke is not funny. But sometimes I don't even hear that person is cracking a joke. So have you ever felt weird, like you're cracking a joke, but nobody's getting the gist? Like you're saying something in a call, something that's supposed to be soft, but nobody's getting the gist.
Nobody can relate. Yeah. Especially because attention is easily divided when you're on a virtual call. Sometimes, a lot of times you're on a call, you're also doing something else.
No, that is for
Let's not even talk about being on 3 different calls at the same time.
Guys, Glory is giving you a situation report about her life.
You have 3 different meetings at the same time, and then there's still a document you're working on. So many times you can misread people because they are not giving you 100% of their attention. So you said something and you're like, oh, is it that they didn't get me? But they are not even listening.
Okay. Guys, we have started already. Guess who the MC is? I want to believe you know already. Timi Agbaji.
What does he not say?
Yeah. Guys, a selfie, whatever. A selfie, a picture, and there's a lot to learn here. We're expecting you and we want to see you. Glory, do you have anything to say to our fans?
Yeah, I would say be full of expectations because it's about to be a very amazing and memorable event. We're bringing this live to you because we know that maybe not everyone will be able to make it down here, but if you can make it down here, I would encourage you to come down. You're always, especially for our remote workers, you're always at home, you're always behind your laptop. Just come and unwind, come and, network, come and also shoot your shot with employers if you're looking for another job and all of that. Yeah, so come and have a nice time at Landmark Event Center.
There's something I believe we may have missed out. I don't want to say for the guys, but I want the guys to know that we had them in mind while we were creating this. This is not for guys alone, but you know the way our guys are now with their PS5. Is PS5 the latest or 4? Because I'm not good with the games.
I think it's 5.
Okay, so we have like a virtual gaming center. We have our virtual gaming center created for you.
Yeah, we have a virtual gaming center.
Yes, so we want to see you explore. We want to see you have fun. Maybe during the break session. Yes, we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And see you soon.
See you soon.
People should not be stigmatized with the way they look. Disability is not the end of life. The disability they have shouldn't stop them from exploring their own options and capitalizing on them, thereby progressing on whatsoever they are doing. My name is Augustine Daniel. I lived in Giri local government of Adamawa State. I'm into multiple businesses. First, I'm into printing business. I operate 2 shops, and I am into farming again, buying of farm products and selling them seasonally. If you look deep into my eyes, you will notice disability. I have a disability of glaucoma. So after I finished school, I couldn't lay my hands on anything. There was no capital, there was no government job, and there was nothing. So I said, let me just start with printing work and see. Before I started the business, I don't know who to meet, how to talk to customers, interpersonal skills and communication. To advertise the business, to sell my product, to sell my services is becoming so hard for me. I become so frustrated that I don't know where to go and what to do next. I took the training around 2021, so the way I had the training, I think I had it through social media. So when I see the link, I followed the link and I saw the list of the modules. I followed them and I took the training. So I was able to build my interpersonal relationship skills, communication skills, and there is one more important thing that helped me secure 1 or 2 things, engagement, that's CV writing. So that one helped me a lot. A lot of people, a lot of my customers that we started, some of them we fought with them when they tried to come back they ran out of options and come back to my shop, and the way I treated them, the feedback was very nice. They were even surprised and shocked that I've changed and my business has been progressing. So I was having only 1 branch when I started. So seeing that my customers are expanding across the university area and things, so I decided to create another branch due to the progress I have. So my staffs, I also trained them based on the training I got from the Jobberman. So they also do exactly like I did. They treat the customers well, and we have a very good feedback.
Before the training, in terms of customer relationship, he doesn't tolerate customers at all. But after the training, he established more.
Dolakwa again. We are still excited that you're here, and if you're still on your way, we can't wait to see you. Now, I have an important guest here with me. He is the head of marketing, Jobberman Nigeria. Introduce yourself.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, good morning. All right. Thank you so much, Dolakwa. And I'm excited to be here. As you can see, I'm all looking fully remote, right? So today's a beautiful day. As you all know, I'm sure Dolakwa must have told you guys a lot about the remote work fest, and that's why we're here. So here I'm your humble person, Babajide Anjorin, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you for having me. Dolakwa.
Nice. So I call him BA anyways. We are happy to have you here. So while Gloria and I were having conversations. We've talked about some behaviors that are typical of remote workers, like, you know, putting on a suit when you don't have maybe a full pants on. But, you know, beyond that, I want you to tell us about the pillars of the remote work fest that we're having today. What should people or aspiring remote workers expect? What should they look forward to?
Yeah, interesting question. So while we were breathing around the topic
Yes.
and the foundation for the whole remote work fest,
Yeah.
you know, we talked about beyond borders,
Beyond
right?
borders.
You know, building Africa's workforce, generation. And some of the things that actually influence our decision is the beyond borders is actually hinged on three major pillars, right? Just as you mentioned. The first one is beyond linear career, flexible, fluid pathways. So what we realized is, as a remote worker, you're not restricted to a particular profession, as it were. You can be a front-end or a back-end developer and also be a copywriter at the same time. So you're not restricted. You have the capacity or you have the opportunity to be a marketing manager and a virtual assistant.
Yes, exactly.
If your work allows you. So that flexibility is there with remote work. And it's something we need to make, talent and individuals to understand that flexibility is there.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is in your flexibility, ensure that you give to every employer the required time and delivery that is required for their role and whatever it is that they've employed you for. It is always also
is
very
important,
important. So you don't
actually.
take advantage of the fact that remote work gives visibility. The second pillar is beyond local employers, African talent, global teams. We've seen companies in Nigeria, in Kenya, who are established here, but they are servicing companies, individuals, clients in Europe and America. So the same way it is for talent, whereby you can be in Ajegunle, you can be in Lekki, you can be in Abadoja, in Songo, and then work for companies in Europe and America. The same way, we have companies here in Nigeria who are also servicing clients, who are servicing clients in Europe and America. So there's a whole lot of it there. So there's another aspect of what the pillar is servicing. So it's interesting. So it's on both sides. So talent servicing, working for clients in Europe and America, and vice versa. Employers also having to profile solutions, working in Africa and then servicing clients in Europe and America. So that's the second pillar. Beyond local employers, African talent, global teams. The third pillar is beyond skills gap. We're looking at remote ready, job ready. So the idea of you being, you're a graduate of any
Economics, for
federal
example,
university, and you say, oh yes, you're a first class, and that's no. It is now more of skills based, right? Companies are looking for talent who have the required skills, the required competence to help them solve problems. So it's not really a function of your certificate or your degree and what have you. It is you acquiring a skill. So you might have studied Yoruba in the university, but if you decide that you want to go into digital marketing, learn copywriting, learn digital marketing skills. For example, Jobberman, we offer online training skills for talent. You can go and learn the soft skills training. Gig economy, if you want to start working as a remote person, Jobberman offers gig economy courses that will teach you everything that you need to know about how to operate as a gig or a freelancer. So these are some of the skills that we need to acquire as talent. And these are the things that has actually made us a Jobberman, but to think that this is a space we need to take advantage of, right? And then educate people, educate talent on what they need to do to take advantage of the opportunities that a lot of employers in Europe and America are bringing up, so that they can take advantage of it, and then they can improve themselves, improve their livelihood, and in general improve the economy. Before I wrap up this statement, the truth is the greatest asset of Nigeria in terms of our export is no longer oil. It is now the talent that we have.
Exactly.
So I want to encourage every talent out there, take advantage of it, learn one skills today, and then you'll be rest assured that there are a lot of opportunities out there for you to take advantage of.
Beautiful, BA. Because while you were speaking, I had a question in mind. I believe that in 2025, going into 2026, some persons are still bothered that they studied animal husbandry, for example. Some persons are still bothered about, studying petrochemical engineering, even though they don't have the opportunities to work in that line. If we have people like that are our audience right now, what would you say to them?
All right, so what I would say to you is get clarity. right? So yes, you might have studied animal husbandry, right? Yes, it doesn't mean that that's the end of it. The truth is, search within yourself. Look for a skills that you know that you would love to do very well, right? Acquire skills in that particular area, in that particular field, and then equip yourself, get the certification, and then start interning. I used to tell people, one of the ways you can actually grow your career in a new field is, once you've acquired the skills, right, intern. Look for people within your sphere of influence, people in your church, in your mosques, people in your neighborhood, and ask them, oh, you have the skills, right? And you wouldn't mind offering that skills for free for a little while. 3 months, 6 months, intern. People like it when you are offering value to them. Then when you offer that value and they see that, yes, you have what it takes to deliver results, I can guarantee you, many of them will absorb you. And then you build experience. And even while you are lucky, you get a 1-year intern, right? The moment you are 6, 7, 8 months into it, you have acquired skills and experience with the skills that you have acquired, then you can start applying for it and then build your portfolio. And then before you know it, you become a sought-after talent. And that's my advice for you.
That's really beautiful, BA, because whenever you respond to my question, it leads me to further questions.
Absolutely.
So you mentioned volunteering, using that to build up your skills,
Absolutely.
using that to show employers what you are made of. So beyond volunteering for opportunities or volunteering for to different businesses, recently Jobberman had this mentorship program that was designed by the Learning and Development department, whereby young talents were matched to experienced people in their industries. So my question to you is, the way that Jobberman offers this, what advice would you give to people that are looking forward to building their career when it comes to mentorship? Because even beyond volunteering, beyond upskilling, they need a mentor that can guide them, that can lead them. So what advice will you give to them, and how can you refer them back to Jobberman?
All right, thank you very much, Jolapo, for that question. The first statement I'll make it also again is clarity. And it's very important. As an individual, your career is a major part of your life, right? So once you have clarity to say, okay, you know what, this is the path that I've chosen, irrespective of what you studied in school. When you understand that, okay, this is what I want to do. Now, you have to be intentional. That's the second point. Clarity, be intentional. Go online. LinkedIn is a very good platform that you can use. Go online and search for individuals who have been successful in that particular field that you have chosen, that you want to do. Look out for them. I've had people come to me and send me a message on LinkedIn to say, oh, hi Babajide, I like your career progression, I like your profile, I would like you to be my mentor. It's a question of me saying yes or no. But the point is, you have made an effort. So go on LinkedIn, go online, search for people that are successful in that particular career that you have chosen, right? Search for them and then send them a message on LinkedIn. You'll be surprised that if you identify the top 5, at least 1 or 2 will respond to you. And then they'll be willing. The most important thing is work with their timing, work with their pace, and then give them information that will be valuable to them to say that, okay, yes, this particular person is serious. And also have an open ears to hear about events. There are a lot of opportunities out there. When I finished school, some of the things that I had an opportunity was attending webinars, events that are related to my career. And then from there, I was able to meet individuals, speakers, who are in alignment with my chosen career, and I was able to walk up with them and then speak with them, and then I was able to build, and they became my mentor. So you can either do it online, search for these persons, meet them on LinkedIn, send them a message. When they see the value and the hunger, the desire that you have, they'll be willing to want to mentor you. Then open up to events, career fairs. There's a lot of career events that we have in Lagos today, in Nigeria as a whole. Jobberman organizes a lot of events, and we bring a lot of speakers. So attend them and then meet with them, and then you'll be surprised that many of them will be willing to mentor you and then hold you through the career process and then take it off from there.
Beautiful, because I'm very excited about the breakout session that we'll be having, because one of it talks about building remote-ready talent.
Absolutely.
So it's beyond saying, upskill. Yes, they need to upskill, they need to get mentored, but are they remote ready? These are one of the things. And, one thing I want to ask you now is, if we talk about skills that help people to be remote ready, What
Yes.
are the 5 skills that talent should look out for?
So the first skill I'll mention is communication.
Yeah.
You need to learn how to communicate with people, right? It's very important, whether locally or you're communicating with, your other colleagues outside, Africa or in Europe and America. Communication skills, like, it is very important, very important. The second skill is stakeholders management, right? Aside communication, you also need to know how to manage stakeholders. Don't forget, if you are in Nigeria here and you're going to be working with, other colleagues in Europe, in America, it's a different culture, right? So you need to know how to manage them, how to understand how they work. So you need to be very, very, very proactive in stakeholders management. It's very important. Another point is, which is a bit generic, your ability to be able to learn applications. So there are some applications that are tilted for remote work. A lot of these organizations make use of all these applications because it makes their work flexible. So recruit, CRM applications, you need to be swift to learn how to use applications. So it's very important. That's 3, right?
3, yes.
So I talked about communication, stakeholders management, then ability to be able to learn applications, know how to use them immediately. Then I think the 4th skills for me would be, teamwork. Right? You might say, oh, teamwork, is it a skill that I have to learn? Yes. Teamwork is an important skill that you must learn. You must learn how to work with people. No man is an island. No organization want to bring you for you to just work alone on your own. You need to learn how to work with people. So it's important that teamwork, you must learn how to work as a team and then being able to ensure that you're able to get things done effectively. And the last skill for me would be remote financial literacy. I think it's relevant, right? You're going to be earning in dollars or earning in naira. You must know how to manage your finance as a talent, and then I think you're good to go.
Beautiful BA. What course on Jobberman can people actually take any of the skills? We've talked about the skills. Now they need to act fast. I'm creating a fear of missing out here, guys. You need to act fast. I want BA to tell us, one of Jobberman's courses that offers this skill.
Yeah, so we have this the Jobberman soft skills training. You can go to the website www.jobberman.com. You solve it, just go through it. You will see it there. So take advantage of the soft skill training. Take advantage of the financial literacy, and then take advantage of the gig economy training. They are vital and important skills that you can acquire to change your life as a remote worker. I've had testimonies of talents who took the training and their lives have been transformed totally. So take those training. They will give you certificates so you can also use it in your application. And then I can assure you that when you take those trainings, it will change your life, change your perspective on how you see remote work, and then you can start taking advantage of those opportunities and offer valid solution to a lot of organizations out there in Nigeria, in Africa, and in the world at large.
Beautiful, beautiful, BA. Tell us what particular session should our audience anticipate? They should anticipate all the sessions, but the particular one you that
so looking at the agenda right now, the truth is the event is power-packed, right? So literally every aspect of the event is amazing, but don't miss the panel conversation.
Good.
The panel conversation talks about the team working beyond borders, and we have a lot of highly professional individuals who have success in different phases of life and their career coming together to tell us what you need to do, what you need to learn to be able to succeed in the remote space. So yes, and after the panel, there are other fireside chat section that I want to encourage you to also try and meet and don't miss out. But the panel section, do not miss it.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, BA.
Thank you for
so
having
much.
me, Dolapo.
Thank you, guys. Thank you
for
for having
us. I wish you guys the very best, and then have fun.
All right. Thank you, guys. We'll speak soon.
Bye.
Bye.
This event properly. We are kickstarting now. My name is Okwe Caroline, and I'm a Jobberman alumni. And I'm co-hosting this event with...
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, please a round of applause for Caroline, please. The most beautiful thing I think I like about Caroline is when I first met her virtually, she was an alumni member of Jobberman. She has taken courses in Jobberman, and she's doing great things out there. I never knew Jobberman take courses. This is a testimony of Jobberman. Career development, talent growth, and above all, the future of the most talented, most skilled, and the most diversified workforce across the universe. So Caroline today is a walking testimony. Round of applause for her, please.
Thank you, thank you.
Shade is CRYD. You can see. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome officially to the Jobberman Remote Work Fest. My name is Timmy Agbaje. I'm a lawyer by profession, but I love to speak because that's my passion. Can we please all rise for the national anthem as we get started today? What did you say? I can't hear you. You are not what? Okay, you don't know the national anthem. You don't know the national anthem. I will not tolerate that because part of the goals of this event is to close the skills gap. It is no longer an excuse that you do not know. You need to know, you need to seek, find, and be that thing. So, if you know the national anthem, just signify whatever you are. Anybody? You know the national anthem? No, I cannot give you the mic. You came from South Africa. Do you know the national anthem? If you know the national anthem and you are confident, please come forward. If you can sing it, you are confident of yourself that you can sing national anthem. Ladies coming over here, a round of applause for her, please. A round of applause for her, please. Please, the new national anthem. Please make your way to this side. Wait for her to come, wait for her to come. We have to build people's confidence and the horror, and because the audacity is part of what we need in the workforce. Oh my Lord, I love your outfit, I love your confidence and your horror. Please come take the stage and take the microphone.
All right. At the count of 3. Oh, you don't know it, sorry.
Round of applause for my lady, please. Thank you so much. God bless you. Please, let's be seated. Let's be seated. Let's get started immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Walk Beyond Borders, and there are 3 pillars of Walk Beyond Borders that we are here to emphasize and play out from the event today. And I'll be taking the first one. You take the second, and I go after you. And the first one is beyond linear careers. And what this simply means is that we are trying to say and showcase that there are careers for people out there, and we want talents to move from regular, rigid jobs to more flexible journeys. When I was a child, nobody would come out openly and say they want to own a social media agency, and that's their lifelong dream. Nobody wants to say they want to be a makeup artist. And we are saying today that the remote workforce and the global workforce through the talent do not have to be the traditional or contextual jobs that we have known. We are open to flexibility, dynamism, and the future ahead of us.
So we'll also like you to know that this whole event is put together by Jobberman in partnership with MasterCard Foundation. So we are also going to be looking at beyond local employers, African talent, global teams. And that's one of the reasons why we are here, to learn that there's something outside our local employers for African talents.
And the final thing today is beyond skills gap, remote ready, job ready. Let me break this down in simple languages for us. Are we ready for the jobs that are coming ahead of us? And is the workforce ready? Are you ready? And I will say the reason why we're asking this question is because the jobs that are coming from today to the future are not the traditional jobs. For example, people that will manage footballers from Nigeria, from Africa, you need to get the certification, understand what you need to know, the criteria, and you need to be positioned for opportunities globally. So the jobs ahead of you, talents ahead of you, are you equipped and you have the skills and talents required for that? And today, we are dissecting, we are breaking down, and we are equipping you at Remote Work First.
So, can you put your hands together for
yourself?
Jobberman,
And
in
Jobberman.
partnership with MasterCard, and also for yourself.
So let's do it in 3 ways. We do first round of applause for yourself because you are the most important part of this event today. So can we all clap for ourselves, please? Can we all put our hands together for all the speakers and panelists that have made our time to be here today, please? And last but not the least, can we all celebrate Jobberman and MasterCard Foundation for this event? I know I'm a man of my words, and I said 3, but because I also want to enjoy life like you, can we put our hands together for Hi and my co-host, please? Me and my co-host. Why is it that our own applause is smaller than the other people's applause? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're standing aside for the first opening remark here today.
Okay, thank you so much. So to take us on the opening remark is a Chief Marketing Officer, the African Talent Company. And he's no other person but Gabriel Akan Geb Udeme. Please a round of applause for him.
A round of applause. He came all the way from South Africa to this event today. South Africa, a round of applause. I met him at the airport this morning. Yes, the airport. Some of you don't know that some of us that live in Nigeria use the airport like you too. But it's okay. Lagos to mainland. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I did not meet him at the airport today. I've been in Lagos for 2 days. I've experienced traffic and heat. My name is Gabriel Akan Gab Umoden. I am a native of Akwa Ibom and Ekiti State. So you can call me Akan, or you can call me Shegun, whichever one you like. It's a pleasure to be here today. And on behalf of Jobberman and the African Talent Company, I am very delighted to welcome every participant, employer, partner, speaker, and young professional in this room, as well as everyone that is joining us online, to Remote Work Fest 2025. This gathering reflects a simple belief we all share. Africa's talent is ready for the world, and the world is ready for Africa's talent. Our work at Jobberman and the African Talent Company is made stronger by partners who share this mission. In particular, the MasterCard Foundation, whose collaboration continues to expand opportunities for young people across the continent. To our technical partners, Propel and Hello.cv, thank you for helping us build remote work readiness at scale. And to Pulse, our media partner, thank you for helping reach and inspire millions more. Today is not just another event. Today is a celebration of the possibility of how African talent is shaping the future of work from wherever we are. So, why remote work? Why now? Remote work is transforming how Africa learns, how it works, and how it earns. It's no longer a niche trend. It's a mainstream pathway into global employment. For young Africans like yourselves, who have been limited by geography, by mobility, or traditional career pathways, remote work unlocks new income, global exposure, flexible, life-aligned careers, and a chance to contribute to global teams right here from Nigeria. At the African Talent Company, this is not just theoretical. My own team work beyond borders every day. As he mentioned, I came from Cape Town 2 days ago, but we collaborate across cities: Lagos, Nairobi, Accra, Kampala, and some of our best campaigns, such as the one we're all experiencing here, were conceived on calls where no two people were in the same place. So for us, remote work has not just reduced performance, it's actually multiplied the impact that we have. And that is the promise we want every young person here to experience as you go forward in your remote career. So for this year, we've themed this event, Work Beyond Borders, Building Africa's Global Remote Workforce. And Work Beyond Borders is more than just a tagline. It is actually the spirit of this moment. This festival exists to inspire young professionals to imagine careers that are flexible, fluid, and borderless. It exists to connect remote-ready talent with employers who see Africa as a strategic source of global talent. It exists to equip you with practical skills, tools, and playbooks to genuinely be remote-ready and job-ready. And finally, for our ecosystem players, we want to align you on the frameworks and the guardrails that we need to scale remote work sustainably, from policy and infrastructure, to payments, to worker protection, and to trust. This is our flagship convening through Jobberman Nigeria on the future of remote work. As our MC stated earlier, this festival has 3 pillars. The first one is around flexible, fluid pathways. Careers are no longer ladders. They are actually landscapes. Remote work gives you the room to explore, to pivot into new fields, to combine full-time roles and freelance projects, and to design a path that actually fits your life. There's a lot of people here that started off as a designer. With remote work, you can learn and become a digital marketer. You can become a programmer, and so on and so forth. So the pathways are flexible and they're fluid. The second pillar is around African talent working with global teams. African professionals such as yourselves are already powering global products and companies. Think of Flutterwave, Paystack. These are companies that are powered by local talents but are solving problems for international brands. We are moving from exporting raw materials as a country or as a continent to exporting talent. And that is the one thing that Africa has in limitless supply. The third pillar is about being remote ready and job ready. Being remote ready is more than just technical skill. Employers are looking for communication, for collaboration, ownership, discipline, digital literacy, and cultural fluency. You have to be able to maneuver through different cultures from different organizations across the world. That is what they're looking for. The world does not just want to hire what you know, they want to hire how you work. So for us, at the African Talent Company and at Jobberman Nigeria, our mission is very simple. We want to empower African youth with the skills and the opportunities to thrive. We are investing in training, assessments, data, partnerships, and job matching tools that turn potential into real jobs on the continent and across the world. This festival you're attending here is one step in a much longer journey. So as we move into today's program, you're going to hear from people who are living and shaping the future of work. Employers, founders, trainers, career switchers, and global team leads. Our data spotlight and our keynote would unpack that bigger picture. Our panel will explore what must be changed in how we train, in how we hire, and how we support African talent. And our fireside chats will bring the real stories of risk, reinvention, and resilience. People who have lived this remote journey. Every session we have designed here will leave you with something concrete, a tool, a mindset, a strategy, or even a new connection that moves you one step closer to being truly remote ready and globally competitive. So, my challenge to you today is very simple. Do not just attend, participate, ask questions, engage with employers, visit the experience center at the back, network with speakers, network with one another. Leave this room with at least one actionable step you will take to advance your global career. My punchline for you today is this. If talent has no borders, opportunity shouldn't either. The world is hiring, and Africa is ready. Welcome to Remote Workfest 2025, and welcome to Work Beyond Borders. Thank you.
Please, we can celebrate him some more. That was a power-packed welcome remark, and we are truly grateful. Thank you so much. It was quite insightful. Thank you. So, moving on next, we are going to be inviting someone very important, right? He is a country head of program, Jobberman, Nigeria. And he will be taking us on data and spotlights and trend spotlights. So I would like us to put our hands together as we welcome to the stage Olamide Adeyeye. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Gab, for that very remote-friendly welcome address. And welcome to all our speakers and to all our delegates and participants here. Thank you so much for coming. Please put your hands together for yourselves. So my work here is very simple. And it's really just to do a bit of a spotlight on why this conversation is important. I think Gab already made my work a lot easier through his opening remark, helping us to see that the world is hiring. And Africa is what? The world is hiring, and Africa is what? I know it rained this morning, and I know this room is freezing, but I know that the energy inside of you is more than the cold in the atmosphere. Am I correct? So the world is hiring, but Africa is what? Awesome. Okay, so the conversation around unemployment is no longer news in Nigeria. I know that with the revised methodology, it's debatable that Nigeria's unemployment rate is about 5%, depending on what points you're referencing. However, in some of the engagements that we have in the work that we do, we see that over 80% of this work captured within this new framework is actually precarious work. By precarious, I mean work that is not considered dignified and fulfilling, work that is not considered sustainable, work that does not utilize the full potential of the talent in the country. And so, while we may be celebratory around statistics and the change in that, saying that our unemployment rate is a single-digit number, the question still remains, what is that reality for a young person in Nigeria? What does that mean for you and I who sit in this room having this conversation? And so, while that conversation lingers, there is definitely a lot of concerted effort within the country to ensure that opportunities are created for young people, and young people are also supported to create opportunities. But what we are learning is that that cannot be enough. It would require a need for us to create and stimulate more opportunities within the country. That's very important. But also ensure that we are prepared to engage in a global economy, which breeds the need for a conversation around remote work. So, can I have my slides? So there's an opportunity map as at the year 2025. From COVID, we've seen a huge change in the way the work systems has happened. We see a lot more hiring and interest of employers longer. Today, the mean age of Nigeria is about 17.9. It means that an average person in Nigeria, is a young person. Over 51% of our population is a combination of Gen Zs and millennials. Over 80% of our population is below 44 years old. That suggests that we are a very youthful and a very young population. In other climes, their average age is, in some instances, is as high as 60 in many European climes, which means that they live in situations where they need a young workforce to drive the needs and their well-being within the country. So we see that across the United States of America, the United Kingdom, Germany, Netherlands, Canada, Australia, and other, European and American countries, we see that there is a high velocity for hiring across the world. 62% of international companies are actively hiring young people from Africa, either deliberately, through direct full-time employment or leveraging talent through freelance platforms to ensure that young people or young Africans are absorbed into their workforce. We see that the dominant sectors across these hiring trends ranges from technology and ICT, finance, customer success, data analytics, AI, and machine learning. And what we see, we've heard that AI, next slide, is definitely changing the world of work, and that is true. But what we're also learning is that 170 million job opportunities will be created by artificial intelligence and machine learning over the next couple of years by 2030. While those jobs will displace about 92 million, we think that there is a net advantage of about 78 million. So yes, some jobs will go obsolete, and I'm sure you've heard that. That's part of why we do a lot of what we do as Jobberman and with our partners, ensuring that we're providing skills development initiative to many young people across the continent. But the reality is also that the work opportunities that will be created as a result of this technological revolution, globalization, and other intergovernment policies will outweigh the numbers of jobs that are displaced. And I think that's the good news. On the slide, definitely, there are high-risk roles, and then the ones that are growing. Very tech-dominated, but also there are opportunities for other areas where young people are demonstrating competence. Next slide. Across the different industries and the different sectors, we're seeing that skills is definitely a priority. And many times there's a tendency to think that I automatically have to become a tech bro to thrive in that remote or global workforce community. But what we are seeing is that over 57% of employers rank communication as the very primary, most important skill for them. So it means that if that organization from the US or from Germany or from Austria wants to hire you, the first thing they are looking out for is how and when you communicate. The second is self-management. The third, and self-management speaks to, can I trust you when I'm asleep? In this global workforce, a lot of things are done asynchronously, meaning you can do things at your time, but can I trust that you work when you say you're working? The third is the technical skills, obviously, your ability to get things done, which has to do with specific roles and specific industries. And then the fourth is AI fluency. And I know that this sometimes may look overstated, but the importance of that cannot be oversaid, because obviously, someone said, and I agree, said AI may not take your job, but somebody who uses AI may do. Did you get that? AI may not take your job, but somebody who knows how to leverage AI properly, maybe they want to take the job. So the insight there really is that your writing is your presence, your communication is your presence. You could be the best coder in the room, but if you can't communicate clearly through major or many means of communication, you may become invisible. And that is very critical. Next slide. Many times, what we are also seeing is that in remote work settings, organizations are adopting things like what you call availability hours, where, yes, you're expected to work full-time or work for a specific number of hours a day, but the expectation is not that those number of hours are synced across all the locations where they work. 70 is expected, on the average, to be asynchronous, which means 70% of the time you can work at your own time, depending on your time zone. And then for 30%, you're expected to work and integrate with your team. So things like your video calls, your team meetings, check-ins, one-on-ones, all of that happening in real time. But when it comes to engagements, interactions, getting the work done, it's expected that you can do that being a self-manager. And what that means is, you see, your presence is also not just being physically present. It's about how well you're churning out results within expected timelines. And so efficiency or fluency in the use of some of these communication tools also is becoming very critical and very important in this world of remote work. So as I begin to wrap up, next slide. What are the things employers watch out for? It is important to see that your CV, as important as it is, constitutes just about 20% of what informs a remote employer in hiring you. The hiring process is evolving from being just a conversation to becoming what I would call an audition, right? So it's literally observing every interaction point throughout the process. Part of the red flags that employers pay attention to during that hiring process is first, delay in communication. How quickly are you responding to emails? How quickly are you responding, reacting? In some instances, even as simple as an acknowledgement, right? I got the email, I will revert. That ability to respond and communicate quickly is something that is very important. And when there is a delay, it's a red flag. Also, when experiences are vague, or you've worked on too many projects, maybe in your interview, you say, I've worked on too many projects without practical, verifiable proof, that is also a red flag. Another red flag is your camera being off, right? That is self also contributes to concerns and reservations when it comes to remote hiring and engagement. Overclaiming availability, just thinking you are excessively available, and obviously not being particular about questions and understanding the roles. Green flags, obviously, proactive communication, proof and not promises, infrastructure issues. So part of what you're checking is your internet speed, the processing capacity of your device, and all of that. And obviously, your ability to be very thoughtful, And just before maybe I move on from this slide, it's also important to recognize that the focus for many of these organizations and employers is not just your technical skills. Many of the things that I have mentioned are more tilted towards soft skills, interpersonal skills, multicultural skills. Gab was talking about cultural fluency and cultural fluidity, your ability to work across multiple cultural groups and individuals. And that is something that is very important. The next slide, which is my last slide, what employers actually see when they want to make decisions around hiring. Again, they check all of those responses, response time, infrastructure, the questions you ask, follow up about without being asked, and then proof of results. And these things are very important in how we prepare and we position ourselves for the global work. And so to the talent in the room, as you begin to navigate your remote or global work pathway, it is important to understand that there is a need to unlearn, to learn, and to relearn. If your perspectives have been shaped by just being Nigerian alone, that is valuable, but that will not be sufficient. There is a saying that what brought you here may not take you there. And so there is a need to heavily invest in those conversations, being aware. I remember an experience that I had working in a remote setting. And while we are very used to soccer and football in this part of the world, in this country, their main sport is rugby. And so while we are bantering Chelsea, Man U, Arsenal, Liverpool, they are talking about something absolutely different. For you to thrive in such, environment, it is important to be aware, conscious of that reality, and be able to engage meaningfully that way. Again, like Gab said, the world is hiring. I will rephrase Africa being ready to is Africa being ready. Are you ready? Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Lamidi once again, please. I love the fact that the slides are so descriptive and so particular to what concerns us as a remote workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting more time, without further ado, we'll be moving forward in this event today, and we're moving to our keynote speeches. I want us to know that we are here to celebrate and have fun and have a mix as a digital workforce, but also we're here to take points that would advance us in our career and different prospects. So please feel free to take notes now. Feel free to network, particularly with the members of the panel and the guest speakers and everyone around you. The person beside you might be the head of the next big thing that you're looking for. So please don't forget, make sure you take charge of opportunities that come to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be moving straight for the keynote speech for today, and it's to be delivered by Inyoluwa Aboyeji, founding partner of Future Africa. I'm not, no. That's how you will clap for the keynote speaker. Hold on. I know that we are Gen Zs. While I was younger, when they call someone a keynote speaker, they will print their picture on a big banner above the event. In fact, if you walk around the event, you will see his face, his family, everybody around him. So please, when I call the keynote speaker and whoever is coming up stage, you need to appreciate them and let them feel like they have left their time for something worth the while, because time is money, time is investment. So let me go quickly straight to it. Inyoluwa Aboyeji, founding partner of Future Africa, and the keynote is to be focused on work beyond borders, building Africa's global remote workforce. But it's ably represented by a man who is what is onions and a man who has given so much to be our keynote speaker today. And he's the head of product, Etana, Cecil Jones. He's a compliance product leader and innovator with over 8 years of experience in building technology and tools to help companies stay compliant when expanding across Africa, hiring on the continent, paying for services and reporting to regulators. Today is the head of product at Etana, Africa's first digital special economic zone for doing business, where he advises on how technology can help Nigerians better export their services, as well as working with several government agencies and partners to build tech that gives the private sector better access to government services. If your hands are not too busy, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, give it up for Cecil Jones tonight. Keynote speaker. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. We seem very cold today. Is it the rain? I apologize. Thank you very much for being here. These were very hard speeches to follow, but I'll do my best to not bore us. I'll do my best to give us practical insights, as well as deliver this keynote address. Like Timmy said, my name is Cecil. I am the head of product at Etana. Etana is Africa's first special economic zone for doing business. And you'll soon learn why that might be important to you. But before I begin, I would like to give Ian's apologies for not being here. He was unavoidably called away to a different engagement, still in service to his role to remote workers. He sends his love. He'd love to be here, and he wishes all of us an amazing festival today. Standing on due protocol to our partners, sponsors, enablers, and most importantly, the remote workforce present here, I'd like to just do a brief overview of myself and get into this. For nearly the entire length of my career, I've been a remote worker here in Nigeria and for foreign companies, and so that gives me, I guess, the honors to speak and tell you what I'm about to tell you, because I have been here. I have gone through the struggles some of you have been facing in most of the places you've been facing them, and gratefully I've been able to overcome most of them, which is why I'm able to stand here today in front of you. I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking to you as partners, enablers, and remote workers about the massive paradigm shifts we're facing today, how we need to position ourselves as Nigerians and Africans for what is not a trend, but a permanent global change in how talent is sourced and employed. And make no mistake, you want to be here, you want to pay attention to the sessions, the speakers, and the panelists, because these conversations are happening not just here, but in rooms in Bangladesh, in India, in Pakistan, and in South America. So for the first time ever, with technology and with distributed work that has met us in Africa, we're ready. Previous technology gaps have met Africans either needing to learn new skills, get trained, get education, or the access was just limited to us as a country. But today, we have new facts. We have equal access to the tools today. We are equally as skilled as our counterparts in other parts of the world, in other parts of the continent. Companies no longer hire based on geography. They hire based on skill, output, and work readiness. Distributed teams are now the backbone of industries in tech, finance, media, digital services, design, marketing, and operations. And so the question today is not one of access, as it's always been, but rather one of preparedness. It's not how do I access the technology, but rather how do I show up as the best candidate for the role. Correct? Correct? Come on, be with me, correct? Love it. All right. And so for us as remote workers, for freelancers, digital nomads, the people building Africa's global presence, showing up for opportunities which used to be invisible is now the most paramount thing we can do for ourselves. And by showing up, I mean, the showing up in terms of your growth recognition, your mentorship skills, who you mentor, who mentors you. 1 minute. Right. Showing up for opportunities, which has always been an invisible step in the process, is now probably the most crucial thing to your role. Who mentors you, who you show up for, who shows up for you, who you can call on, and what's in your network. These skills have now become, from soft skills as they were called previously, to the deciding factor between you and the job you want, especially if you want to work for foreign companies. And the thing that begins to separate the people that will win in this new race, and unfortunately the ones that fall behind, is what I'd like to call the discipline of process. The key to growth is possessing as much discipline as a remote worker as the person sitting in an office in VI. Do we agree? It's silent. And I know we like to think that because we're remote workers, the lie we tell ourselves is that because I can work from my bed, I should. But in fact, the colleagues you are competing against today, the ones in London, the ones in Dubai, the ones in Mumbai, they know differently. They've already figured out a process. They've already figured out remote work is not an easier way to work. It is probably the most disciplined way you can work. They have a hard start time daily. They deliver work on time, regardless of time zone. They communicate with the same professional clarity that clients get from 9 to 5 colleagues and counterparts, and they know the language of business. And so beyond your daily routine, the processes that truly separate amateurs from professionals are structurally and deeply tied to learning discipline in your processes. And I'm going to now begin to give us a bit of an overview into what that looks like for you, and if you're not doing this, what you should begin to almost immediately start doing. In a traditional job, the company is your parent. They deduct your pension before you see the money, they handle your taxes, they structure your safety nets. When you go fully remote, you become an orphan to that system. You get paid a lump sum, and the temptation is to view all that money as spending money. I'm here to disabuse you of that notion. All right. I want you to think about a few questions. So this is where we get interesting. By show of hands, how many people here are actually remote workers? Just quickly show your hands. You work remotely in Nigeria, outside Nigeria. Don't be shy. Show of hands. You work remotely. Hands, higher, so that I can see how we feel. No, keep your hands up. Hands up. If you raise your hand, please keep them up. Don't worry, this is easy. I won't call you to the stage. Show of hands for me. I work remote. Thank you very much. I work remote, Nigeria, outside. Thank you. Excellent. Now, please keep your hands up if, as a remote worker, you have long-term savings. Hands up. No, everyone, keep your hands up. Your hands up. Keep them up. Just keep them up for me. Right. So now, I work remotely. That's the first reason your hand is up, correct? Great. So the next question is, I work remotely, but I save and I have a long-term investing plan. Hands still up, please. If that's true for you, keep your hands up. Wow, we've lost half the crowd already. Marvelous. Okay, keep your hands up still. If in addition to investing, you have a retirement savings or pension account. Wow. New people raise their hands. Let's start again. I work remotely from Nigeria, foreign company. I work remotely in Nigeria to a Nigerian company. Raise your hands. Okay, let me raise my own hand. Let me use myself. I work remotely in Nigeria for a Nigerian company. Hands up. Excellent. Okay, so keep your hands up if I work remotely for a Nigerian or foreign company and I have a fixed long-term savings plan. I put money every month somewhere. cowrie-wise, piggy-wise, take your pick. Excellent. Now, keep your hands up if, in addition to that, you save money for retirements or savings. One. Okay, two. A couple of you. Excellent. Now, keep your hands up if, in addition to the two things, you pay yourself a fixed salary. So every month, you know an amount that's going to be yours, and this is your spending. I've lost everyone. Oh, awesome. Awesome. So there are some people here that are following the protocol. Okay, excellent. And finally, keeping your hands up, lastly, you do all of the three, but it's through a legal entity and not your personal bank account. I've lost everyone. And thus begins the revolution we need to begin. And this exercise was not because I wanted to name call or call out defaulters, so to speak, but rather because this is what needs to change in order for us to show up ready to the global opportunity that is remote work and going global as Africans. Your counterparts outside the world, they figured this. They call themselves agencies. They call themselves, take your pick of what, even sometimes call themselves startups. They are just one-man shops that have figured out a process that works and can scale globally from anywhere in the world. And so I'm going to begin to teach us things we need to do to begin to compete on that level as well. If you want to survive the volatility of the global market, you must first of all become your own HR department. You need to exercise the discipline to pay your future self first. And so what that means for you is, like I said, retirement accounts, long-term investing, and most importantly, the ability to separate income from revenue. All the money reaching your accounts as a freelancer, a remote worker, a copywriter somewhere, an engineer, a product manager, product owner, if you're working remote, cannot all be income. You can't spend it all. If you want to be here 10 years from now, you need to save your money, invest some money, but most importantly, also plan for a rainy day. And the best way to do that is with a corporate structure like the company you're working for. There is a reason why legal structures exist. There is a reason why these companies are separate from the actual people that are working them. All right. So this brings me to the most important point I think I will make today, and I hope you take away from it. The legal structure, your revenue versus your income. The most critical shift for those of us looking to scale is we need to change how we view the money that hits our accounts. Stop looking at your bank alerts as salary, but looking at them as business revenue. And there's a profound difference to the two of those. If you operate as an individual, every expense to running your remote startup is not deductible. It is yours to bear. That shiny MacBook you have, you bought it for free. Whether you use it to work or not, it's not deductible. Starlink, you pay every month. You need it to work. You need it to show up to your meetings. But that's still not a business cost, but your personal expense. The generator, your inverter, your MacBook, the workspace, all of these should be formally separated from your actual income month to month, which is why I did the show of hands. And so I'm sure many of you are now wondering, so which one will be left for me? How much money do I spend? But if you think about it, I'm not propositioning anything you're not doing mentally in your head, just doing it the wrong way. You buy these things already. You spend that money already. I'm pitching to you a world where that doesn't need to come out of your income or be seen as your income. I know most of you here, and there will be workshops about that, are already aware that we have a new tax code coming in next year. And so this might begin to make sense to you very well from January. And so my challenge to you is this, to not just become a worker or a remote worker, but to become an institution that does remote work. You want to set up a legal structure. You want to automate your investment. You want to invest in surplus. And I know between the workshops and the panel discussion here, you will have questions on how this is done. I know there will be facilitators to take that. I'm happy to even give you some more pointers. But that's probably the most important thing you can take away today, to decide that from today, you will run your career the same way your colleagues in Big Four Consulting run. You are a business. You are a service, a one-man service, exporting a service outside of Nigeria, and you need to treat yourself as such. And that said, I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd like to thank the organizers once again. My remarks to Jobberman, thank you for having us. And my regards to all of you for being here. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Cecil once again, please. So we have a very short photography session with Cecil. The rest of us are seated amongst the audience. Just bring out your phone. You do a selfie video. You record him, record yourself, and post. So please, Caroline, the people that... I just want to be sure that we're calling the right names and we're pronouncing them appropriately because, in Nigeria, excellence is our culture and we do not play with it. All right, to join Mr. Cecil for the photograph section, we're going to be calling members of the TATC stakeholders. And that's Gab Umoden. A round of applause for Gab Umoden, please. Clap for Gab. Gab denied seeing me at the airport, but clap for him for now. I would like us to bring Olamide Adeyeye. The program's amazing guy, very great person. I would also like us to please bring Penina Kimani. A round of applause for Penina Kimani. Penina Kimani. And the last but not the least, Samantha Ifezulike. Samantha. 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 Is that you? Samantha. Hey, Samantha. Can we find a good spot for them so that the podium doesn't block them? Samantha. Benin Republic, I've not forgotten you. I can never forget you. Agbara? Where is he? Oh, Daddy, don't go. Today is not your retirement, though. You are still in active service. Activist. Don't worry. You are tired but not tired. Let me give you one. DJ, hold on. Let me give you one. When I was small, when I was in fellowship, I'm a born again Christian. DJ, first of all, that song first. I said I'm a born again Christian, you're laughing. If I don't see you in heaven, I'll be angry for you. Sir, I want to give you a new mantra, sir. Mr. Agbara, forget woman now. Focus on me. We don't stop when we are tired. We only stop when we are done. A round of applause for me now. I'm jumping golden nuggets on a Thursday. No, sorry. DJ, hold on. I'm a superstar. Caroline, join the picture. I'm a superstar. So you guys can take a picture with me, please. You should move like this. Come to me, guys. It's okay. I know it's. I like my fans. I love my fans so much. So we're here now. Good. So when you tell people, yeah, you met me, just show them the picture. All right. Thank you very much. Chama, it's not a photo shoot now. Thank you very much. God bless you. Samantha. Do you know why I like Samantha? Why do I like Samantha? Why? You know. Some of you are not thinking in the future perspective. You are looking back. I like Samantha because of her outfit. I like when people carry the African culture, the Accra print, and they are not ashamed of it at any point in time. So it means a lot to me. All right, I'm standing by for you, my lady Caroline.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Please, a round of applause once again for our keynote speaker. You can do better, please. So, before we move into the next section, I would like to ask, how many of us have been to the gym since this year? How
many of you are not wasting your gym subscription? You have gone to the gym. Show of hands. Can we see your hands up? Eh?
Okay, how many of us have been making promises? You've been making promises to hit the gym, but you've not started. Okay, we've brought the gym right here for you. And that's the next section we are going. So we are taking a time out, and it's going to be an exercise break. For the light, right? Okay, so where we confirmed very well, we're about to take a time out for the light to make the light brighter. But I would like to prepare your mind. We have brought the gym right here. So all the promises you've been making, we want you to fulfill it today. So when it's time, we're going to be inviting our coach to come right here. Okay, so we're going to invite the coach when it's time, and we'll get back to you. So for now, we'd like the DJ to give
All
us
right,
the
you know, what we're going to do now is just the vibe, just the shake, just the vibe, just the shake, just the vibe, just the shake. The reason why we are putting in this mood is that we want to transition the light to higher levels. So the lights might go off, but you are safe. It's after party vibe before after party. They done the vibe, they done the dance, they done the vibe, they done the vibe, they done. Sing to me tonight, I got you. Hey, DJ Necessity, I see you tonight on the wheels of steel. Aya, Carolina. The employers are here now, so you can go drop your CVs at the employer booth. Employer don't come, Employer don't come, Don't sit down, drop your CV. Don't sit down, drop your CV. Don't sit down, drop your CV. Employer, helper, don't sit down. If you are sitting, shake your body. If you are sitting, start the vibe. If you are sitting, start the shake. If you are sitting, start the vibe. They don't.
I'm a young bees, I'm a thousand. Asihlaseleni solo limpilemna. Uneni saba wela yose tige laksas. Eke bai vale yoke minya. I'm a young bees, I'm a thousand. Asihlaseleni solo limpilemna. Uneni saba wela yose tige laksas. Eke bai vale yoke minya. I'm a young bees, I'm a thousand. 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 I'm a young bees, I'm a thousand.
All right, you know the vibes here tonight. If you don't have job, employer don't come. If you don't get job, or you are technically unemployed, so that means you are not happy with your current employment. You are looking for greener pastures. Greener pastures, go outside. Greener pastures, go outside. Greener pastures, go outside. If your salary is taking you for granted, employer don't come home. The law says nothing. I don't mind the talk, no worry. If you know your salary is taking you for granted, drop your CV. I did with you. Just drop out for me. Alright. The event has not started, though. Event has not ended. Event has not started. Event has not ended. After CB, take a seat. After CB, come inside. After CB, come back here. After CB, come inside. We know that Nigerians don't steal and in Lagos is safe, but hold your bag, hold your laptop, hold your bag. Hold your laptop, hold your bag. Hold your laptop, hold your bag. We know
and MasterCard, in partnership with MasterCard Foundation. And you can access some of our Jobberman courses, like the soft skill courses and the entrepreneurship course, from our Jobberman website, www.jobberman.com/learning, right? And you can also become an alumni of Jobberman. So that's very important for me to pass to you, because when you become an alumni, you'll be seeing some of our posts, especially on, there's some on the gig economy, where some remote jobs and informations will be posted on those platforms. So it will be very important you join our Jobberman alumni platforms. So before we move further on this event, I believe some of us are making our ways back to our seats. Please come back to your seats. We are moving further to the gym. I brought the gym here for you. Please, a round of applause, please. So to take us further, we are going to be inviting Coach Temi to the stage for an exercise break. A round of applause for him, please.
A round of applause for the coach. If you are a gym bro, you know about leg day, chest day, back day. Above all, you will not go to the gym. You are paid for subscription. But today, Jobberman and MasterCard Foundation know that before you can be a remote worker, some of you sit down from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. We need your back to be in shape. We need your body to be in shape. See this guy. If you see my coach, if I take off my suit, I'm exactly like this guy. So if you want to be like the two of us, listen to it and start the foundation of building your body and your body goals tonight. Listen, gentlemen, a round of applause for our coach tonight, please.
All right, good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's a bit cold in here. It's too cold. Can we stand up, please?
Can we all stand up, please? Can we all be on our feet? On your feet, everyone, on your feet.
It's too cold. Are you not feeling cold? Are you not feeling it? All right, just shake your hands. Shake it. Shake it. Good. Just shake it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raise it up. Good. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, can you raise the legs up now? Just tap it, just like that. Good. Good. Warm it up. Warm it up. That's it. That's it. I'm not seeing your legs up. I'm not seeing your legs up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Change the legs. The left leg now. Take it up. Good. Nice. 10. Enjoy it. Vibe with it. That's it. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool down. Good afternoon, guys. I'm Coach Temi from My Fitness Ikoyi. It's so good to be here. So good. We can have our seats, please. All right, a quick 1 minute prep talk. Something to get your heads, active. Because moving and fitness is mental. All right. So aside the body looking all jacked and all that is also mental. And if you look at statistics, about 90% of diseases, right, is caused by humans. Nothing just pops up. Right. So our life decisions is what gets us to where we are. All right. So if you want to get active, if you want to get fit, it has to start from your head. It has to start from your mind. All right. Nobody just, I want to get fit. I want to look good. But you're not prepared for it mentally. Yeah. Most of us are sedentary. If you live a sedentary lifestyle, can you raise your hands up? If you live a sedentary lifestyle, can you raise? So sedentary lifestyle means you're not really active. You just, from your car, you just go to work. You work on the system all day, and you're back to your house. You repeat and repeat and repeat. If that's what you do, can you raise your hands up? All right, I have a reasonable amount of hands up, and that's detrimental to your health, right? Very detrimental. Your lower back, your knees are the organs of longevity, all right? Your lower back, your knees are the organs of longevity. You have a weak lower back, there will be issues. Ceteris paribus, that's how it is. You have a weak knee, there will be issues, all right? So that's why we want to strengthen these things. Your hips allows for blood flow, all right? So every day when you wake up, make sure you strengthen your knees, mobilize them, strengthen your hips and your lower back before you move. Let's be realistic. Not everybody has the time to get to the gym every day, right? Realistically speaking, not everybody can do that. But once you wake up, make sure you strengthen your knee, make sure you stretch your knees, make sure you stretch your lower back and your hips. All right, so we're going to get into that now. Whatever we do here, you could repeat that in your home. You could repeat that at office, on lunch break and all that. You could always do that. All right, please, DJ, please. DJ, please. All right. Eyes on me, please.
Close your eyes, breathe it in. Let the stillness begin. Feel the light in your chest. Let your soul find rest. You've been chasing, always trying, running fast, but never finding what was waiting deep inside. A peace that never hides. No more fear, no more fight, just the calm of endless light. When you let go, you'll see the love that sets you free. Spiritual peace and happiness. It's not out there, it's within your chest. When you stop the noise and listen close, you'll find the truth your spirit knows. Spiritual peace and happiness. You were born with all of this. Let the light wash over you and feel your heart renew. And feel your heart renew. Walk slow, breathe deep, stay kind. Leave the heavy world behind. Every tear, every scar led you right to where you are. You don't need to prove your worth. You've been magic since your birth. Every moment, every breath is love that never lasts. Spiritual peace and happiness. It's not out there, it's within your chest. When you stop the noise and listen close, you'll find the truth your spirit knows. Spiritual peace and happiness. You were born with all of this. Let the light wash over you.
While she come up, exhale
Your
slowly.
heart renew.
Yeah, we're doing that 3 times. Take it down again. Good.
Feel your heart renew.
Now we're stretching our abductors now.
Be free.
With our lower back.
Your soul
Pelvic area. In.
your defined by design.
Exhale. Back up.
Every step, every smile,
One
every
more.
day.
Take it down. Breathing in.
Peace and happiness will stay.
Exhale. Good. Now take the right legs up. And stretch it forward. Good. Nice. Stretch it forward. Good. Nice. One more. Stretch it forward. And drop. Good job, guys. Left leg up now. Stretch it forward. I love that. I love that. That's it. Drop it. Good. Forward. Nice. Drop. One more. Forward. And drop. Now you want to rotate now. You want to rotate it. Good. the edge of your seats now. Move to the edge of your seats. Losing them up. They've been stiff for so long. 2 more. Take it up. 1 more. 1 more. Up. Good. Now you want to cross the legs. And place the right hands on it. Good. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The next leg now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job.
So much.
All right, can we come up now?
Thank you so
Let's get
much.
active. Please, can you give me something? Yeah. Up, 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 up. That's it. That's it. Let's get active. 1 minute. All right. In 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go. So if you can't jump, you can just stretch the leg. If you can't jump it, you stretch the legs. All right. We're doing that in 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go. That's it. I love the energy in the room. That's it. Stretch it. Get active. Get active. That's it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take it up now. 1, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 10, 8, 7, all right, relax, guys. Relax, guys. Thank you very much. I want you to remember, lotion is motion. Motion is lotion. All right? Make sure you keep moving. Motion is lotion. Make sure you're always moving. Motion is lotion. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. On your seats. On your seats. On your seats. On your seats. Whatever you better say.
Please, a round of applause for Coach Temi. I think a lot of us were carried away by this session, and it's time for you to hit the gym now. Go and fulfill that promise that you've been making since the beginning of the year. Thank you so much.
Just so we know that we are on the same page. Motion is what? Motion is what? When they were doing dumping jacks, some of you are doing after party dance like this. I will reserve my comments. My lady, let's go on.
Okay, thank you. So next we're taking our first panel discussion right now. And we'll be inviting our moderator, who will be also introducing the panelists to us. But before we invite our moderator, we'd like to tell you a few things about our moderator. Our moderator is an innovative person and culture architect with 12 years of experience in unlocking business value through people and culture. She is the founder of the People's Practice, an HR advisory firm that powers companies in Africa through people, culture, and technology. In a bid to reshape the culture of the work, she was previously the founding director of the People at Co-Creation Hub and led its people operation across Nigeria, Rwanda, and Kenya. Here, she also managed the recruitment of corporate partners, including Facebook and the US Concert. She currently serves on the training faculty at Deloitte and Touch, and is recognized as a people culture and future of African experts, having been featured on BBC Africa channels and Arise TV. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome Ton Tunde
Ladies and
Andrews.
gentlemen, Tom Tunde
Please
Andrews.
put your
Round of
hands
applause.
together. Celebrate her.
Do you know why I'm not always happy the way you are clapping for people? I am a man of culture. She's a woman of people. Let me give you a little history. In case you are opportune to live around the island and you eat night food like I do, there's a place called Babatunde Anjo off Admiralty and Freedom Way. Anybody that has surname as street in Lekki, they're a rich family. A round of applause for Tunde Anjos, please.
You're welcome.
Wow. Talk about just throwing you. Can we please have, okay, no, actually, I'll use this for now. I was going to say, can we take it off? But we'll take it off shortly. I'm not going to be as exciting as the person before, especially when he did a particular dance move. But I will try my best to go on. And thank you for putting my family on blast in that way. So this session is going to be very interesting, but I'll just read a few stats before I sit and introduce the members of the panel. Recent data has shown that roughly 28% of the world's workforce is working remotely as at 2025. And by 2030, global digital jobs that can be done entirely remotely are expected to grow by 25%. This would reach an estimated 92 million roles across the world in sectors like technology, finance, consulting, and the creative industries. For Africa, this matters deeply. It also represents enormous potential, given that our median age is, do we know what our median age is? Do we know our median age? 17 or 18, thank you. I had 17, I had 18. And the fact that 1 out of every 5 people in the world is what? African. Did we know that? So that is huge for us. But despite this potential, many Africans are held back by 3 key barriers. 1, a lack of institutional readiness. 2, infrastructural gaps. And 3, outdated educational curricula. So again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to what this panel would be trying to answer. And the question is, what will it take to build Africa's global remote workforce? My name is Ton Tunde Andrews, and I will be moderating this session. I'm delighted to be joined by an exceptional panel of industry leaders, each bringing unique insights to this discussion. And before I invite them so that you can see them in their full glory, I would nicely ask for this podium to be taken to the ground. That way you can see. I'm not sure who will be helping me with that. Can we have someone move the podium, please? Thank you. Okay, so first and foremost, can we have Mr. Uwem Ekanem join us? He's the country and regional director. Can we keep our hands clapping? Regional director at Nexford University. A visionary in digital learning and skills development. They've been very instrumental. He has been very instrumental in expanding Nexford's footprint across Africa and shaping employability pathways for thousands of learners. Mr. Uwem Ekanem, can we have you on the stage? Thank you. You'll sit close to me. Thank you. Next, we have to keep the claps have to be louder. I know we're getting hungry, right? Next, we have Chinaza Unduka Dike. She's a VP of People Operations at MoneyPoint, where she drives HR excellence, remote team management, and inclusive workplace practices across one of Africa's most operationally complex organizations. Can we have Chinaza Unduka Dike on the stage, please? Okay, I think they're trying to mic. Were they trying to mic you? Okay, they're trying to mic her. Thank you very much. And then we have Ashley Emmanuel. If you were sitting beside her like me, I was already so upset that she could do all the moves before I could do them. She's the COO at Semicolon, a leader in talent incubation and project-based learning, whose work equips young professionals with the discipline, mindset, and practical experience to excel in globally competitive remote roles. And last but not least, we have Usman Maruf. He's the program lead at the National Talent Export Program, NATEP, representing the strategic government-private sector alignment that enables Africans to access global remote work opportunities while ensuring inclusion and equity remain central to these policies. So now we have the panel. We have us in our full glory. I had wanted to do it as girl, boy, girl, boy, girl, but that didn't quite work out, right? So we have us as boy, girl, girl, boy, girl. But yes, thank you. Together, what this panel will be doing is seeing how we can explore the skill gaps, the training pathways, the employer readiness, and the infrastructural enablers that are necessary to ensure that our talent, African talent, is just not present in the remote world, but is also fully competitive and prepared to thrive within the global remote workforce. So I'm going to start with you, Uwem. As a country and regional director at Nexford University, you've been very instrumental in expanding Nexford's footprint in Africa. What would you say are the most critical skill gaps that are preventing African talent from being fully remote ready? And how should we work to close them?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
People out there are seeing. But beyond that, from a more statistical point of view, I'll give you some data. So I hosted a webinar, I think just last month, with a Nigerian researcher who's based in Silicon Valley. And he spent 18 months studying this whole skill gaps thing because he wanted to have factual, numbers. And some of the things that I saw in that report were quite interesting. And I'll share some with you. The first one is that African skill development programs, for example, the 3MTT program that the government is running, I think Rwanda is running one as well, there's one in Morocco, they're doing better than similar programs in the developed countries. So graduates from these programs have better job placements than their counterparts in Europe and in America. Please, a round of applause. Now, but what does this mean? It means that if we take time to train people, then we are going to develop the skills that the world actually needs. But at the same time, that report also showed some conflicting figures as well. One thing that stood out to me was that 85% of Nigerian graduates don't know how to use Microsoft Word. Let that sink in. 85%. So it means if 10 people come out of school today, at least 8 of them can use Microsoft Word. That report also showed that about 70% of employers complain about skills mismatch. So what that means is, I'm an employer, I need skills you don't have, and you have skills I don't need. So there's a glitch somewhere. So that takes me to the whole skill gaps thing. And at Nexford University, we really do take a front row when it comes to the struggles of African talents with skill gaps. And I'll break it down into 3 different buckets. The first one is lack of digital skills. I know when people hear digital skills, they think coding. Do I need to go and learn how to code? No. What that means is just your ability and your comfortability to use modern workplace tools. Please, by show of hands, how many people know Asana? Okay, so I would say maybe 40% or 30% of people here. How many people know Slack? Okay, more people, that's good. So but that tells you if 85% of people can't use Microsoft Word, then how many people know how to use HubSpot? There you go. So that really is where the problem lies. That's the first skill gap. Not knowing how to use digital tools. Now, these are just basic tools that the modern workplace expects you to know how to use. So imagine now you're a remote worker, you've gotten this fancy gig, and your boss sends you a task on Asana, it pops up on your email as a notification. You probably think it's a junk mail and you delete it. What's that saying now? It say, everything go first blow, Abi? You know? But then imagine that you're even the team lead and you're expected to allocate tasks to your team. How do you do this? How do you track the tasks? How do you know who is doing what if you don't know Asana? I can't write a line of code myself. I mean, I tried once when I was in business school, but it was just basic HTML. But today, I can create whole landing pages in 30 minutes. I can rewrite content on a full website without waiting for a web developer to do it for me. I don't need to send a brief. So these are basic skills you need to know. That's the first bucket. The second one is, and this is very interesting, lack of soft skills. There's even there's one banner there that just said soft skills. And I think there's a speaker earlier that spoke about it. This is very important. I want to start with self-leadership, also known as discipline. As a remote worker, you can't do without self-leadership. You need to be able to take the company's North Star. I don't know if you know what North Star is, all right? Every company has a North Star. Do you know what a North Star is? Okay, I'll tell you. So a North Star is the one single goal that every company wants to achieve at a given period. So it could be a year, it could be a quarter, it could be a month. But they say, this is our North Star. This is where everyone is driving to. Whether you are in finance, or in marketing, or in operations, or in tech, this is what we want to achieve as a company. So self-leadership means being able to take that North Star and then breaking it down into sub-goals for yourself. And then leading yourself and saying, this week I'm going to achieve this. This month I'm going to achieve this. Today I'm going to achieve this. And actually getting it done. Because the beautiful thing about remote work is nobody sees you. But they have to feel you. So are they feeling you? Right? The second skill is attention to detail. A while ago, I asked an associate to send me a PowerPoint deck. It was for a partnership proposal. I'd sent him all the highlights, all the key points I wanted in that deck. And it just took me 10 seconds to realize that there were three different font types on that deck and different font sizes. And I sent it back to him and said, no, this is not professional. I said, oh, wow, I didn't realize that. Attention to detail. That's just a small example. But you could cost your company millions if you don't pay attention to detail. Another one is collaboration and relationship management. If you're a remote worker, a lot of times you get to work across functions, across geographies, you work with different people. So if you've been fighting with your siblings, now for you, you will feel it. You need to learn how to work with different people, how to manage emotions. Sometimes someone isn't feeling as great and you want them to do something. You need to know the when, the how to ask for something. And then the big one, communication. That's the biggest one. Everyone thinks we can communicate. I can read, I can write, I can speak, therefore I can communicate. No. A lot of you are on Twitter or on TikTok, you're bantering Arsenal, how Arsenal has not won trophy for how many years. I'm an Arsenal fan, no problem. Banter me all you want. A girl, you're a lady, you're talking about whether it's bob wig or it's bone straight that you should be buying next, and you think you're communicating. It's communication, no doubt. But at the workplace, you are invisible. Nobody knows you. Nobody sees you. If you're not able to articulate your thoughts and present them with clarity and intent, you're going to miss out. It doesn't matter if you're the smartest person in that company. If you can't communicate your ideas properly, nobody's going to see you, and you're always going to fall behind. Right? So let me move quickly to the last bucket. The last one is lack of job preparedness. This one I can spend an hour talking about it. A good example is you study marketing, but you've never done a campaign. You studied finance, you've never analyzed data sets. So you come out with this degree, you think you're ready to work, someone is employing you as a marketer to work, but you don't even know marketing channels, you don't know how to target, you don't know none of these things because you've never done it. So those three buckets, those are the three skill gaps. Lack of digital skills, lack of job preparedness, and lack of soft skills. Now, how can institutions bridge the gap? I'll just summarize. Stop focusing on being content producers. Focus on being skills accelerators. Focus on competency-based learning, as we do at Nextford, right? We don't do exams, we give you projects. So every course you do, when you finish the entire course, you have to do a project where you apply the knowledge that you've learned on that course on that project. So that way, you learn real-life skills. I hope I've communicated.
Yes, you have.
Thank you.
We can give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Uwem. There were very few because you're at Nextford, University, and also just looking at Ashley and what they do at Semicolon. I want to move over to you because you have a few parallels, but I wanted to just touch on project-based learning. I know that you had mentioned, we'd spoken earlier about the graduates. You have 50 graduates from your latest cohort, and you place these graduates as well. But how important is project-based learning in preparing them to compete globally?
Thank you. It's a good question. Hi, a pleasure to be here. So at Semicolon, one of the things that we do is we train software engineers through our one-year intensive techpreneurship program. And as you mentioned, we have a graduation tomorrow. Actually, everyone is welcome to come by if you'd like. So you can follow at semicolon.africa or Semicolon Africa and see. But anyway, so project-based learning is incredibly important. For the way to learn how to code is coding, right? And being an engineer, of course, is much more than coding. There's a lot of broader work. We actually start with, in our techpreneurship program, we start with design thinking, because every employer will always say, yes, we know your people can code, but can they solve problems? Can they think, right? Of course, they're also asking, can they communicate? Can they work in teams? All of those critical skills. So we, pretty much all of our learning, there's some classroom, there's theory, read some text, but from the beginning, the learning is doing. Let's try this one. Our assessments are projects as well, project-based, and actually our techpreneurship program culminates in a capstone project. And in that project, we say, okay, go out, work in a team, identify a problem, solve it. Build what's called a minimum viable product, so a working piece of software-based technology that's also solving a real problem in your world, a real local problem. The reason we do that is, yes, it helps us assess and confirm readiness for the next stage, but that's also basically what everybody is going to do in their lives after training. They're going to be either in a team in their workplace, or if they pursue entrepreneurship at some point, they're going to be working with some other people, identifying a problem, muddling through, building a solution, testing it, figuring out why it doesn't work, putting it in front of customers, figuring out why they don't want it, and iterating until they finally get something right. And actually presenting it is a big part of our training as well, so that they have to stand up and demo it and be able to communicate. Because if you are working for a company, for example, I think somebody before was talking about the interview process. This is true for interviews, of course it's true for executing our work. If you are creating something of value and none of your coworkers understand it or know what you've created, the thing will die there, right? So there's also a critical skill. Even if you're a software engineer that just wants to sit in your dark room with 3 screens, you still have to have that skill set around communication. So yes, I think project-based learning is tremendously important. And this is also actually really borne out by learning theory. It sounds counterintuitive, but one of the best ways to learn something new is to just start by doing it, and then start to do some reading, learn about the theory, maybe be coached through, and sort of fix those gaps as you go.
Thank you so much. So just to we can give her a round of applause as well. I think just to reiterate, I have trained across probably almost all the states in Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, and I would say that one of the biggest skills that anyone can have, and it's a huge plus, is communication. So just hearing Uwem and Ashley just reiterate that as well, it's very important, especially when you're working in a remote role. You're working with people that you may never have met, people who are in different time zones. You can't, everywhere go just blur. It's not what they understand, most times. And because we have come to a place where everything is abbreviated, everything is a slang, it can almost, and as much as it's lovely, we enjoy the slangs as well, but it can almost hinder how they receive things from you, if that's all you've been exposed to since you graduated or since you started working. So I would say to everyone, this is the point where you sit back and say to yourself, how do I learn to be a better communicator of what I do? And it doesn't always have to even be what I do, just the things I know. Like Ashley has said, the best way to learn is by doing. And so I just wanted to just drop that in. So Ashley, thank you, because I know that's one of the things that you do. So this again, back to you and Uwem, very quickly. For those who may never have worked before, we've said project-based learning. What's the one practical way for them to start to work on projects? Do they just sit back and just build something? Because for you both, people have to be in groups already who are in your class or in your programs. What should they be doing? I want them to have something that they take away.
I mean, for us, that's part of why we've created a program. So, and we see a lot of people come to Semicolon for the techpreneurship program who have tried to do some self-study. So they've gone on YouTube, maybe they've done some Udemy type courses, some self-paced learning here and there. Sometimes they come to us because they need a bit of structure and discipline and routine, but oftentimes they just need guidance. So I think that having some kind of structured program that can give direction around what projects to undertake, and then start to really layer in the theoretical components at the right time, and has a lot of coaching built in. And we have both software engineers who are facilitators, even me, I teach some classes, but also it can be peer-to-peer coaching. So I think some people can successfully do that outside of a structured program on their own. It's a little bit trickier, and sometimes it's trickier because they don't have anybody around them who can even give them that sense of direction. So I've found programs to be useful. That's why we've built a program. I think Nexford as well has done the same.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think very quickly I would just like to add that I think it starts with having the self-awareness to know what you lack and you need. That's where it starts from. If you don't even know what you don't have, then you don't know what you need to get. I met with a learner in Ghana recently who said he studied computer engineering for 5 years and he didn't know how to code. And then he came out and then had to go take a whole program for a year just to learn how to code. That's because he had the common sense to know that I can't present this degree to any employer to employ me, because what if they give me like a task that requires coding? And then he had that self-awareness to know what he needed to learn. So that's where it starts from, and that's really important.
Fantastic, thank you so much. So Chinas, we move over to you right now. You're on the opposite end, being, part of an employer of labor. And you manage teams in one of Africa's most innovative companies, MoneyPoint, and you manage as the VP of People Operations. So you're there as a manager, but you're also there as someone who is creating systems. From your experience, what should African employers be doing differently when assessing or hiring talent for remote roles? And also, MoneyPoint is a remote-first company. I just said that properly. So what should they be doing, and what have you done?
Okay, thank you, To. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone, on her behalf.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you.
So for some context, MoneyPoint has employees across like 20 countries. And the way that we're able to make that work on the foundation is structuring the interviews. So the basis for getting an African or a European or an American is essentially the same. So that way you remove cultural biases, you remove things that can essentially color your lenses when you are talking to candidates. Another thing that we do is we make it capability-based as opposed to credential-based. I'll try and explain that. So somebody can come and say, oh, I have this diploma in this. I've been certified in this. We all agree that people can read to pass exams, right? So to his point and Ashley's point, what have you done? What is the evidence of your explanation? How have you applied yourself, and what is the result of the thing that you have done, whether that's in another company or personally? Another thing that we need to change with regards to hiring is, without making reference to, in this part of the world, we have so and so people. So maybe, and I'm going to, please, you can say maybe in Asia, you have many good technical talent. You'd be surprised that in Nigeria, we have a very large concentration of good technical talent. So I think it got to a point where in our company, it looked as if talent had finished, but it was just that we're not searching with the right lenses. We had to rethink and say, okay, what are we looking for? And that was the basis for looking, not necessarily just in locations, but skill-wise. This is the basis of what we need, and then we then go out and get it. And then making, like I said, the interview process, like simulations, mini projects, go and do this. How did you think through your process? She mentioned something about your thinking. How did you think through the process, even if your result was not that great? Perhaps if you're coming for like an entry-level role, if we see that you are thinking in the right direction, but you didn't quite get there, we know that you have high potential, right? So we're able to see that you can come into the company, we can work with you to brush you up and all that. So it's really about positioning for you as the candidates, and then for the employers, it's remove the biased lenses, make the criteria for choosing people as objective as possible, and I think would have like a better global remote workforce.
Thank you. That was amazing. As you talked about biases, I also wanted to share. I think about 2 years ago, I was working with the federal government to recruit across the 37 states, 36 plus Abuja. And because of Nigeria, and also when you're doing anything with the federal government, you have to be wise and give yourself brain, right? And know that you have to hire people from their origin, because it was going to be printed. So I can't say that I'm going to put. They say we're hiring someone in Imo State, and the person's name is Ajanle Koko, right? Or vice versa, you're hiring someone in Adamawa, and the his name is Chinaza, right? So we had to be fair. We had to be seen to be fair. And at that point, you're wondering, but it's a bit unfair because a lot of people have moved across. People, no one said to you, I'm from Ekiti State and Cross River, and I am not. Yeah. People, and also from Lagos State by virtue of my husband. So I'm split in many ways. But I'm living in Lagos. I'm not living in Ekiti or Cross River. So it means that they would never have hired me in Cross River, even if I was the best candidate in Cross River. So I was a bit worried about that. And I thought, this doesn't seem right. But I also understand the complexities of Nigeria. Now, I was amazed. We went in there. We were leading a group of 3 recruiters. And we went in there and we came out with, all our biases were shut down. Wherever we thought we wouldn't find great talent, we were surprised. And the places where we thought we would find interesting talent, Ekiti didn't let me down too much, but they kind of did, right? But we had like 2 great people, but there were some places we just did not. We have a lot of noise coming from the registration. Please, can we kind of tone it down? Thank you. Can we just tell them thank you? Thank you if they'll hear us, yes. But our biases were shut down. So as Chinaza said that, I just remembered that even as employers and recruiters or HR practitioners, founders, CEOs, whatever, sometimes you go in with certain biases and you have to be careful to not color your lenses, as she has said. So I wanted to say that for all the employers here as well. I'm hoping that Hello CV, you have different people from different parts of the world in your company. So we'll just go over to our last panelist, Usman. For you, yours is, we're going to be very kind also, coming from where you're coming from. But I know that one of your goals at NATEP is to create 1 million jobs over the next 5 years. It reminds me so much of 3MTT's very hairy, ambitious goal. But yours is focused on talent export and talent outsourcing. So you should be my best friend, right? Because I currently have a mandate to get 20,000 deep tech people jobs, right? But in turn, you're positioning us as a global talent hub. What policy frameworks are you finding that you are most critical to ensuring that you get us ready, our African talent ready for the global workforce? No pressure, but some pressure.
All right, thank you very much. So I think we'll start from the top. How many of you know about NATEP? 0? Not 1? Well, Ashley does.
Oh, they can't hear you, Usman. I think it may be the microphone. Yes.
Can you hear me?
A lot better.
Okay, great. So, NATEP, anybody? So we have what? Less than 1%, 0.1%? Okay, so, all right. So, NATEP is the National Talent Export Program. And this is a program which is about you. Young people, Nigerians finding jobs and connecting to the global community. What we've heard from the last 3 speakers is you are competing globally in a global market. So you're not competing in your village, in your state, in your region. You're competing with the best globally. Now, what about NATEP? So NATEP is a program specifically focused on growing service exports. That's outside Nigeria. Now, people sometimes think of it as JAPA. So is the government supporting JAPA? Not necessarily. It's supporting you to export your services, but still be in Nigeria, so that the gains of economies of scale and other values can diffuse within the community. And to do that, the first thing is there's skill. And interestingly, let me just add to that, there's a digital literacy framework in Nigeria, but then there's another framework of very key interest. It's called the SFIA framework, the Skills for the Information Age. You can look that up later. So what does that do?
Sorry, they can't hear you. You said You said the digital literacy framework. And what was the second one?
The Skills for the Information Age Framework, SFIE. Now, for the recruiters, for you guys, it's important to kind of probably look at that and see what that looks like. It's a framework that has skills, about 100 plus skills, and can help you think through that process that Ashley and others have really spoken about. So NATAP is really focused around 3 pillars: demand, supply, and enabling environment. Number 1, you don't want to learn skills that are not relevant. The presentations earlier pointed out that there's a shift. Some jobs are dying, new jobs are coming alive, and the middle jobs need to kind of shift to realign. How are you positioning? Where are you? Are you starting? Are you in a job? Do you need to reposition? Is your head down or are you looking up? So while that shift is happening, you need to continuously learn. And it doesn't need superpowers, it needs discipline. Consistency and discipline is a superpower. You don't need to be the genius, you just need to show up, do it, join a team, join a community, and continuously improve. And improve and improve until you get... So there's a level when you improve, you actually join the big boys and also sit at that table. But if you don't improve on a daily basis, you will never sit at that table. So NATAP wants to coordinate supply, demand, and enabling environment. Why? To do a job remotely, you need infrastructure. Power, electricity, connectivity, a space to work from, and possibly some security tools and access. So that's on that part. You need the skill. You need to have a client to work for. You need to have the trust of the client to work for him. You need to have information that this is what he wants. You need to also be able to get paid or prove, show some level of credentialing or proof that you can do and be trusted enough to deliver that. So actually there's a market around that. So NATAP is looking to focus and find what are the jobs, where are the jobs, what are the conditions of the jobs, and how do we bring them back at scale, like a trawler. We go out and fish at large scale and bring that back home into the supply side. So Nextford, Semicolon, all the other hubs in the country, the universe, everybody can now feed off that intelligence. And at the same time working within the enabling environment. What policies do we need? What kind of infrastructure should we plan for going forward? And how do we move as a country? So NATAP is kind of a yin-yang with the 3MTT. They kind of actually birthed from the same place. So the 1 million is actually the 3 million. You don't get 1 million jobs by training 1 million people. You get 1 million jobs by training a larger number of people, which 3MTT decided a 3x factor for now. But the 3x factor is expected to be a much larger factor, maybe a 1 to 10, right? To get 1 million, but the science is not really exact. But that's a start. It's gone out, lessons are being learned, it's being refined, it's being improved. But the most important is the belief, the commitment, the understanding, and of course the cooperation. It's not going to be one person doing it. Now, coming back to your question on the policies. So to get infrastructure, the Minister of Communications is pushing the bridge project, pushing out 90,000 kilometers of fiber. Regulations around power are being changed to allow states to generate electricity. There's quite a number of hubs coming up to produce and align with the university. So it's a triangle, academia, industry, and government, trying to really rein in on that. We are trying to collaborate and link between foreign affairs, trade. It's a trade matter. When you offer that service across the border, it's actually international trade. And it's called Mode 1, service trade.
Okay, he can hear that. Yeah, Usman, they can't, you have to always project.
Okay.
I know.
So it's called Mode 1. Mode 1 service trade. It's cross-border trade. You're trading across a border. So it's a trade matter, a technology matter, and a labor matter, and an education matter, and a youth matter, all blended in one. So the most important thing to understand is the government is with you, working with semicolon, learning, reading, talking, fine-tuning. And we're going to see forward, what you are going to see forward is the backing of the government in projecting that image and that confidence and removing that trust deficit and removing that information asymmetry to make sure you have the information, we build the trust for you, and we build the infrastructure together with the private sector and the opportunities to train so that you get into those jobs and actually pay good taxes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Usman. So I like that you mentioned that there's a very close link between NATAP and 3MTT, and that 3MTT is actually serving as a funnel for you, and that's how you're exporting. We should be very closely linked. But you've answered the second question I would have asked you in terms of what the government is doing and what you are doing in enabling an infrastructure, or the right infrastructure. For those of us that work remotely, has there ever been a time where you are, maybe not everyone working remote, anyone that is working in a hybrid team on Zoom and light just went, and you've told your people you are working in a different time zone and it's dark here, but for them it's still daylight. And the next thing, at that point everywhere will really blur, right? Because they can't even see you. How many of you have had to go through that, where everything just goes off, right? Blank. Or, Cecil, you're laughing. Or the internet, the light now takes the internet. So when the light comes back, the internet is not yet back. Right? Okay, you've gone through that. So you've already answered what you're doing, and especially...
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? That is actually the trick. If anything is happening, that's what you just keep saying, because most times they can hear you. It hasn't fully gone off, but you don't know. You now start saying, oh, God, what's going on here? That's what they can hear. You just keep saying, can you hear me? Thank you. So now, because, Usman has already answered and spoken about what they're doing in terms of the, with the pipelines and, infrastructure for internet. But I'm just going to speak to OM and Ashley before we go over to Trinata. Very quickly, what are you doing for your learners who have to deal with these sorts of issues, infrastructural issues? Very quickly, before we take the final roundup for everyone.
I mean, I don't know how to do very quickly, but I'll try.
Your gift of summary.
I mean, I'll hit you with bullet points. So I think the first one is just build for our environment, right? We're not in Silicon Valley. We're not in Europe. We're not in America. We're in Africa, where light goes off. It can go off now. I mean, it went off the other time, and they had to come fix it, right? So build for our environment. Know that light can go off at any time, and people don't have data. So make your programs, your curriculum nimble enough to work with low bandwidth. Second thing is, people are on their phones, but not everyone has a laptop. So meet your learners where they are. Create programs that people can use when they are on their phones. The third thing is flexibility. Someone spoke about asynchronous learning and programs, right? That's the future. I can't be everywhere at the same time. If I had to be in a class right now, I wouldn't be here. But right now I can be here and decide to do my schoolwork later at night or over the weekend. So I think that's what we need to do to bridge that gap of infrastructure. We can't solve it because we're not government. I'm not going to make light 24/7 overnight, but I can make sure that my learners can learn when they have light and when they have internet. If internet comes up in your house every midnight, then you do schoolwork at midnight. If light comes on by 1 a.m., then you do schoolwork at 1 a.m. It's as simple as that. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
Yes, I agree with those points. Just to add, I think for us, we think about this a lot in our design of both conducive learning, but also, we also we have an in-house team of software engineers, and we outsource, including internationally. So we have to think about it both for learning and then for all of these talent that we're exporting. We need to make sure that the global companies can get the results that they expect. And so I think we've done a lot of work around programmatic design, facility design, designing those roles and journey to make sure that we've filled that gap, basically. So for example, our techpreneurship program, currently we're running an in-person training in Yaba. We not only have the facilities and of course internet and backup gen and all of that, but we actually provide students with laptops because you can't really code without a laptop. And a lot of people can't afford to buy their own laptops. We provide lunch every day. I would love to have the cash flow for accommodation, which we've tried in different ways. We're still working on it. But the way that we filled that gap between needing to have quality program, quality infrastructure, and people who have tremendous potential but just don't have the money to pay for that, is we've innovated around our financing model. So instead of paying before they start working, most of our learners take a student loan, and then they pay us back once they're working as an engineer. You know, we have 10 people working for MoneyPoint about. Those MoneyPoint people, they can pay us back, right? Once they start earning their salary. So we've done that design for our learning, and then of course, for the people that we outsource, part of what we need to provide as the company outsourcing the talent to a client in the US or the UK is not only the programmatic structure and the governance, but also the facilities. And I think there are ways to partner around that as well.
Thank you. And you've already, thank you, Ashley. You've already bigged up Chinasa and her, and MoneyPoint. So what would you say from the employer stand as we wrap up? What should employers be doing, given the infrastructural issues that we have or challenges that we have on ground?
Okay, the first one, I don't think is rocket science, but pay your staff well enough that they can afford to buy data.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean,
I thought I would hear more people clap.
there's that.
Amen to that.
I'm also not oblivious that the economy is in a state, and a lot of employers are really struggling. So I would say that for employees, candidates, wherever you find yourself, whether that's in interview mode or actually working, I think you should try to have alternatives. So I've had situations where I'm in an interview and the candidate switches between networks like 4 times, perhaps switches devices. So they start with the laptop, but maybe because halfway through it, the laptop dies, they've tried to get power, it didn't work out, and they switch to their phone. That particular thing doesn't affect the candidate's chances of getting in because the person is probably doing the best that they can do at the time. So aside paying the employees as well as they can, making a bit of an excuse for maybe candidates that have that struggle at the beginning, and then for you as candidates, make sure you, to the best of your ability, get alternatives for getting the job done. On the employer side, if you can afford it, you can also invest in alternative power solutions. We've also tried to work around that. It's a task. So you know how you have like power packs for laptops, you can get solar panels and all these things. When you come to scale, it's a bit expensive, but for you personally, if you can afford it, just make sure you're available and accessible to the best of your ability. Then employers, please understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as we come to the talent, the panel questions, we're going to open it up. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, I saw her hand go up first, and then his hand, and then I'm now lost. Whose hand did I see go up first? Hers. Can we come forward? What microphone are we using? Thank you, and then you can join as well. We'll try and take 2.
All right, we'll just take 2 because of our time. All right, let me just know the tools you want to pick, so I'll take one from there and the second one. All right. Please, if you have actually raise your hand and just stand up and come forward.
No, she's coming. They're moving forward, yes.
All right, very quickly. Thank you.
And if you know who you'd like to direct it to, that would be good. If you don't, we can just do a mini, more, wherever it lands on.
Ladies first. Ladies first.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name, please?
My name is Tumilade.
Sorry, we didn't hear you.
Tumilade.
Tumilade.
Yes.
Okay.
First off, I want to say thank you. It was a lovely session.
Thank you.
My question is actually for, I think, you and...
Sorry, who and who?
Him.
Uwem and?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your
Ashley.
name. Yes, Ashley.
Okay,
Hi.
okay, cool.
So you talked about projects. You talked about working in groups and how that helps a person. How do you now marry people who thrive better working alone? Yes, there are actually people who prefer to have their own space and actually do much better when they work alone. They perform better. So I think in that aspect, you might have to look at looking at people individually and their potentials individually rather than feeling that they would work better in a group. So how would you allow that person thrive? Because group projects are actually very, very tough.
Okay.
Yes, because you get to mix with different people, you get to work with different people, different ideas, and sometimes they might just choke you out.
Okay.
So how do you marry that? How do you make it work? How do you spot the potential in one person? How do you harness that potential?
Okay, 1 minute. We'll go with Ashley first, and then 1 minute, please.
It's a good question. And I would say different people have different strengths, different personality types. We recognize that. Absolutely. Know your strengths, succeed with your strengths. But I would say no matter what your career is, you can't run away from working with people. And especially if you want to advance, most career tracks to advance, you're going to need to build those people management skills more and more. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Learning happens in discomfort. If it doesn't feel hard and it's not uncomfortable, you're not growing as much as you could be. So my advice, and we train so many software engineers, and most of them prefer to just work by themselves in a dark room with their screens. So we have to push them out of their comfort zone a bit. And what they learn is they can do it, right? So the sooner you work with people, especially difficult stakeholders, the more you're actually growing a lot of your skills around stakeholder management, being proactive, communication, self-management when you get frustrated, emotional regulation. And those are actually the skills that are valuable today. Most employers want, most people outsourcing complain that they see a gap there. And it's going to be more and more important, actually, in the workforce of the future as things like writing code get more automated by technology. The very personal, the ability to work with people and understand them is actually going to be more valuable. So just try your best.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, not much to add to that. Just to say that if you're too comfortable being comfortable, you're not going to get far. So I know it can be tricky and it's daunting sometimes, right? But just start small. Start with working with one person first. You don't need a group of 5 people or 10 people. Work with one person first, get comfortable, then work with 3 people, then 4 people. So by the time you get into a company that you need to work with 7 people across different countries, they're speaking different languages, different cultures, you will be a lot more comfortable. Okay? But you can't do it alone.
Thank you. Don't get comfortable being comfortable. Thank you, Timmy. That was a great question. And our second question, introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Uchenna. My question is to everyone, right? So basically, when we were growing up, I will use this from the educational system we have in Nigeria. When we were growing up, we had things like past questions.
We had things like?
Past questions.
Okay.
They prepared us for each level, right? Whether it was 100, 200, or 300 level. Now, we have left that system. How do we prepare for those? You are talking about skills gap. How do we learn those things we have? How do we practicalize them? If it's not in a work environment, how do we get those problems and solve them to put what we have learned into practice?
Okay, so I'm going to have to choose. I'm going to choose Usman, you go first. Chinaza would go next because we have 2 for 2. 1 minute, please. China, good.
So I very much understand the challenge he's speaking about, especially if you went to like hardcore engineering school, right? You need to look at all the questions for the last 10 years and really understand how to pass an exam. But in the real world, it's all about the skill, the technique, and the method. If you have a method and a technique to get things done, so there are various methods and various techniques and various frameworks to get things done. If you understand that, it's like a blender. Any tomato you get into that blender would give you tomato paste at the end, as long as the method. You might need to tweak between them and do a little shifting here and there, but method, technique, approach, and understanding will always get you through. And this is what, when you go to semicolon or next word, they're saying the project-based approach. It's going to be a real-world scenario, exactly what you're going to get when you go out. First day you open your business, somebody's going to walk in and say, I have a problem. And you start from there. That's really what happens in the semicolon and next word. So that is real-world, practical, applied knowledge in practice. And over time, you get used to it. Pretty soon, you could do it with one eye closed.
Round of applause.
Okay, Chinaza.
Okay, thank you. So I think that the academic system, especially in Nigeria, supports a lot of cramming, right? You have to cram. Okay, you have to cram to pass that exam. In the real world, like he said, that's not the case. Many employers value clarity of thought. So you have the method, right? You know the concept, the fundamental concept. And on that concept, you can essentially build. Even the aeroplanes that you see, they have like a foundation of their engineering. So even if you're able to demonstrate enough clarity of thought at the fundamental basis, that is the accelerator you need to like push yourself when uncertain situations come along. Do you understand? So just know the fundamentals as well as you need to know it. Be able to think clearly on those. And then when more complicated problems, real life problems come, this thing is too loud. When complicated real life problems come, then it may be a struggle, but because you understand the fundamental or the depth of it, then you should be fine.
Okay, thank you. Owen wanted to add one thing.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing, and I begged for this. It's a mindset thing. Mindset of continuous learning. That's it. Continuous learning and adaptability. That way, it doesn't matter how the world changes, new jobs come, anything, you always evolve with time. That's it.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for the panel session. I'm so sorry we are taking no more questions. Can drop your hands. If you want to see them afterwards in the breakout session, network with them and ask your questions. Caroline, we are in photograph session now.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, as MC, you're trying to rush me, but I need to also thank the panel for guiding us over the last 40, 50 minutes on just what it takes to hire, train, prepare African talent for the global workspace. So just join me in thanking them as we rise and take pictures. Thank you.
A round of applause for this beautiful loaded panel session. In case you are taking note like I was doing, method, technique, approach, understanding, clarity of thought, and above all, mindset changes everything. It's a gap. You feeling me, right? Say, my brain, it's too sharp. Samantha, who is that man? Samantha, who is that man? Who is that man? Who is that man? All right, TATC members, TATC stakeholders, please come join the pictures, please. TATC, come forward. TATC, come forward. Come forward. Samantha, you are joining them. Oh. Olamide, they come. Oh. Mr. Gab, Mr. Gab, Mr. Gab, Mr. Gab. Samantha. Samantha. So we're having more people join the pictures. More people for the pictures. Yeah, more for the pictures. 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 Jobberman stakeholders, you are joining them too afterwards. Stakeholders, Jobberman, stakeholders, Jobberman, stakeholders, Jobbermans. All right.
Came from a place where you know say money nothing, so you guys work all day. Came from a place where we know say money nothing, so you guys work all day. As I did my job,
Jobberman stakeholders, thank you very much.
because I did job.
Thank you so much.
If you see me, nobody for attention. As I did my shine, you love to see me. Cause I did as I did my shine, you love to see me. Double body for attention. You shall it drop, you shall it drop. Shall it over.
DJ, thank you so much. I want to say a very big thank you for that wonderful panel section. And during the panel session, our speakers talked about soft skills, having soft skills, and also they mentioned entrepreneurship. All this you can get from Jobberman platform, www.jobberman.com/learning. When you go there, you can take the soft skills trainings, entrepreneurship, and small business training as well. And to also bring to mind again that this whole event was put together by Jobberman in partnership with MasterCard Foundation. So we've learned a lot today. Please take a course in soft skills and entrepreneurship training. Thank you very much.
I would also like to add to what she said so far. A lot of people initially or before now used to think Jobberman is just a job-seeking website. Jobberman is now a career development and talent management company. So if you want to hone your skills and you want to evolve, Jobberman is the best place to be. If you have dreams and you want to move from sleeping to doing an execution, Jobberman is the place to be. Jobberman is the place to partner your dreams with. Mr. Gab, am I correct? Thank you. Samantha, you with me? I got you.
So very shortly, we're going to be having a health talk. And we're going to be inviting to the stage Dr. Valerie Okorie.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Valerie Okorie. Health is wealth. The biggest of all things in life, when you are doing your birthday, they will say, I wish you long life and prosperity. Prosperity without peace or long life is what? Is what? Is what? I get answer, but I don't want to say. A round of applause for Dr. Valerie, please. Round of applause, a round of applause. DJ, pause the song. DJ, pause the song. DJ, pause the song. I thought we agreed that when we call people on stage, you celebrate them. If you're a lady, if you're a woman, and you're a man that appreciates strength in diversity, a round of applause for Dr. Valerie Okorie. DJ.
What time is it? 2 o'clock, right? All right. Hello, everyone. All right. My name is Dr. Valerie Okorie, and I will be speaking on health checks that you need to take seriously as a remote worker. Whew. Okay, guys, permit me, this is really amazing. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm representing our doc and Aproco doctor here today. Okay, so I want you guys to really interact with me as I tell you about what you need to do to stay healthy as a remote worker. Okay, let's begin. I've always wanted to be a remote worker. Okay, I've always wanted to be a remote worker. Like everybody here wants to be a remote worker, and many of you are already remote workers. But why? Because we want to escape Lagos traffic. Abby? But is that all? You want to earn in dollars, right? But the most important thing is you want to escape Lagos traffic. You don't want that commute. But you know the problem? When you remove the commutes, you remove the movement. Because when you are always sitting down, please, can you check your posture? Let me see. Check your posture. How are you sitting? I can see there. Do you know what you are doing? You are sitting like this. Everybody. Most remote workers spend 12 hours a day with backs shaped like a shrimp and their necks down, pressing laptop. And it's not your fault because you have been doing this for a long time. But do you know what this causes? It causes chronic back pain. And this chronic back pain will cause you problems in the long run. So, I'm going to be telling you 4 health checks that you can check to stay healthy as a remote worker. Okay, now number 1 is what I call the sitting disease. We are always sitting down. And this sitting disease can cause deep vein thrombosis. Now, when you sit down for 12 hours long, what will happen is that your blood will slowly flow to your legs and form clots, small clots. And you think that, it's not just small clots. Do you know what that can cause? Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess what that clot can cause? I had chest pain. I'm seeing, I think there's a doctor here. That is not me. It can cause heart attacks, right? A simple small clot in your legs can flow up and block any vessel. It can cause stroke. You hear someone who was pressing his laptop and just suddenly collapse. Why? Because when you sit for long hours, what happens is that you suddenly develop this DVT. It's called deep vein thrombosis. A clot forms in your leg, dislodges, and goes and blocks a vessel up there. In your head, causes stroke. In your heart, causes a heart attack. So, how do we fix it? Because, hey, we are tech people. We don't just talk problems. We talk what? So, how you fix it is that you move. You what? You move. And how do you move? I'm not saying, the guys now, I'm a tech bro. I'll go to the gym, push 1 or 2. I'm like, But Dr. Val, I go to the gym. Heart attack can still happen if you go to the gym, right? So you move. And the simple movement is go for a run for just 20 minutes a day. Go for a jog. And if you can't run, then you walk. Say, that's the fix. Are we going to try and walk? Are we going to try and work? All right. So now we know the solutions because I am a doctor and we always like to, check yourself. We always encourage that you do regular medical checkups. So what are the checks you can do? Number 1 is a lipid profile. Now you'll be like, Valerie, I'm a slim babe. I don't think I have fat. It's not true, right? You might be slim, but your blood vessels might be full of fat. Why? Because some people are snacking as you are doing your Zoom call, chim, plantain chips, all these small snacks, right? What it causes is that it causes high level of cholesterol, and not just that, high level of blood sugar. So, number 1 is you check your lipid level. So you can do a lipid profile test. And you can do that test with, say, our doc. Good. Now, and that test you can do is your blood sugar. You need to know your blood sugar because diabetes is also a very common complication of prolonged sitting. So you know your blood sugar. Another common thing that we don't know is, can anybody guess? She said no. Wow. Someone should send that person out of my class. Right? So, and that common thing, thank you. I see you. And that common thing you can check is your blood pressure. If you know your blood pressure, raise your hand. Okay, I don't want to embarrass some people, but it's okay. It's okay. So your blood pressure is very important. Because when you know your blood pressure, you know what to do next. Okay, is anybody good at math? Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick equation. All right? Sitting down for long hours plus stress plus coffee equals what? What? Now they're like, does it increase or decrease? And you guys will be saying what? The answer is hypertension. Hypertension, right? So that's why you need to know your blood pressure. And a simple one is that if your blood pressure is anything above 135/80, you are going towards the high side, right? So as a remote worker, check your blood pressure. Please, are you promising me you check your blood pressure? Right? So I know your blood pressure might be 120 over maybe 60 or 70 today, but it doesn't mean it won't change tomorrow. So when you move regularly and you exercise, you tend to reduce this problem. Okay, now let's go to the second check. The second check is your sight, your vision. I will give you a scenario. You wake up in the morning. You check your phone, maybe social media and stuff. After checking your phone, next thing, you open your laptop, you start working. You work for 12 hours, you join a Zoom call, you are spending time on the screen. And then you're like, I'm tired. Then you close your laptop, and next thing, you want to relax. How do you relax? You check your phone, you do Netflix and chill, right? And what are you doing? Screen, 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 screen. And what will this cause? It will cause strain, a digital strain on your eyes. You're having blurry vision, you're having headaches, you're having eye pain. So you need to check your eyes. And I don't mean like, I want to go and buy eyeglasses. Because I know a lot of tech people use glasses. But it's not about the glasses. It's about your eyesight. And one thing you need to check is ask your optometrist or your ophthalmologist about your intraocular pressure. Intraocular pressure simply means that when the pressure in your eyes increases, it causes something called glaucoma. And glaucoma steals your eyesight. Do you want your eyesight to be stolen?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
You're going to check your eyesight.
Check
I don't mean
1
check your
2.
eyesight to go and buy eyeglass or wear shades, because I'm seeing some people wearing shades like, the light is too bright, let me wear
Check
shades.
1 2.
No, right? So even if you are wearing glasses on your screen, it does not cause the fact that you need to check your eyesight.
Check
okay?
1 2.
Okay, now let's talk about the fix, because as I said, we find problems and we find
Check
solutions.
1 2.
And the fix
Check
is the
1
20,
2. Check
20,
1 2.
20 rule.
Check
Has
1
anybody heard
2.
about that?
Good sound check.
Okay.
1
You know,
2.
Right now, I think I'm the biggest textist
Good
because
sound
there's so many
check.
things I
1
ask and
2.
like you don't know it.
Good sound check.
Okay.
1 2.
So the 2020 rule is
Good sound check.
number one, for 20 minutes, right? Every 20 minutes, you look at something 20 feet, right? For 20 feet, something at 20 feet for 20 seconds. So let's say I look at that Africa down there. I look at
Check
it for 20
1 2.
seconds.
Check 1 2.
And I'm like, okay, fine. For every 20 minutes, I do that. So when you are walking, you could put a timer on your phone, maybe a 20 minutes timer or a 30 minutes timer. And after that timer rings, you just look at something far for just 20 seconds, right? And you do it every 20 minutes. This will remind you that you need to check your eyes. Because sometimes, like, you realize that something that you could see far before, you no longer see it. So this is like exercise for your eyes. Will you practice it? Will you practice it? And I said we should practice it here, but I don't want to check some people's eyesight right now. All right, so that's the fix. So let's talk about the third check. That is check 3. And this is what I like to call the indoor deficiency. Please, if not for this beautiful event organized by Jobberman, right? When last did you leave your house? Apart from today, when last did you leave your house? On Sunday. To go to church, Abby. Now, church stuff is digital. Is it not? You attend service online. You order food online. You walk online. Everything on. So, Now, you're no more going outside, though. And you know what? It causes what they call the indoor deficiency. And what vitamin would you lack if you don't go outside? Oh, my God. You can give yourself a round of applause. Nice. That is one thing that you guys know more than me. I'm happy about that. So, vitamin D deficiency. Vitamin D affects a lot of things. It affects your bones, which is the most common, right? So, that back pain that you're having will get worse, leading to chronic back pain. For the ladies, it could lead to early osteoporosis. Okay? So, please, try and go outside. So, how is the fix? The fix is touch grass. Like, literally, touch grass. Go to the park. Feel the sun on your skin. Right? Like, you know, they say sun kiss. Let the sun kiss you now. Is it not? So, are we going to go outside? You say no. It's not your fault. Is that Zoom call? That Zoom call that you've been on since morning. Some of you are even on the Zoom call now. That is in your phone. Right? So, please. Vitamin D deficiency causes also anxiety and depression. We don't want you to be depressed. See, if you are making all this money, if you are making money as a remote worker, and you are not checking your health, do you know what is going to pay? So, your health will be the tax that you pay. You know, next year we are changing our tax, right? You use your health and pay for tax if you don't check your health now. So please, I really, really do oblige you that you should do that. So I think the fourth check is your what? Your mental health. Your mental health. Like, one of the most common things that I see among remote workers is loneliness. Who is lonely here? Who is lonely? You know, they say it's lonely at the top, but now it's lonely as a remote worker. So, loneliness. You know, when you used to work, you can gossip with your colleagues, complain to them, but now, if you want to complain to your wall. So, loneliness, call a friend. You know, tell a friend, call a friend. You know, don't always just work. Try to experience some level of social connection and not social media, not just scrolling blindly. All right? So that is something that we can do as remote workers. As I conclude, I want you to ask yourself, am I sleeping well? You are not. Okay. Am I irritable? Any small thing? I beg, leave me, Joe. You know, they talk something, you cut call. Do you dread opening your laptop? I know you love your job, but you wake up in the morning and like, you look at the laptop look you, and you are angry. So, the way to fix it is create a shutdown habit, right? Create a shutdown habit. When you build a shutdown habit, that means find ways and rituals to curtail these things. And you'll find out that your health is wealth. Even if you stay in a single room, let your table be your office. And let your bed be your resting place. Don't always combine everything together. As a remote worker, your dining table is where you eat. So try and experience health. Because even as you do all these things, staying healthy is more important because your body is your engine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Valerie. Thank you. Wow, that was an awesome section. And we're going to buttress it more. You know, we first earlier had an exercise break, right? And now we have a health section. We're still going to have another section, the wellness segment. It's going to be taken by someone, a wellness specialist from iFitness, right? But before then, I want to bring to our reminder again. You know, most of our panelists talked about soft skills, some of the skills you need to have, right? And I also mentioned that you can log on to Jobberman website, www.jobberman.com/learning, where you can have access to the soft skills training, entrepreneurship and small business training. And we have another one, the Global Gig Work Mastery course. You can have access to those courses. And when you take those courses, you can also have the privilege to join our Jobberman alumni group. So please, go through the Jobberman website and take those courses. Very important. So at this point, I would like to invite Eniola Olushola to the stage for a awareness segment. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up. Please celebrate her. Celebrate her, please.
Sing to me now. Want to go, let's go. All right, Mr. DJ, thank you so much. God bless you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Eniola Olushola, and I'm the Corporate Partnerships Manager for iFitness Center. So today, I'm going to be talking to you about why fitness is important, especially for remote workers. But not just remote workers, everybody that works in an office, right? So I'm going to start off with a little story. I've been told I have just 15 minutes. I'm going to have to rush this very quickly. So once upon a time, there was a girl called Eniola. Now, Eniola, from the moment she was born, she loved food, right? On her very first birthday, she had eaten a huge chunk of her birthday cake, and they had to turn it around so they could get good pictures. That's how bad it was. As she grew a bit older in her toddler years, she would sneak away from her bed in the middle of the night just so she can eat food from the fridge. She wasn't afraid of the dark or anything. Oh, okay. She wasn't afraid of the dark or anything. So she would eat and eat and eat until she fell asleep in front of the fridge, and her parents would come and pick her up from there. So this pattern continued. She was obsessed with food. Then her parents saw that it was beginning to affect her confidence because she was a chubby kid, and kids used to call her all sorts of names. So they had put her in all kinds of activities. She was in ballet, karate, soccer, basketball, everything. She had a scooter, a rollerblades. It was crazy. But they hadn't fixed her food problem. This continued into her teenage years, and her older sister said, okay, let me try something. Let me see how I can incentivize Eniola. So she said, okay, Eniola, run 5 minutes, run one. Thank you. Testing. So she said, Eniola, okay, run 1 kilometer, and I'm going to give you 5,000 naira. Guess what Eniola did? Eniola ran that 1 kilometer and even ran further than that. Her sister said, okay, let me try this continually. It got up onto a point where Eniola was running 10, 15 kilometers, and she eventually ran a half marathon and won. And mind you, it was still a bit on the heavier side. So Eniola now goes to university. She went to Unilag, and her love for fitness, rather for running, had already solidified by then, and she now started incorporating weightlifting into her workouts. And because she was already in a busy space, working up and down, she was able to regulate her weight, right? So this was how she maintained a balance. But then, after uni, she got her very first job. And guess what her very first job was? It was in hospitality. So now, she had to taste every single meal that left the kitchen. She had to taste every cocktail, every single thing. She had to eat it. And because she wasn't moving around as much, she gained weight. She was at the heaviest, at least at the heaviest she thought would be the heaviest of her life, which was 82 kg. And then that, affected her confidence. Then, thankfully, COVID happened. Then Eniola started doing what she loved most again. She went back into the gym. Sorry, she was working out from her house every single day. She dropped to 72 kg. COVID ended, back into the office. She gained weight, a ton of weight. She got to 98 kg, right? And she had lost a lot of her confidence. She didn't recognize herself in the mirror until one day she realized that, see, if I'm going to keep working and I'm going to be at the height of my career, I have to figure this thing out. So she said, you know what, if I have to wake up earlier, go to the gym before I go to work, I'm going to do it. And she started that, and she lost some weight, and she got down to around 84, 83 kg. So if you haven't guessed, if you haven't already guessed, I'm Eniola from the story. So that is my story. And I'm sure this story resonates with a lot of you here. But I can see really young faces. Maybe you're just starting out. But that can be your story if you take the right decisions. If not, you'd probably be Eniola at 98 kg. So that is why we decided to come up with a program that teaches people who sit in the office for long hours how to effectively get their fitness journey on track. Because time is very short, I wouldn't have so much time to go through the slides, but I'm just going to give you a few key points, right? So for me, if I want to go to the gym and have a decent workout, I have to wake up at 4 a.m. I call it stupid o'clock because it's ridiculous. So I wake up at stupid o'clock, and I leave my house like around 5, and then I can go to the gym by 5:30 and work out to like 8, right? And then because I did that very early in the morning, I still have a lot of energy, because when you work out, it increases your energy levels and sustains you throughout the day. So that is how I combat it. And then another thing that's really important is timing yourself. At every interval of an hour, you have to just take a break and go for a walk, right? Because if you don't, track that, you can end up sitting down for 12 hours. So if you look at me, if I leave my house, I stay, towards the other side of Lekki, so it takes me about 2 hours. That's if I leave at 7. I can be in traffic for 2 hours. Then I clock in at work by 9, and then I can be seated for 8 hours if I don't track it. So that's already 10 hours that I'm seated at my desk. Then going back home is another 12 hours. So it means I've spent half of my day sitting down. So this is something that needs to be properly tracked to ensure that your fitness levels are, balanced. And something else that is also important, it was the young lady that came up before me. She was speaking about health. A lot of people think that health and fitness are the same. No. There are health metrics and there are fitness metrics. So what we do at iFitness is that we take you through a very concise fitness assessment. We check your cardiorespiratory endurance, muscular strength, muscular endurance, flexibility, and core stability. Now, these are very important metrics because you see people who go to the gym, like guys that lift weights only, right? And they think they are fit. But then, how flexible are they? How long can they run? And after they've finished running, how long does it take for them to recover? So these are all the things that make up a well-rounded fitness assessment. So yes, you may be healthy because you look fine, right? But then you need to do the test to know just how fit you are, because being fit is what would help you, is what is going to help your body recover quickly when you do fall ill. I could give you another story. So when I first resumed at iFitness, it was a fast-paced working environment I didn't believe until I started. And then 2 months in, I noticed that my eye was twitching, right? It was twitching severely, and it didn't stop. I didn't know what was happening. I finally just decided to go to the hospital, and they told me that I was stressed out. Not only was I stressed out, I had malaria, and I didn't even know. I was just still working. And the reason why, yeah, that is dangerous, but the reason why I was able to work like that, even when I was really stressed and sick, is because I have maintained my fitness level up until a point where my body can handle that kind of stress from sickness. So you always want to be on the fitter side so you can maintain your health levels. Another tip that I'll give you, this is actually a funny one, because someone actually asked me this one time, how do you know when you've eaten to a point when you are full, right? So this simple hack, this is a very simple hack. If you need to open up the button of your pants or your skirt, you've eaten too much, just stop. So that is a hack that I'll give to you. So thank you so much, everyone. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I hope to see you guys at the gym soon. All right, bye. DJ, don't sleep on me.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Adela today. DJ Boss. If you have been waiting for refreshment and item 7, say yeah. If you have been waiting for feeling remotely and from inside. Say, Jobberman. This is time for lunch break. What do you say? You don't want food? Okay, let's stop the lunch, please. We'll move. So what we're doing very quickly is very simple. We are doing a lunch break, and immediately afterwards, we are going to the experience centers and the experience booths. Caroline, we have some exhibitors to call up tonight. So sit down. Please do not collect more than one portion. 2 portions means something else. 1 portion. Benny, I know you have come a long way. You understand my point? So, we're going to be serving people on their seats. Then after the lunch is served, you can go experience the booths and the employees are over there. You go drop your CVs and make sure you interact with the brands that are here. High Fitness is here. You might just win a subscription. They didn't send me this, but I'm saying you might. Not that you will. You might just win. So when you go there, you can do like 100 press up and impress them. If they're impressed, they will give you something to go. So we have employers and exhibitors to announce. So I want to let you know the people that are waiting for you behind this section of the event. And afterwards, when you're back, we're here for the fireside chat. I'll give you the instruction on how we're going to do the fireside chat. But in the meantime, shall we start with the exhibitors? Caroline.
Okay, so we have Spoof Media Limited exhibitors. So when you go out, just look out for them. We have Hard Business School. We have Plateau African Integrated Service Limited. We have Proof Enable Limited. We have Goal 55. We have VetroGo, Harvest, Just Space, Hello CV, British Council.
And the employers that might change your history. You know, every work you do or every job that you have is like a relationship. Some people are taking for granted their relationship. That means you are underemployed. So, for example, now, if you are technically complicated, that means you are employed, but you want to go to greener pastures. Go and drop your CV. Or maybe, for example, the job you are doing is not your dream job, but your dream job is around you today. Drop your CV and port from one position to the other. So I will list some of your helpers that will not stress you or disappoint you today. Like your employer. Employers are like helpers. You are bringing value. They are also supporting your dreams. So I'll be giving you the first employer today. Bridgework Consulting, Money Points, Synthesis, Toku. Wow. Exclusive Treat Consulting Limited, She Leads Africa, Comic Republic, Global Network Limited, Propel, Salve Consulting Limited, and the last but not the least, Iyara. Wow. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're standing by for the musical interlude and lunch break. Please remain seated. We have enough for your entertainment and your convenience today. Mr. DJ, food is necessary, music is important.
Hi, beautiful people. We are back again. I hope that you're enjoying the panel session and also the health part. And that is what I've brought with me, my very beautiful colleague, Anastasia. Anna, say hi to them.
Hi everyone, my name is Anastasia. I hope you have been enjoying the Remote Work Festival. If you have not been listening and since, I enjoy you to participate full time. It has been exciting, really, really exciting. Dolakwa can testify here.
Exactly. Anna, for me, I really enjoyed the panel session. How was it for you?
It was interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating, actually.
Nice. So during the session, there was something Ikane mentioned. So Ikane is the regional director of Nextport. And so he said something about 3 pillars. He was talking about the fact that some people lack digital skills, some people lack job preparedness, some people lack soft skills. So for him, these are the 3 major things that doesn't make people get the kind of opportunities that they want to get. And now, Hannah, you know that at Jobberman, we offer soft skills.
Yeah.
Now, how can you tell us, or how can you speak or connect our soft skills to job preparedness for job seekers? Just like Uwem Ikanem had mentioned.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Yeah, so I said that Uwem mentioned during the session that a lot of people lack soft skills.
Yes.
So because they lack soft skills, they are not able to get the opportunities that they want, right?
Yeah.
So now at Jobberman, you know that we have a lot of soft skills, and now one of our skills are soft skills. So I want you to tell us, how does soft skill help the lives of people that are looking to get into remote jobs?
Okay. Awesome. So the soft skills that we actually have at Jobberman, the Jobberman soft skills enables talents seeking opportunities, to prepare for work opportunities. It enables you to know how to manage your time appropriately. You are able to know what to do part time. You are able to manage your time appropriately. Exactly. You are able to know what it is like to work with other people and communicate effectively. You know how to communicate professionally. You know what it takes, to work in a professional environment. It's not just about you coming out with your certificate. You say, I have the certificate, I have this degree.
Exactly.
You should know how to communicate to people efficiently, effectively. You should know how to, plan, organize schedules. You should know how to, manage your work time, manage your space. And most especially for those of you that are actually aiming at remote work, you're looking for opportunity to work remotely, you actually need soft skills. It's really important and it cannot be overemphasized.
Beautiful, Anna. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Now, sometimes we have, especially tech bros. It's not a sub to tech bros, right? But a lot of times these tech bros, they know their jobs. Engineers know their job, especially those guys that code, the engineers, front-end engineers, back-end engineers. But sometimes, because I am a product marketer, right, they cannot exactly explain to you what they are telling you. Like the feature they've built, everything they are working on, they cannot explain it to you sometimes the way you understand. I understand because I've worked with these guys over the years. Now, communication skills. This hints on the fact that communication skill is really, really important. So beyond knowing everything about your job, beyond knowing how to code, some of these guys are good at what they do.
Yes.
But sometimes they lack this communication skill because they believe that people should know the right thing. So for people like this,
but if you don't communicate, how do we know?
Exactly. If you don't communicate, how do we know? So Hannah, I like that we've hinted on soft skills, but beyond communication as part of the soft skills, we also have our critical thinking. So critical thinking is one of the modules or courses that we have in the soft skills.
Yes.
Now, Anna, so far in your career, how has critical thinking helped you in times that you're often working remotely? How has it helped you when you're trying to solve something and a colleague is not responding to you? What do you do and how do you solve the situation?
A lot of times, starting up as an intern and taking the Jobberman soft skills, I would say that it has helped me a lot, because there are sometimes that you are stuck, you don't know what to do, especially when maybe you have deliverables to do or to give out, and let me say you have a network issue and you're supposed to deliver in the next 2 hours, in the next 3 hours, you have to think of a way to ensure that you reach out to the client, to ensure that this person is satisfied, while trying to also ensure that, okay, the network is not an issue, it's not stopping you from, delivering what you have. So, critical thinking is very important, and it has helped me a lot. It has helped me to meet deadlines. It has helped me to ensure customer satisfaction. It has helped me to better communicate ideas and strategies to my colleagues as well as clients.
Beautiful, Anna. Thank you so much. Now, for the rest of the session, we still have other sessions like the fireside chat. Tell our listeners one word why they should stay up till the end of that session, because we have a lot coming up. So why should they stay up? What should they expect from some of these sessions?
It is an amazing session. You don't want to miss out. There is a lot in store. I can't begin to state all the things that we have in store for you. I would just say beyond words. I would say beyond words. Beyond words can actually.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Anna. We really appreciate your time here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Delako.
All right. Guys, we still have something for you. Right about now, we'll be bringing somebody from iFitness. This person is an instructor, and they have, trust me when I say they have tips. They have information for you with regards to your health, right? So it's not enough to be a remote worker, to work, to earn your paycheck. Everybody's talking about dollar. Everybody wants to earn in dollars, beyond naira. But, you don't want to spend all the dollars on, treating medical conditions. That's why we have somebody here for you. Guys, our very beautiful instructor from iFitness. Tell us your name.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Eniola Olushola, and no, I'm not an instructor. I'm the Corporate Partnerships Manager for iFitness Center, West Africa's fastest growing fitness chain. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Thank you. So I have a question, okay? Because a lot of times we have our tech bros, we have our tech sis, they are sitting behind their laptops for hours. I'm guilty of that. So I need you to tell me what to do henceforth, right? There are lots of people doing this. They sit down for long hours. What is the most simple ways you believe that remote workers should take care of their health when it comes to physical exercise?
Well, the first thing I would say is to ensure that you break up your sitting at every interval of the hour. So let's say it's you're going to be in the office for 8 hours. It means that you have to time yourself. So every interval of hours, you just get up and walk around and come back. So you can just walk around for 10 minutes. So because exercise is a brain booster, right? Just 10 minutes of exercise can severely change your mood and help you, be more energized to carry on through the day.
Okay, so with what you said now, I understand now. It makes me realize that there's a misconception around exercise. People believe that they have to exercise for 2 hours a day. People believe that maybe they have to exercise, maybe 3 hours every day. But with what you've mentioned, it means that even the little 20 minutes of our time daily goes a long way, and I really appreciate that. And I hope that you got what she said. Okay, so something else is when it's beyond the physical exercise, right? As we exercise, what we take in, what we eat also matters. How should remote workers be intentional about what they feed as much as they like to exercise? So for example, somebody might say, I want to take a lot of chocolate. Oh, don't worry, I'll burn it. Is it ideal? Are these the right things that they should be doing? What are the simple breakfast tips that they should have in order to live healthy as much as they exercise?
Okay, so first of all, I would suggest that before you even come up with a nutrition plan, you have to know how your body even burns fat, right? You have to know what your metabolism is exactly. So then from there, you can now plan out what your meals will look like throughout the day. So for breakfast, I would say you want to start off with something life. I always like to start my day off with also protein, right? Nothing too heavy, something that actually fuels my muscles. So protein helps fuel your muscles and gives you energy throughout the day. So that's my own hack.
Yours, and it differs according to different
people. Yes, you have to know your body. So aside from you just making your own plans, it's also advisable to go and talk to a nutritionist. Because what works for me doesn't work for the next person. But there are different types of body types. There are the endomorphs, mesomorphs, and what's the other one? Okay, but there are different body types. So you need to know what your body type is and eat for your body type.
Okay. Thank you for that. I've taken my learnings because I feel, a lot of times I feel like I'm guilty when it comes to nutrition, especially when I'm working remotely. Sometimes I find myself being stuck into tasks. I take water, yes, but sometimes you just want to.
What water do you take?
I take as much water as will get me to the restroom every minute because I want to complete my deadlines. Okay. However, I know that I have this guilt that this is not the right thing and this is not the right way, and that's why we have someone like you today on board. I mean, this.
It's good to be very specific. You're going to drink 3 to 4 liters of water per day. The easiest hack for me is I just have my standing cup and I drink 3 of that per day.
So I take up to 3 bottled waters in a day.
3 bottled waters? Yes. 75 cl?
Yes, 75 cl.
That's not enough.
So I should
about 8 bottles.
So I need to go back home and take enough water.
Yes.
Let me write it down. All right, thank you. So I have something else, right? We can't ignore the fact that we are in Nigeria, and a lot of times Nigerians don't really take their health seriously.
Yeah.
However, I like the trend now. People are being intentional about their health now, but beyond that, for someone that is not intentional about their health, what are the early signs that shows that this person lacks exercise? Or early signs that shows that a lack of exercise might start to affect this person on the long run. Maybe when it comes to their bones or when it comes to even strength. What are the early signs that shows that this person needs to eat the gym or this person needs to start to exercise?
That's a fantastic question. Okay, so at iFitness, we do something called a fitness assessment, right? We're going to test you across the top 5 fitness metrics: cardiorespiratory endurance, muscular strength, muscular endurance, flexibility, and core strength. So now, all these 5 tests is what will actually inform you about what you need to do to improve your fitness. So some people might not be able to touch their toes. It means that you're lacking in flexibility. If you cannot run from here to the end and come back without you panting excessively, or maybe your BP goes, your blood pressure goes really high. So the safe range is from 85 to 130. If you're above 130, after just doing minimal exercise, that's a problem. Then if you can lift 2 times your body weight, can you squat 2 times your body weight? Those are the kind of things first of all, even before I get to 2 times, can you squat your body weight? Can you deadlift your body weight? Those are
those are really important.
Yes.
Important things.
Yes. That lets you know how fit you are.
Okay. That's beautiful. I've really learned a lot on my own part. And so one last question I have is that, I mean, not medically, but if you want to talk about a non-medical thing, I feel like we've touched on one.
Okay.
But I won't go there because I was busy. You've told me what to do.
Okay.
Now, what is a non-medical thing that a remote worker should do that would help to improve their health? So one thing that we had mentioned is drinking of water.
Yes, drinking water.
So beyond drinking water, what other habits can they do?
Sleeping well. Sleeping well.
I feel like
actually
this session is for me.
You need 8 hours of sleep a day to function properly. Yes.
8 hours of sleep.
Yes, and that also helps you build muscle better.
Yeah, so I think this will lead me to a conversation because most of these remote workers, they do jobs that are not within their time zone.
Yeah.
For example, I can be working here now and maybe at night I have another gig to do.
Yeah.
What can you say with regards to that?
To help them.
To help them.
Well,
because,
I mean,
they have the gigs.
Yeah.
Maybe they won't get that 8 hours of sleep in a day or maybe at night. Would it, be better if they take it during the day? These are some questions that I believe some people would want to know about.
So I would say that you shouldn't sacrifice your sleep for anything. If you need to properly plan your life to ensure that you get your 8 hours, maybe even not 8 hours, but you should have a routine where at least maybe you're making up for it during the weekend. But you shouldn't just go straight without getting enough sleep, because sleep also helps your brain as well. So if you're not even getting enough sleep, you're not fueling your brain right, and your brain won't function properly, and you can't even do the work that you're trying to do at the end of the day. So sleep is non-negotiable.
Okay. All right. So give us a word for our listeners. I can see I can see a few comments here.
Okay.
I would love to read them, but because of our time, just give us a word for our listeners. What do you want to say to them? Whatever you want to say to them.
Okay, so I'd say you should prioritize your mental health. Do not let anybody convince you to trade your mental health for work. That's what I have to say to you.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Guys, thank you very much. Expect me next. We are still coming up here, but guys, we'll be connecting with you next. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Employers also turned out, right? So we're having a very good time. I'm going to be interviewing one of the participants, one of the job seekers here who got value for why they came here, right? So can we have you? Please, what's your name?
My name is John Paul.
Or Mr. John Paul. So I'm going to ask you, right? How has your experience been here so far? What did you enjoy about the remote festival?
Okay, so first of all, putting a face to all the amazing figures behind Jobberman and meeting rap from Jobberman here is a real inspiration to me today. And then I got to meet a lot of people, connect with a lot of people, and I'm really happy about that. So I'm also looking to transition into fully remote opportunities. So I'm open for all of that.
All right, that's very nice. So I hope we are also going to go into the experience centers. There is game there. You know, this is remote first, right? The team is close your laptop, turn up today, right? There is game happening over there. You have to meet employers over there, right? So I want to make sure that I'm going to catch you up over there, all right? All right, thank you. So we're also going to see some of our sponsors, some of our amazing sponsors, our partners over there, right? So we have iFitness, we have Right, we have Hello.tv, we have Propel, of course, then Jobberman as well, right? We have Pulse, our dog as well, right? So all these brands have come out today to support Jobberman, to support what we are doing, to support the amazing work we are doing, to make sure that job seekers get remote work here today. They get the best experience. They come, they unwind, they close down their laptops, and they enjoy themselves. Right now, I want to introduce you to our experience center where so much is going on, right? Our experience center. Can we go to the experience center? Sorry, excuse me. All right. So this is the experience center. Can we see the environment? Can we see the environment? So we are going to go to Jobberman's booth, right? We're going to talk with some amazing persons over there. Hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? So can I get to know you? Good afternoon. How are you doing? What's your name? Joseph, right? So Joseph, how has the experience been here so far? Let's look at the camera. Okay. It's been lovely. So you are at the experience center. Have you experienced amazing events happening here? Like there's game here. Are you a fan of PS5? Because I'm a fan of PS5. Come on, man. You have to be a fan of PS5, my guy, right? So make sure that you experience all the amazing things that are happening here. Connect with a lot of other job seekers. But most importantly, right, a lot of employers have their booths here. Go there, talk to them, right? Know what they have to offer to our amazing job seekers. Do you understand? So, all right, thank you. Let's go to the Propel booth. Sorry. Hello. Good afternoon. Can I get to... hello. Okay. Sorry. Have you engaged with them? Okay.
Where we just come and take pictures and they send it to our email.
Oh, they send it in less than 30 minutes.
So we just take, post the camera.
Oh, okay.
And then put your email address.
Okay.
And send it to you.
So this is very, very amazing. What's your name?
My name is Joy Oji.
My name is Raf from Jobberman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is Raf from Jobberman, right? So I want to ask you, right? How has your experience been here? Have you connected with employers? Have you linked up with a couple of job seekers? Have you even gone to I see that you are here trying to experience the less than 30 minutes photo, right? So there's a whole lot going on. Have you gone to experience the beauty of the experience center today?
Yes, actually, I actually pitched.
Okay. Oh, you did? Okay. How many friends have you made today?
How many friends? I think 2 friends.
I'm one of them right now. Yeah?
Yeah, you.
Oh, my name is Raf from Jobberman. All right.
So I actually went because I met with the Aqua Dog.
Oh,
I
okay.
met with couple of other, I think I have their flyers here.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
going to
great.
go through. I downloaded some apps. I'm
Oh,
going
great.
to check it out. So it's been a really nice experience.
All right. So I don't want it to stop here, right? There's a whole lot of stuff going on there, right? There is a site for PS5. There are people are playing games. Yeah, so people are playing game, right? Please make sure that you exhaust all the options here at the Experience Center.
I'm going to wait.
See, it's worth the wait. Trust me, it's worth the wait. All right, thank you. So we are also going to go over there to see what's going on. I've been talking about the PS5, the Experience Center, right? Now we are going to go and see. Remember that the theme of today is close down your laptop. My laptop is closed, even though my name is Raf from Jobberman and I have so many emails to push out today, right? But my laptop is closed and I'm here to experience the beauty of, working remote, having your, your laptop shut for a while. Do you understand? All right, thank you. Can you follow me? All right, so hello guys. Can I talk to these amazing persons here? No, you have to pause your game for this. Pause your game. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know you don't want to pause the game, right? Yeah, it gets like that. It gets like that. All right, my name is Raf from Jobberman. What's your name?
Samuel.
Oh, Mr. Samuel. All right, so I see that you are engaged in this beautiful game, right? So what has the experience been so far with the entire event, the remote work festival? What do you think about it? Just in a few sentences, let me know.
Well, I think it's good. It made me come out of my house.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah, it made me come out of my house. I'm currently working right now, but remote is easier for me because I'm a software developer.
Oh, okay.
So but the fact that I can also see people and engage with people.
All right, so this is very, very nice because the idea of this is for us to shut down our laptops, right, and come out and play games and engage with every other person. I want to ask you this question. So there is this notion about remote workers that they don't take their bus in the morning. Are you on that side where I want to tell us. Look at the camera and tell us the truth. Do you take your bath in the morning?
Yes, I do take my bath.
You do take your bath. Top knuckle. You're my guy. Thank you very much. All right, so we are also going to see the amazing sponsors and every other thing that is also going on here. So we are also going to have a picture of what is going on here at this point. Seems like someone has. So it seems like we have someone who is being interviewed at this place, right? Please, can I crash? All right, so we would like to see, there's so much going on here, right? The Experience Center is so amazing. So we would like to see more of things that are going on. Please, can you follow me? All right. Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot. I hope you don't mind. You guys, the three of you, right? So I would like to know, please, the camera is over here. I would like to know what has been your experience here, because I see you guys here, and you guys are like kind of engaging in this amazing conversation, but I don't know what you guys are talking about. Can you tell us what you guys are talking about?
Okay, so we're talking about the nice progression of character animation and animation itself in Nigerian industry. And we're really liking these guys' vibes and just being excited about what they have done with just moving to the animation and bringing it to this level of creativity. So we're just engaging and just having fun and just.
Are you in creative?
Yes.
Oh, you're in creative. And you work remote?
Yes, I work remote.
Oh, that's great. So, with the entire remote work festival that has been put together by Jobberman, what do you think about it? Is it something you would like to attend more, or do you want to see more of this? Are you having your the fun of your life or your time, right?
I would love to see more of this.
You would love to see more.
Yes.
You said that you work remotely, right?
Yes.
How often do you come out of your house? I mean,
He actually
still.
had to drag me out.
Oh, he had to drag you out. I like the fact that you guys were dragged out from your house. Please, can we also know you?
Hi, my name is Osas, and I'm the page director for Spoof Animation.
Oh, okay, Osas. My name is Ra from Jobberman. I don't know if you've gotten any email from Jobberman, but yeah, this is the face behind it. But I love that the fact that you guys are engaging in this beautiful conversation, right? Please keep it up. This is the idea. This is the reason why we put up this wonderful event.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So we have seen the amazing job that Jobberman team have put together in collaboration with MasterCard Foundation and all our partners, right? A whole lot is going on here. And I like the fact that people are engaged, right? And I like the fact that people are engaged, right? People are, like, if you look around you, a whole lot is going on. I mean, there is also this food part, right? Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please, what's the name?
My name is Ekene.
Yeah, Mr. Ekene, my name is Raf from Jobberman. What's the name?
I'm Taiwo.
Oh, Taiwo. Taiwo, what's going on here? I like the scent of what is going on here. Can I get something to just put in my mouth and like chew? I can, right? Oh, this is nice. Thank you very much. So, what's going on? I mean, so people can come here and have a taste of this. Okay. Okay. Oh, one cone is just 1,000. All right, just keep like 10 cones for me. I'm coming back. All right, thank you. Don't worry, when I come back, all right? All right, so thank you very much. So, there's so much still happening, right? We are still walking down and seeing the amazing work that is happening, the amazing experience that's happening at this experience center. I can also see hello.cv. Hello.cv, good afternoon. My name is Raf from Jobberman. Please, can I know you?
My name is Uche.
Okay.
I'm Babs from Hello.cv.
All right. Babs from Hello.cv. All right. Can you tell us what's going on here and what job seekers are going to benefit if they come to your booth, right, and engage with you?
So what we basically do is we help you take your CV from whatever it is, as basic as it is, to a stage where we're showing job recommendations that are tailored to that CV as you've uploaded it. And we don't just stop there. We also help you tailor that CV to specific job details or job descriptions, and also help you write cover letters tailored to specific job descriptions also.
And this is for not only remote workers, but whether you're working remote, I mean, anybody.
Global opportunities, actually. You're open to global opportunities when you come on our platform. And not just that, you can also choose specific countries, specific locations, job. It could be salary ranges you want to change. You can also tweak all of that and get specific recommendations based on your preferences.
All right, thank you very much. How has the event been for you so far?
It's been great, actually. Massive turnout, and that's quite impressive.
All right, thank you very much for engaging with me. All right. So right now we are going to be going back to our studio to know what's going on. Dolapo is manning that side and she's doing an amazing job. Dolapo, can you hear me? I bet that she can hear me. So let's go over that side.
Myself and Anna.
Hello.
Hi. All right. We were just listening to a session where we have some participants singing.
Yeah.
How was it, Anna? I felt like this was. No, I felt like this is Project Fame.
Yeah.
Maybe remote. No. Project Fame for remote workers.
Yeah.
It's fun, and we had a lot of singers using Christian music. What does that mean? Sometimes I feel like when we are in certain situations, or maybe especially a competition, most people want to get religious. Then, Spotify rap just recently released, and we saw, the kind of music that everyone listens to and all of that. So, but it's really fun. I think I want to try my talent on Project
Oh, wow. Wow, Dalakwa.
Actually, guys, Anna can sing very well.
I would like to see you sing Dalakwa.
No, she's pretending. She can sing very well. You're just pretending, Anna. Show them your skill. Give us just... Okay, Anna, give us 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Dalakwa, please.
If you don't do this,
Dalakwa, please.
If you don't do this, I'll be forced to do it. And if I do it, your participants might just disappear. And we don't want that. So grace this present. Give us 30 seconds. Guys, watch out for the next Simi of Nigeria. Watch out.
Awesome.
Oh wow, beautiful. I like that we have participants that are having fun.
Yes.
I was when you had the employer exhibition side.
Yes. I went there for a while, and before we go back to that, I wanted to say that it's so beautiful to see that we have people that are talented, not just people that have certificates, not people that have soft skills, people that also have hard skills, people that are also talented. They have crafts.
Yeah.
You can see that they do certain other things other than just coming to just work. Yes, it's like they have a work-life balance. And that's what they are seeking for, and that's what Remote Work Fest is all about. Being able to help you balance your work life, with your life, so you are able to even live healthily. I think the last speaker was from iFitness, and yes, I know that we've been able to get a lot of things from what she has said.
Yes, I did, because I'm really guilty. When it comes to, I would say, taking enough water, because of the, sometimes we are busy, we are working. Guys, just stand up for 2 minutes.
I'm guilty.
Take water. Stand up for 2 minutes and take water. Have good breakfast, good lunch, not ordering meat pie from. I mentioned meat pie because there's this eatery close to my place. And when I'm walking and I feel exhausted, and I've calculated the time that, and when I realized that, I don't think I would be able to cook before the end of the day, what I do is I just order. But these are not healthy food.
Yeah.
So it's beautiful that we're having all of this. Guys, we have something interesting coming up. It's our fireside chat. I believe that you are pumped for it. It's something to look forward to. We have different breakout sessions, and I want you to stay glued. Stay glued to the fireside chat. Pay attention, take learnings, and we just want to see you at the top. See you soon, guys. We'll be right on the stage right now. Bye.
Bye.
Oyedika, communication specialist, Jobberman, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Timmy Agbaji, and I'm not doing this alone tonight. I'm doing this with my own beautiful and able co-host,
Okay, Caroline.
and we'll be standing by. Time out. God bless you. Thank you. No, so, clap for us now. Not the one. You clap for us. Are we not doing a good job? Okay, for emphasis, this is 1A. That's 1B and 1C. 1A is designing a borderless career, mapping your next 3 moves. 1B, inside global teams, how African talent powers products and projects. 1C, remote ready, job ready, skills that matter beyond your CV. So this is 1A, that's 1B and 1C. 1A, 1B and 1C. 1A, 1B and 1C. 1A, 1B, and 1C. I did with you. I see you. I did with you. I see you. I did. Hey. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's my nigga. That's my G. A, B, C, D, E, F, A. That's my nigga. That's my G. Necessity. Necessity. Don't divide. You don't de play. You don't de spin. You don't de roll. You don't de spin. So I know you're wondering how we're going to listen to ourselves without commotion. We have headset for everybody. Headset for everybody. But please, caveat. Don't go with it. Caveat. Don't go with it. Caveat. Nothing like I forgot it in my bag. Nothing like I don't know I got it in my pocket. So get the headset. They are, we are in the 22nd century from today. We are moving ahead. Futuristic. So we have headset for everybody. Just sit in your classes. They will give you headset. But please don't go with the headset. Don't go with the headset. It's for your entertainment and convenience inside the hall. Don't step out of the halls with it. I even trust you. Nigerians, they know they thief. Nigerians, they know they steal. Nigerians, they know they thief. Nigerians, they know they steal. You are saying, do Nigerians steal? Do Nigerians steal? Do Nigerians cheat? Are Nigerians liars? Do we do fraud? Do we do bad things? God bless you. Nigerians, they know they thief. Nigerians, they know they steal. Nigerians, they know they cheat. They know they thief. They know they know they lie. Hausa, they know they lie. Yoruba, they know they lie. Omo Igbo, they know they lie. Ibibio, they know they lie. Efik, they know they lie. Idoma, they know they lie. Yoruba, they know they lie. Ures, they know they lie. Ijebu, they know they lie. Akwa Ibom, they know they lie. They know they lie. Tapa, they know they lie. Ibira, all of us are one family, one body. Nigeria uniformity and diversity.
Follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me with your coca body. Cause this your milky for fronting now for me. Hold on for me, I no go do me corny. And
if you are looking for your Nokia phone, you left it on your seat. Just come and look for Doyin. Doyin has your Nokia phone, but you have to come with your IMEI number, receipt, your phone number, NEPA bill, proof of residence, NIN, birth certificate to show that you are the owner of the phone. So the headsets are coming to you already. Collect one and wear it. Collect one and wear it. Don't take it to your house. Don't take it to your house. I like this song, brother. Look it up for me.
If I go broke, I go put up. Thanks for your concern. I can't manage that, so don't worry about me. Worry about your deadline. Underrated, but I'm still cashing out. You go shock, you say I get money, but your face. My G, you should know. You should know what will you spend when you go. My G, I'm on the own. My G, you should know. You should know what will you spend when you go. My G, I'm on the own.
One sec. So I've been told that you don't have to be permanently where you are seated. If you like the topic of 1B and you are here, you can join 1B. If you like the topic of 1C and you are here, you can go to 1C. If you are in 1C and you love what is happening here, you can come here. We are one big family, so join any class that interests you from the topics I mentioned earlier. 1A, 1... Please, I've been told to announce again, don't go with the headset, please. The headset is for use inside it all. They will give you man. It's coming, don't worry, believe. The headsets are coming on very shortly and their channels are tuned in already. Just join the class, the channel comes on. The headsets are active, just like Jobberman.
loving the vibes on Check from the Necessity DJ.
Topics for the fireside chats. For fireside chats 1A, we have redesigning a borderless career, right? Redesigning a borderless career. An insight to be given on mapping your next 3 moves. So this is fireside chat 1A. If you are interested in redesigning a borderless career, you remain. So for the fireside chat 1B, we have inside global teams. Inside global teams. So insight to be given on how African talent powers products and projects. How African talent powers products and projects. So for fireside chat C, 1C, we're going to be looking at remote ready, job ready. I think it's behind. Remote ready, job ready. So insights will be given on skills that matters beyond your CV. So you can switch positions based on the topics that matters to you. Thank you.
Team
actually.
Luipa no clap.
You know, when we were I was having a quick debrief with them, and I mentioned that the important I think remote work is very easy.
You will manage
so
me.
for
for doing business, where he advises on how technology can help Nigerians better export their services, as well as working with several government agencies and partners to build technology that gives that private sector better access to government services. A round of applause for Cecil. So, thank you very much, Linda, Benjamin, and Cecil. Thank you for taking the time to do this. So if you're just joining us, today we're stepping into a new era of work where borders matter less, right? And competence matters more. Companies across Europe, North America, Asia, and the Middle East are now hiring remotely, and African talent is firmly on their radar. So from Lagos to Accra, Nairobi to Kigali, the playing field has opened, but global opportunity actually demands global readiness. So in this session, we are all going to demystify what it takes to succeed in the global remote workspace, break down the tools and mindsets that you need, and then show you exactly how to position yourself to compete and win on the world stage. So are we ready? We're ready? Team Blue? Team Blue? Awesome. Great. So I'm going to ask a few questions. I'm going to throw some general questions, then some specific questions, because I know we have a software engineer here, we have a globally renowned freelancer, and we have a leading product thought. In fact, that's my professional brother there. Product managers, I see you. So I'm going to start with this one. How would each of you define a borderless career? And that's just based on your journey so far. Cecil, you can start, or whoever wants to start. So how would you define a borderless career based on your journey so far?
Hello. You can hear me? I can hear me. Hello. Okay. It's working perfectly. It's the volume issue. Most people don't know how to handle the knob. It actually comes down. That's a weird thing.
You're representing Nigeria, probably the only Nigerian, in fact, in a distributed team.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think for them I have some.
Yes, so you can answer the same question. Just how would you define a borderless career?
Okay, so for me, it is quite different, and I would say that when we talk about borderless, is for me it's working mainly just for foreign companies outside of Nigeria, basically focusing on how to provide results and solve problems for them. So also for in terms of like borderless, yeah, the what you said, basically it's having freedom, doing what you love, and making money. Because at the end of the day, you always want to make money. Because I'm money driven. You get me? So for me, it's you just doing what you like, and then making money from what you like, and you're basically very free. You're doing whatever you want, and that's just how it is for me.
Okay. I think for me, a borderless career would be a career where you have skills that are employable regardless of your geographical location. It's a career that isn't bounded by like where you are, where you live. It's a career where your skills are globally transferable. That's what a borderless career means to me.
Awesome. So you see why we picked them, right? Someone has told you do what you love, but just know that you can make money from doing what you love. Cecil has talked about your exportable skills, especially as a Nigerian. Yeah, actually, the designated social prefect. I can totally relate to that, right? And Linda has talked about, those transferable skills, doing things that, regardless of your location, people would look for you, right? So, Linda, so at what point did you realize that your career could be borderless? At what point did you realize that you didn't have to be doing Ikeja to Island to sit in an office to work for a Nigerian company? At what point did you realize that, my career, I can actually go borderless with this?
Okay, thank you. I think I've always known that my career was going to be borderless. I got into software engineering because of the possibilities associated with the career. While in university, I was studying computer engineering, which is like the hardware part. So I did like a lot of hardware things. But luckily for me, I used to live in like a lodge where it was like a lot of like computer science students were there, and most of them had there's a time when GDG was like student groups and all of that, and I associated with that influence because I saw how like they would organize like meetups and conferences, and they would get like budgets from Google reps like in the US and all of that, and I'm like, if I can do this, if there's like this opportunity in this career path where it's like my earning capability is not going to be limited by Naira, which is always like depreciating and all of that, why don't I go ahead? So essentially, I've always known that my career was going to be borderless, and that's the whole reason I got into software engineering, actually.
Nice. Thank you so much. So, Cecil, what about you? At what point did you realize that, A, I'm not going to be confined within four walls?
Thank you very much. So pretty similar to hers. I think my journey started in university. I was studying human physiology, and in my second year of university, I joined something called ISEC. I don't know if that's still a thing. I don't know if anyone knows what ISEC is. But I was in ISEC at the time. And the entire point of ISEC till today is preparing you for cross-cultural exchanges. And so you would join ISEC, an ISEC local chapter in your university. You'd go through a bit of, let's call it soft skill training, and then you'd apply for an internship or an externship in a different country. And the entire point and how this relates to work and gigs is it was self-funded. And so all of ISEC after the soft training was, so how do you find money to finance this trip to, and take your pick, Ghana, people went all the way to Europe. And the most, as students, the most obvious and relatable thing was gig work. And I always remember sitting in an ISEC workshop where they were telling us how to write very compelling Upwork proposals. And I wrote mine, and at the time, the technical skill I had that was most ready for the global market was product design. And so I remember doing my first Figma board. In fact, similar to when she said Google Developer Club, for the University of Calabar, I think I was in one of the first Figma student design clubs. Day one, the day they opened, I was sitting there. And so that was probably the first Upwork set of proposals I went out. And I think, and at the time, it was only Payoneer that works for Nigeria. That first Payoneer, $130 that hit my account, clear as day. And ever since then, it was just been optimizations and optimizations to keep that being the norm. Every other job I've optimized. I don't think you would pay me a ridiculous amount of money today to get me to work in an office for you. Every other job has been remote. I intentionally craft and apply to roles that at least claim to be hybrid, preferably fully remote. Anywhere. Even if, so some opportunities in the US, I'm still looking for remote friendly. I think that's kind of where I'll stop. But the thing I'd want to add is, unless he says something different, a lot of what you've heard leans heavily on exposure prior to. If you find yourself in the position where our baseline has kind of passed you already, you're right now in the workforce and you're wondering if this is for me, if this is not for. The only thing I would say is toss your hat in the ring with the same intentionality you'd send to a local based company. Don't assume that because this role is remote friendly that you can show up to the interview acting or behaving a certain. If you would wear a suit and go to the in-person, please believe that remote job, you'll get points for wearing a suit. And it's not just wearing the suit, it's the way you present. If you'll be professional in real life, show professional there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So before, I'll come to you, Benjamin, right? But before will I skip you, so there was something you spoke about in the first question. You said something about how being a Nigerian, right? Certain things are automatically expected of you. When you're here in Nigeria, you're working with your fellow Nigerians, you're normal. So what are common cross-cultural misunderstandings that Africans could face when working with global teams, and how can they navigate them?
Interesting. I'm going to give you a direct answer, take it backwards as well. So the first answer is biases that Nigerians face working outside. That's easy. It's real. It's racism. It's implied biases because you are black. It is, the occasional slip that you hear a manager say. The best I can put forward is, why you're in this job. You know what this job brings to you. Like, we're all Nigerians. I think everyone here knows that your first remote role, that first dollar gig, the arbitrage in Naira, it's very important. It helps you. It softens your life. If you find yourself in that place, the immediate thing is not to respond, and this is coming to my second thing, in the typical Nigerian way of bolsterous, why, how could. You require a bit of tact. Racism is real. Mind you, biases are real. But you must understand that for a lot of people, these biases come from zero exposure to people like you. Take, for instance, someone who worked in Berlin, in Germany. That's a very white society. It's a very slow white society. They believe in slow professionalism. Everything is detailed. German engineering. Everything is detailed. Everything is precise. As a Nigerian, our onus is usually speed. You want to show that you are capable by moving fast, moving quickly, making quick decisions. The Germans abhor that. So they would prefer that you spent 10 days thinking about something and made one presentation rather than did one presentation 4 times with four sets of corrections. It looks worse. And then there are other times where it's the exact opposite. And so if you're in a Silicon Valley startup, for instance, doing anything, usually the onus is they want to see you move fast. So you then hear people say things in their introductory packets like, oh, don't be afraid to speak your mind. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. That's a very American white culture. It's very different from a European culture. And those are things you need to mind. But now I want to take it the other way. The most culturally relevant thing that you hear about Nigerians when we work outside is people tend to consider us as loud. It's not a bad thing. It's a bit of a bias. But what it stems from is your typical Nigerian culture. We know how to do this work. We're equally skilled. If something is not well aligned, we'll probably be the first to point it out. A lot of people do not like the Nigerian approach to top level. Oga, no. No, sir, please. Or there is a softer way that Nigerians are not very skilled at because it's not introduced to us. parents, teachers, every authority figure you've ever met. Usually when you do wrong, they'll clear you instantly. They don't even mind if they are strangers. There are subcultures and work cultures where that is seen as not only insulting, but, disrespectful to the person you are correcting. They expect that you take it on the chin in front of everyone. You prepare clear detail. This is why I didn't like how you spoke to me or how you worked with me. And you back channel it probably through HR to the other person. You don't even approach the offending person directly because you could cause a double offense in assuming you were wrong in your observation of why this person said this or why they did what they did, but you've now approached them immediately. You've sent a recorded message on Slack saying, how dare you, XYZ. Channel through HR, it will get back, follow, due process. And so that, I would call it the Nigerian need to clear someone is kind of how you now have a bias where people assume that, oh, Nigerians, because when they ask you to explain, in your own right, you say, oh, no, it's because I said, which is valid. But the procedure there is stop first, finish this business meeting, talk to HR, let HR get back to you, and then see how things go from there.
Awesome. So Team Blue, you guys have heard, no basbos in the office, in remote teams, no violence, right? Keep it for X. All right. So I'll come to you, Benjamin. As a freelancer, and you have done this for several years, how do you build trust and chemistry without ever meeting your colleagues in person? Because there's some people that feel like, I want to see you, like I want to see you, I want to, But how do you then build that chemistry and trust and then help with team synergy? And I know that you've handled team operations, remote team operations. So how do you do that without meeting people in person?
So I'll come from this different style. I think sometimes it's all about personality, like the kind of person you are. So like, I used to drag a lot of people that come to meet me and say, oh, I want to land a remote job. And then I see how you act on a random. I just technically just know that you're not ready for it. The kind of content that you consume, because if you say, oh, Nigerians are funny, I can tell you that most people probably just get stuck on watching Pella or watching Kata Efe, and you expect to have a very good character. You're not going to do it. Like, it doesn't work that way. So the kind of content that you consume should be very, very it would you guys are laughing. I'm being serious. It really tells because when you let's say you're at work now, everybody's talking, they're asking you about your day, and then you don't have anything to talk about, right? The only thing you can think about is Kata Efe, right? Or you've seen Pella, on the timeline, or Ashiwaju, his name, you see him everywhere talking about different things. You're watching a lot of skits, so these kind of things would really shape in how you can be creative when you want to talk in a remote space. Because I trust myself. I can speak on politics, world politics. I can talk about music. I can talk about so many different things, right? So for me, it's quite flexible. I can even make random people laugh. I don't care what kind of skin color you have. I am ready to speak. I'm ready to talk. So I think that is one of the things that lead. I think it's a personality thing, right? Because you can't just take somebody who lives in the trenches. Because I live in the trenches, right? I live in deep trenches. And people don't even expect me to have this kind of style or this kind of style to it, right? But when I look at people that come from where I come from and I see how they act, I just know low-key that I don't think you're ready for it, because they come to meet me and say, Ben, I want a remote job. I see you're cooking. I see you're making the money. You get me? And then I'm just laughing at, I don't think you're ready, because most of the time you don't seem to have those kind of little attributes. So the content, the personality, it really matters.
Awesome. So remember, guys, you are what you consume. Very, very important. So let me come back to Linda. And Linda, I'm going to ask, as a software engineer, and I know we have software engineers or aspiring software engineers, there's a lot of emphasis that's placed on technical ability, right? You need to learn this language, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to go for hackathons and all of that. But beyond all of those technical abilities, what soft skill can you say really catalyzed your shift in your career? Or what soft skills do you think software engineers or technical people who are trying to design a borderless career should adopt?
So for most of my career, I've actually hired a few people. I've had to like hire some people from Nigeria at the companies I worked for. And one thing I always looked out for is proactive communication. A lot of the reason why I can't work with most people is if you want to work remotely, this thing where it's like, if you have a physical job, the assumption is that you're in the office, you're working. But like if you work remotely, I don't know what you do with your time. And if you're not proactively communicating with me, the assumption is just that I don't know what you're doing. And it's like you're either not, maximizing your work hours and we're paying you for nothing. Like you're absolutely doing nothing. So one thing I look out for with people I hire, and I think that it's a skill that has helped me to actually keep like remote jobs all through these years, is proactive communication. It's where you're assigned a task and you're not waiting until the deadline before your manager reaches out to you and then you come to like, oh, so I had all these problems, this one happened, that one happened, or oh, it's not done yet. It's that as you're working on the task, you stumble upon like a problem and you're immediately channeling that back to like the necessary people you need to get back to like, oh, this is happening. Even without me asking you, just coming back to tell me, oh, this is the progress I've made. This is what I'll be doing today, just so I know, because like I've had to like manage a lot of teams and managing people, and then as a manager, you're also reporting to other people. So I'm reporting to other people ahead of me about what my teammates are doing. And the teammates I found that I worked very well with are those that I didn't have to chase after for updates. So I think that proactive communication is one skill that will really set you apart from your peers. It's one skill that will have you being retained at like jobs. And you know how there's like a lifetime for most remote jobs is like 6 months, 1 year. I've worked at a job for like 4 years. And it's really just me being a great team member and just knowing how to proactively communicate with my managers, my subordinates, and all of that. So I think it's one very important skill. Can't overemphasize it, honestly.
Thank you very much, Linda. So, guys, you got that right. Physical barrier is already there. Physical barrier is already there. Don't be an extra barrier by not communicating. Okay? So, proactive communication. So I'm going to come back to you, Benjamin. What manage, and this is just to piggyback on what Linda has said about communication. So for someone who manages clients across different time zones, that really takes a lot of skill. What's your non-negotiable communication rule when you're dealing with international clients?
Okay, so I'm trying to get this question. Are you asking from a client perspective or from
your own side? What's that one thing that is a non-negotiable when communicating?
I think it's not even just about communications. Basically, I think it's also about responsiveness. So imagine I text you now and you are supposed to text me back in like, I think 5 minutes max, and then you're texting me after 1 hour. That already makes the communication dent. Like you're going to struggle. So if I now reply you afterwards and then you now take another probably 25 minutes, you're going to have issues with communication. So the responsiveness is like, it's more like a physics formula where you say directly proportional to the communication. Because okay, let's say this year I had people for the first time, right? So I've been in the remote space for like 3 years now, but in the tech space, my journey started last year. So I finally got to employ because I wanted to see and understand where people were coming from. And I can tell you one thing I'm struggling with right now, and I need to like change up my team or the people that I work with, is the responsiveness. I text you now, it takes a longer time. When I was like job hunting, I was still very broke. I remember that people would text me from the UK, or they'll call me in the night because I know that I would still get paid. I would still pick up the call. So people used to ask me and say, how do you work this thing. I'm like, I don't know. You just have to be active, you know. And that word used to be like one of my go-to things, right? Be active. You just need to be active. That was how I got the first remote job I did for a company in the UK. And I didn't get the job because I had a skill. I had a skill because I got the job because I was just active and I could talk. Like, I was very good at communicating with people. So it was quite easy for them to get me the job. And the crazy part is I didn't go for an interview. It was someone in Nigeria that works in the UK that had to work his way around the company to just hire me. I didn't even have to go through any sort of like, oh, go to the GM. It's just like you're added to the Slack group. Wow. Basically, yeah. Wow. Just because you're active, they see you, like they text you and then boom, you're up, you're running. So I'm not really surprised today that.
Please clap for him, because once you're added to the Slack group, you are in. It's official. You can't be more in than that.
And the crazy part was that I didn't know anything about remote work. So then, and even I thought you were going to ask me that question. I think one of the reasons why I wanted to go into remote work was because of the money. Like, I think I tasted remote work money, and I just looked at myself. I said, hey, big man, this is money, you know. And then I had to do like a quick search, like I went to like Google to check like salary range. I was like, oh, so I'm earning the same amount of money my professor earns. Okay, now let's talk. Now we're doing this. So ever since then, I've not worked for any Nigerian company. The one that I tried to work for, she tried to pay me 50K. I was like, oh, I've made money before, you know. I need to come back to where I was before. So I decided, okay, now we're taking this tech thing seriously. And then 2 years afterwards, or 1 year late, or 1 year before, I was able to get a job, and I've been cooking ever since.
Nice. He's cooking. Thank you so much, and well done. So guys, remember, you have to be responsive. I'm going to touch on all the key learnings afterwards. But now, Cecil, let me come to you, and then we'll take final round of questions, then Q&A before we close. So Cecil, I mean, you've built a career that has kind of gone across several borders, several time zones, and all of that. When you think about the next 3 moves for a young African professional, what should they prioritize? And I'd like you to speak from a product manager's perspective, because I know that the product manager is here.
Okay, so this is interesting. For a young Nigerian product manager perspective, first 3 moves or next 3 moves? Next 3 moves. Okay. I don't think I can give you a list. I'm just going to tell you what works for me. As a Nigerian whose training and background, for any technical skill in fact, but let's say for product management specifically, is and started in Nigeria, you almost always need to remember that you need to go above and beyond what the basic requirements will be. If a job says that, let me use a typical product management interview phrase you'd see: translate user needs into engineering documents, onto PRDs, and so on and so forth. Best believe that on the interview itself, not only should you be able to explain what the PRD is and what goes into it, but you should also be able to empathetically explain why you've chosen to build this set of features. So a way to picture what I've just said is, if the requirements for a job between, let's say it's a scale, the candidate for this job, they just need to be past 6. So anyone whose CV can score above 6.5 on the ATS will get the interview. Good, great. As a Nigerian trying to get a remote job, the combination of your cover letter, CV, and how you speak at your interview should at least score 7. But you want to aim higher. The reason why is, well, you are disadvantaged. First of all, you're disadvantaged by being Nigerian. It's, as far as remote work is concerned, just believe me, you have a slight disadvantage. It's changing, but best believe you're starting from behind the start line. The second thing is, you want to impress on the person that not only am I technically skilled, but I'm the best candidate for this because I'm actually a better candidate than this role requires. That there is just taking your 7 to 7.5 to 8. And I think the third most important thing you need to remember is clarity of thought. While we are in an English-first nation, there is nuance in communication that we don't really learn here. A lot of the time when I'm listening to interviews, there's a tendency for the person speaking to me to try to explain in verbose. Engineers, verbose, your log, every single task, every single detail. It shows that you know to minutia. But we must remember that you have 15 minutes in this interview, and this is not my only question for you. But more importantly, when you're talking under pressure in minutia, you can make the mistake of skipping a technical step. You can make the mistake of focusing too much on one step, and it just takes away from how you are being scored. A good way to think about that instead is next 3 moves after the first 2 things is get very familiar with the STAR methodology for communication. STAR. What was the situation? What was the task I did? Or what task to be done rather? What actions did I take? What was the result? 1, 2, 3, 4. Whatever the question is, give each of those subheadings a response. That's the end of your answer. Move on to the next one. It then makes it so that not only are you showing you're the best candidate, you've also demonstrated that you are the best communicating candidate, and more importantly, you get to the end of your interview, answer all your questions. The interviewer, have a good sense of what your capabilities and your range is.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Just because of time, since you're still with the mic, I'll just very quickly, what is one mindset shift that young professionals must adopt to thrive in a borderless world? Just one mindset shift.
I think I said this on stage. If you gave me more time to think, I'd probably come up with something better. But I think right now, for most of us young people trying to go into remote work, the thing that hasn't clicked for a lot of us is we are not the only ones. This opportunity that's opening is not opening up for just Africa. It's happening in Asia. It's happening in, so let's leave continents. It's happening in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, South America, Brazil, Argentina. Every country on the world that you would consider, South Hemisphere, poor, middle class. This same opportunity has leveled the playing field for all of us. So previously, where you would see, like I said, where it was how do I access this? It's now how do you show up as the best candidate? Because you're no longer competing with one white boy in Silicon Valley that when you see the salary range is $50,000 a year, you know that he can't live on $50,000 a year in Silicon Valley. But to you, bro, the Benz is going to drop next week. It's now you and everybody else like you from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Your only advantage is, like I said, to show up as not just a qualified, but like the best candidate there is. And you want to spend a lot of time getting to that point where as long as you get to stage 1 and they can hear you speak, you're probably going to cross.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Benjamin, you can go next. Just very quickly, one mindset shift that you think young people should adopt.
I would say, because to be honest, I think there's a lot, to be honest. But I think one thing that works for me, because I still tell people I'm still a newbie. I would not claim that I'm an expert yet, because I know there's a lot of people online that are trying to say, Ben, you're no longer a newbie, but I am still a newbie. But I would say one of the things that a newbie, because I like speaking from that perspective, one of the things that a newbie should know is that you need to lower your expectation and increase your outreach, because the people that are trying to employ you are also humans. They will definitely break your heart. I'm serious. They will definitely break you up, because there are points where because if you're a newbie, you're starting, maybe you're just making your first 500K, 600K, and then you see the money. You could lose the job the next day. They could tell you a lot of weird things, or something could happen. Of recently, if some of you guys don't know that I host Twitter Spaces, there's someone that used to be with us before on Spaces. He used to make $500 from like Upwork, and then all of a sudden, after he met me, I shared a couple tips and like things that he needed to do. He went up to like $5,000, $6,000 working from home, right? But he lost the job. like after 2 months. And guess what? He said the reason why he lost the job, and this is of recent, right? He lost the job because of communication. So if you do not know how to speak, you would lose that job, right? So basically, there's a lot. There's a lot. Responsiveness is also a thing, and then when it comes to responsiveness, some of you guys be like, "Oh, my laptop." It is. I think it is. It is. This is 2025. Have your apps on your laptop and on your phone, so that if your laptop is closed or is sleeping, the notification is coming to your phone. So there's a lot. There's a lot.
Awesome. Thank you. So I can see them giving us the side eye. But Linda, just real quick, one mindset shift, and then we'll take a recap.
Yeah, for me, I would say very important, like I mentioned previously, proactive communication. There's also the thing of taking initiative, being like being like a manager for yourself, yeah. Just taking initiative, very important, because like he mentioned, I've seen this trend where like people get jobs, remote jobs. I've seen this trend where like people get remote jobs. But yeah, I've seen this trend where people get remote jobs and in 3 months they are let go. And if you drill it down, the reason they are let go is because of they weren't like a proper fit for the team in terms of like communication, and they weren't taking initiatives. If you work with Nigerian companies, because I used to work for Huawei, one of the habits that we have is that we tend to wait for like instructions, or if you're not told to do this, you're never going to do anything. You just come and you're waiting for your salary at the end of the day. That habit will easily get you like let go when you're working for like a remote company. You need to find how to constantly make yourself relevant, constantly take initiative to do things, take autonomy for your career and work things out. Yeah.
All right, so Team Blue, please a round of applause for our speakers. Just a recap: grow transferable skills. When faced in difficult conversations, pace yourself before you respond. No violence. Be skilled in softly offering a different opinion. Understand local context. American teams differ from European and Asian teams. You are what you consume. Proactive communication is a soft skill, very important. They all touched on it. And then the physical barrier is enough. Don't be an additional barrier. Stay active. You are not the only one applying. Present yourself as a better candidate than the role actually requires. And remember to use the STAR framework when taking interviews. All right? Thank you so much. Team Blue, give them a round of applause. It's not easy.
Team Green, we need to wrap it up now.
Sorry, no. Good afternoon. My name is Mercy.
Please remain on your seat. We have another fireside chat with you.
Help individual and
You say
AI tools.
See, this is what we call benefit.
The question is, how
we are going to feed you, inform you, and entertain
Okay, Team Blue, if you have your headphones still on, if you have your headphones. Did you get it? Okay.
Like my powerful.
2B, and 2C. I will read out the topics and the themes of each category. You can also leave and join the one that interests you. But for the sake of clarity, let me stand in front of them and I will list out the moderators and the names very quickly. But please, this next fireside chat, we are going to be keeping to time because we still have after party and we need you guys to enjoy before you go. Everything is paid for, so you have to entertain yourself. We have experience centers for you to experience and go and interact with. So please, next sessions, we are keeping to time strictly. 2A, switch careers remotely, real stories of non-linear journeys, and to be moderated by Caroline Okpe, Jobberman Program alumni. Round of applause for Jobberman alumni, please. Team, what's this? 2A, clap for your moderator now. 2A, clap for your moderator. What? Remove the headsets and clap for your moderator. And 2B, hiring beyond borders. What global employers look for when hiring from Africa. To be moderated by Damilola Olude, Senior Recruitment Consultant, Jobberman Nigeria. A round of applause for her, please. And 2C over there, from classroom to cloud, making graduates truly remote ready. Moderator Chinenye Adeleye, Youth Engagement and Learning Manager, Jobberman Nigeria. A round of applause, please. Team Green, clap for your moderator. So please, we are keeping to time strictly on this period, where if you like the topics that I've listed and you don't like where you're seated, maybe you want to change to another topic, drop the headset there, go there and pick an headset. And please don't forget, don't take the headset home. Don't forget it inside your bag or your neck. Just make sure you are done. When you are enjoying the fireside chat, just drop it on your chair and go home after the after party, because after party is gonna be lit. Oh my God, Akinola, you will dance. So guys, I'll run over it again. 2A, switch careers remotely, real stories of non-linear journeys. Moderator, Caroline Okpe, Jobberman Program alumna. 2B, hiring beyond borders, what global employers look for when hiring from Africa. Moderator, Damilola Olude, Senior Recruitment Consultant, Jobberman Nigeria. And last but not the least, 2C, from classroom to cloud, making graduates truly remote ready. Moderator, Chinenye Adeleye, Youth Engagement and Learning Manager, Jobberman Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, standing by. Thank you. God bless you.
Kigali. surge in remote jobs, many young Africans still struggle with understanding remote readiness skills, building a strong personal brand that attracts global employers, navigating trust, verification, and compliance in the global job search, structuring career pathways towards sustainable international opportunities. So, the objective of these sections is to equip African talent with global ready skills, strengthen talent visibility and personal branding, guide talent through safe and strategic global job search pathways, break down real-world expectations of global employers, inspire participants with success stories and practical next steps. So, just before we go right into the chat, I would like to introduce our speakers for today, and I would like to read their profile. Please, as I introduce them, I would like you to really, really celebrate them. So, the first I'm going to be introducing today, I'll just tell you a brief about her, and I'll call her by name. Please, I need you to really, really celebrate her. Fondly known in the creative space as CAV, isn't just a brand designer. She's a strategist, storyteller, and visionary with nearly a decade of experience shaping, scaling, and reimaging brand identities across industries. With almost a decade of hand-on masteries, she has built a reputation for transforming ideas into bold, unforgettable visuals that don't just look good, but move people and businesses forward. Her name is Chukwu Adaeze Victoria. Please a round of applause for her. Adaeze dreams in RGB, designs runs in her bloodstream. Adobe is her second language, and she wields photo shoots like a black belt warrior. But beyond pixels and plantain, she's deeply invested in people, a fierce advocate for adversity and inclusion in the creative industry. She actively mentors the next waves of designers, pushing them to embrace their individuality and carve out their own powerful voices. When she's not refining strategies or obsessed over color palettes, you probably find her whispering prayers to the gods of internet connection, negotiating deadlines with Capricorn, or making other promises to finally start going to the gym. I love that word. You're welcome, Ma. We are so glad to have you. Please celebrate her. She's so gorgeous, so beautiful. We are really glad to have you. Thank you very much for joining us. And next on our panel is a very young man. A data scientist who specializes in transforming complex data into practical business-ready solutions. With a strong technical foundation and hands-on experience across analytics, machine learning, and AI system, he builds data-driven tools that enhances operational efficiency and guides strategic decision-making. He works extensively with Python, SQL, and cloud-based machine learning platforms, and is adept at developing end-to-end data applications that support automations, in insight generation, and predictive modeling. His name is Brian Okechukwu. Please a round of applause for him. So, Brian's experts also include leveraging modern AI framework to create intelligent products that solve real organizational challenges. He's passionate about using data to simplify decision-making, improve processes, and unlock measurable values for businesses. Please join me as we celebrate Brian Okechukwu again. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much. So, you're welcome, sir. It's really nice having you on the section. So straight up. Please, before we continue, I'd like to encourage us to note down questions, take lessons, because these are very, very practical experiences we'll be going into. Right. So, I would like to ask, a lot of people are actually at that point where they are thinking, how do they switch careers, or how do they, some persons even are not really yet into this remote career work yet, but they are wondering how they can switch from their traditional careers into remote careers. So we'd like you to share with us what inspired your decision to switch careers, and why did remote work feels like the right path?
Yeah, thank you very much, Caroline, for that question. Good evening, everyone. So I would say I would start with a particular year, actually. The year a lot of us are familiar with, which is 2020. Even if you lived under a rock, you would have felt a shift in the world from there. So we, all of a sudden, a lot of, traditional companies, well, where we, go into work every day, we had to shift remotely. We started seeing the rise of platforms like TikTok, Instagram introducing Reels. And it just brought across a different mindset across the world. And luckily enough, a lot of companies were already kind of planning a transition, but they didn't want to be seen as the company where, the big companies, the big tech companies, the big four and the rest are working, every day in the offices, and they are transitioning into a remote model. So that just brought an easy transition for them, and from there they stayed that way. So I think it was more of seeing the opportunities come up on social media, people celebrating wins. Then there was a lot of content being released about how working remotely had improved their standard of living, their work-life balance, basically, how they were doing things and everything. And I always thought to myself, like, if I can work in office, I should be able to work remotely. I had a friend who actually got a remote role in 2021, and he was the one that actually encouraged me. And he told me so many nice things about it and all. And while I'm saying all these nice things, it does come with its challenges as well. But you actually have to just have that mindset that, this is what I want to explore. This is what I want to go into. I want to be the judge of that myself. So I just, you just have to typically put your mind to it, keep pushing through and putting yourself out there. That's how I navigated through, my journey into transitioning.
Round of applause for him, please. So, Ma, would like to hear from you. What inspired you to switch careers?
One of the things that I really like about the way the general fireside topic was worded, they said non-linear journeys into remote work, because there's shingbai that is not linear about the way I entered into remote work. Everybody, just like he said, 2020, we know what happened, COVID started, everybody said, everybody go back to your house, go and work from home and everything. One of the things that was not, should I say normal about my own journey at the time was that I followed one boy and I got pregnant. Yeah? So that 2020, yeah? It happened, right? So I got pregnant, and I was pregnant during COVID, right? And then after the whole COVID thing had gone down a little bit, then I said, come down to the office. And I now look back, like, is it me? You say I should come to the office, because it's not me. This thing that I just test now is sweet. This remote work, like working from home, is very, very nice. Right? Because I felt like, number one, not only did it allow me be close to my son's school, there was time he called me, like, oh, he's vomiting. I don't even know what I was wearing. The way I pick race down to the school, right? So the being close to the school was very, very, being close to my son in school was very, very important to me. So that was one of the things that influenced my own decision. So mine was not normal career that, I want to work from. Yeah, being close to him was one of the things that inspired it. I'm a single parent, by the way. So me being available for whatever issues around him was also very, very important. The money that I saved from not jumping bus and fighting Yabasira and her 15 children was also very, very important to me. So all of those things came together to inspire me wanting to stay at home and just work remotely, right? I'm just like he said, it's not all fun and games, because he said work-life balance, and I'm like, what's this foreign word called work-life balance? There's nothing balanced in this remote work that we are doing, right? But that was the major influence into motherhood, was a major influence into why I choose to be a remote worker. I was even working at FCMB at the time, and they were like, oh, okay, you will come twice a week. And I was like, even that twice, even if I should come 20 minutes a day, in only one day, I cannot do it, ma, right? So because of that, I had to leave and go work in another company that allowed me to work from home. And it'd be like cost, because I started working with them, and after a while, they were like, oh, we need you to start coming to the office. And I look around again, but it's not me that you're talking to, sir, right? So I looked for another job that allowed me work from home. And those ones were like, oh, you will be coming once a week to the office. And I look around again, just in case there's somebody behind me they're talking to. So that I told them from the interview, I will not be able to come to the office. It's just once, it's just once, man. I know they come office, So started from motherhood, and then it transitioned into me just being comfortable working from home, waking up in the morning, still in my nightgown, and I'm in front of the laptop, right? So please don't, and one thing I would like to end with is, don't let anybody deceive you. You are not doing 9 to 5, you are working from home. You are doing 24/7, sorry.
Wow, that's awesome. That's so profound. Please, a round of applause. The story is so inspiring. It's so inspiring. I believe a lot of people sitting here today will be inspired by your story. Thank you so much for sharing and for being so real with us. We appreciate you. Thank you. So, now, a lot of people are also, they want to go into this remote job, but they don't know the first practical step to take. What really was the first practical step you took, and what do you wish you knew before starting? Right. So, sorry, I would like the both of you to share one mic, so it will be easy for me to. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Caroline, for that question. So, I think everybody here they've already done the first step.
Okay.
Being here alone shows that eagerness, that you are like willing to chase this remote work dream that each and every one of us may have. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is, I know this might sound cliche, like things that people just say, but it's very, very important. Your relationships that you build with people, like the people you meet here now, the network that you meet here now, is very, very important. That same person that is trying to get that remote role with you might get that remote role before you. It happens. You might get it before the person, but because of the fact that you guys have already talked about it and had a conversation, like from the business or career relationship around that conversation, that's where things like referrals start coming in. Okay. And let's be honest, the world we're in right now this is even almost beyond the social media era. It's about putting yourself out there. Yeah. We see on LinkedIn, I don't know how many times has anyone gone to LinkedIn before, tried to apply for a remote role, and you see within 1 hour that job has been posted, you're seeing over 100 applicants have applied. Then when you go down, you see the real number. You see 7,000 applicants already. What happens at that stage? You're like, brain drain. I'm tired of this thing. But when you just keep trying to push yourself, like put yourself out there, I will say this very briefly. Focus on building yourself as a person while you're focusing on building your skills. Because, truth be told, a lot of top people in their roles today, even beyond remote roles, a lot of them are not the best in their field. Like if they ask them, okay, for instance, a technical person, do this, and they ask somebody that is not near that level to do it. The person that's not near that level could probably do it better. But that person has built themselves to be, a visible person. So, though, there's a term from the younger people. I know I'm a young man too, but there's a term that the younger people use nowadays, I see on social media, is nonchalant gimmick. Laid back guy or girl, and like if it's for me, it's for me. All those kind of things. So yeah, I don't think maybe for other things, but if you want to like proceed in your career and you're chasing that remote role, you have to put in twice as much work because you're competing against global you're a superstar, well and true. The guy in India is also a superstar. Yeah. The guy in Poland is also a superstar. So what now happens when all these people like apply for roles, or they'll have to now look into their network and see, okay, I think this guy has his LinkedIn. He has a lot of projects here. Yeah. Let's check out this guy. I think this guy, or like the person that is just applying and has nothing. So I think that's the number one thing. So for the thing that this is something I didn't do well as well when I started out.
We'll love that.
LinkedIn is how many people have gone to LinkedIn to search for roles and just configured it to easy apply? Is there anybody that has done that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So easy apply is how would I put it? I don't want to say it's a trap. It's a nice trap, but it's something that can make you comfortable because you're not clicking a job link that's going to take you to the job site where you fill in things like cover letter. Then you see those additional questions. Easy apply is just your CV is already on LinkedIn. Just click. You can do easy apply to 2,000 jobs in one day, and in your mind you're like, there's no how now. 2,000, one must click. If you even get back 50 replies, not even that, and I'm talking 50 replies of rejection, 1,950 didn't even bother with your CV. So that kind of thing. So that's a trap I fell for when I was looking for a remote role at first. Till I spoke to someone who advised me to try and be more intentional in terms of like my search. Even if I end up searching for 10 intentional companies that day, trust me, by the time you do it intentionally for 10 companies, you will be way more like, you feel the effect like more tired than doing 3,000 like easy applies, just sending your CVs here and there. But the truth be told is, the more intentional you do, these people actually notice. They notice the people that are actually trying to put in the work there, and always lead with your portfolio. Always lead with your portfolio. Yes, you have the best. You went to the best university. You had this. You studied this. Lead with your portfolio so that you can actually showcase your skills to them. Because most of these companies, they want you to showcase those skills from the jump. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Thank you so much. I hope we're paying key attention because these are practical, very, very practical. It's not something you read from the book. It's not theoretical. These are their non-linear journeys that took them to where they are right now. When we first started, one of them mentioned he enhanced opportunities that were coming to him during COVID. The other one mentioned she had a challenge that helped her, as in she rerouted. When you face challenges, what do? Do you just give up? Do you just sit down? Do you go back? She never relented, right? It was a turning point for her. It was meant for her turning, and it was really a turning point for her. So please, I would like us to take notes very well. He also mentioned his challenges. We are soon going to be asking her about her challenges as well. The practical step she took, like, okay, I want a remote job, but I don't even know practical. This remote job that everybody is getting like this, how come I'm not the only one that is not getting a remote job? I need the practical. What is that practical? What is that button did you press? And what did you do that if you knew better, you won't do? He just shared his own now. Easy apply. It wasn't a good one. You have to be intentional. So thank you so much, Brian, for that. It's really insightful and really, really impactful.
So over to you, ma'am. We'd like to hear your practical step and what you would not do if you knew better.
I think mine is a different route, again, non-linear, and that's because I am very big on community. Community has gotten me to places where easy apply and LinkedIn has not carried me to. So one of the things that I did, one of the first and practical steps that I took when I was looking for a remote job was I turned into a digital town crier. I started drawing my ear for everybody. They find work, they find work, right? I spoke to all of my friends. I spoke to family members. I spoke to enemies. So, see, whatever beef we're having, just keep it first at the fine work, right? And that's one of the things that I wish more people do, because while other people are applying on LinkedIn and all these other job sites and sending CVs 2 million times, the HR that knows somebody in the product design team is like, guy, do you know anybody that can fill it? Tori, I don't want to spend hours checking CV. My eye is paining me, right? Do you know anybody that can fill this role? And the person that knows somebody will come and slide in while you are still busy sending CVs, right? All of the jobs that I have gotten in my entire life has been through somebody. My skills also played a very big role, let me not lie, right? My skills also played, because they are not hiring me because Toby said they should hire me. Toby is just a product designer in the team. He's not the one making the decisions. I will still speak to HR, people and culture, the CEO and everybody, and I need to show up and show out in all of these things, right? Another practical steps that I took was my personal branding. Yeah, people like people that are memorable, people that are interesting, right? And do I not look interesting? If you lie.
Please, a round of applause for her.
If you lie. So when I come into an interview, I'm having any kind of conversation, or I am putting my CV together, or I am doing whatever I am doing, I am making sure that I am very technical about it, but I'm also emotional about it. What does that mean? It means that in my CV, I've asked myself that if I were a business owner, if I was the HR or whatever, what am I looking for in my CV? I want numbers. Oh, I raised $1 million in the Keynote, is there. I increased the revenue by 80%, is there. I shaking it by this number. Numbers are important. So I put numbers in my CV so that when you see, I'm a designer, but in my CV, I did not lie, it's not lie, but I wrote in my CV that I contributed to the increase of revenue for an event that I was working for from a particular number up to over $1 million. It was not a lie. I just did design, but it shall contribute. Maybe design was not there, it will not, I contribute now. So I added all of those numbers there so that when you read it, you as a business owner that is interested in pie chart and bar chart, you are seeing money in your eye that, be like, if I employ this girl, she will increase my kidney, right? And when I'm in an interview, I try to allow my personality shine through. I'm professional, please. So it's not like I'm saying, I have a bros on my interviews, right? But I'm professional, yet I allow my adese to shine through, because I want to make sure that out of 2 million people that you interview today, you will remember me.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for her, please. So because of our time, we'll be running through the rest of the questions, because I believe we have 1 or 2 questions to ask as well, and they're beginning to signal us in 1 or 2 ways. So we'd like us to hit the point straight and just practical 1, 2 steps like that and points will help us a long way. So now, I will just ask this straight question. Which skills, courses, communities, or habits, you mentioned communities when you were talking, habits that helped you. I know she has mentioned some of the habits. She said she was like a town crier when she's looking for a job. So which skills, courses, communities, or habits that helped you transition into your new remote role? Like, did you have to learn a skill at any point? Did you have to improve on yourself on?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to speak on the basis of myself.
Okay.
Unlike my fellow fireside chat member here,
Yes, okay.
I'm somebody that was more relaxed. Like, I'm not someone I'm a shy person naturally.
Okay.
So in terms of hard skills in any field you find yourself, those have to be up there for sure. Like she said, you have to still be at the top of your game.
Yes, you have to be competent.
Yeah, but in the world we're in right now, like I also mentioned before, yourself, you are your main skill. The way you present yourself, people's skills is like top right now. Yeah, it has always been very high. Yeah,
One of the
soft
panelists
skills.
talks about soft skills. Very, very. You know, in remote job, they might not know you. But
Yeah, is one of the top skills you require. So that's the number one thing I worked on a whole lot for myself. During interviews and everything, I in the past, because in my process of getting a remote job, I eventually got interviews to some of these companies and everything. Then I'll ace the technical side, get to the people, cultural, behavioral side with like the HR manager. You're asking me questions, I freeze. I don't know what to say. I'm trying to cram things I'm going to say. And so things like that will just make you fall off the wayside because they are looking for somebody that can represent their company in the good light, like can sit up here now and talk about their company well. So if you don't have those skills, so I think that's, for me, it's the most important skill. Then in any field you find yourself, I'm not just going to talk about data science, but I would love to get everybody to data science if I could. But in any field you find yourself, I think you should first master your foundations, which are the hard skills. If you're in software engineering, coding, data science, analytics, and the rest, then on the foundation, the building itself should be your people skills, because that is what will unlock them to see those hard skills that are under. So,
wow.
Yeah.
A round of applause for him, please. I think you've said a lot. Now I'm going to ask you a different question because of our time, right? Because of our time. I know you mentioned communication. You talked about, you communicated some things to people and all of that. And now we are hearing soft skills and all. So I believe we've learned one or two things from there. So let me ask a different question to you because of our time. Can you share one challenge or failure you encountered during your transition and how you bounced back?
I think one of the major challenges that I encountered was stakeholder management.
Okay.
Right? When you start working with people, when I transitioned, my transition period was not very difficult, right? But it was when I got in, that was when the challenges started, right? Because when you're working somewhere, and you have your manager in the office, they can easily say, hey, we'll go and do this, go and do that. But if you're working remotely, everybody's busy doing their 24 hours of work. Right? Nobody has time to handhold you. So now you need to pick up, you need to work fast, you need to pick up skills on your own. So people management, stakeholder management was one of my challenges that I faced. Navigating emotional landmines. Because when people are working remotely, they get more emotional. I'm sorry. Because I can't see your face, you can't see mine. So whatever I type in Slack, you have to deduce the emotion that is behind what I'm saying by yourself, right? I needed to learn how to document my wins, no matter how small they are. In fact, even if it's small, I need to break it into smaller pieces again and expand it even more. So when they say, oh, what have you done? Bah, Oni, this is what I've done. Share you get. So documenting my skills, navigating emotional landmines, working with stakeholders, like having stakeholder management, even people management and proper communication and time management. All those things were challenges that I faced that I never even knew were problems before.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I would like you to share one challenge you faced, because you talked about challenges earlier and you didn't want to really go there. So just share one, please.
Okay, so I'll share one quick one in my transition. That's during my job search and everything. There's one that I'm sure a lot of people have experienced as well, and that is what is called brain drain. From applying to jobs, you've applied and applied and applied, and the human nature is, if I give up now, I failed myself. I failed. That was the point of everything. Then your counter habit is just to keep on applying and applying. You have to take a step back. You have to reevaluate. If you see you've applied so many times and nothing is working, you have to actually go and check what that problem is. Take that step back, refresh. I know not everybody might have that, avenue or that's like space. Some people like really need jobs right now but you have to just try and make that. It's also a skill to learn. because when you start working remotely, and I know everybody here will get remote jobs very soon, if anybody doesn't have yet. When you start working remotely, you will need that skill as well. Because like she said, remote jobs is not like, they are not like 9 to 5. Sometimes you can work 9 till 12 a.m. And some days it can just be less, but some days it will even be more. So you have to have that skill of when you to withdraw. Okay. When you're facing too many challenges, withdraw, take a step back. If it's work, just try and do something to speak to people. Okay. Speak to your family members, your brothers, your sisters, your friends, anybody. Let them know. Tell them, please, like, can you, like, let's talk, like, this process, this is exactly how I've been doing it. Okay. What am I doing wrongly? You'll be surprised, like, how many things that people will have to say. Take that information, recharge, then go back again. I'm not saying you should wait 4 months of taking the break before you can start applying again, no. But any time period you feel comfortable enough that you can allocate, even if it's 10 minutes that you only have, just take that time to reflect, then you head back in, because it's a race, it's not a sprint.
Okay,
so,
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So you mentioned fall back to friends and families, especially when you're facing challenges or you're being drained. So I want to ask personally before you hand over to her, what support system made the biggest difference, and how can others build theirs? Was it your mentors? Did you have mentors, peers, families, online groups? What support system made the biggest difference for you?
Okay. Yes. Okay. I'll just run this very quickly. 1 minute. Like I mentioned previously, family. That's my bedrock of everything. Cause I won't lie, I faced very, very like tough times, job searching as well. Yeah, I faced very tough times. So I could always fall back to my family. Also have genuine friends that are willing to listen. Also, if you have friends in like your career space, the same career path as you, also try and talk to them to kind of get their view on things and everything. Trust me, it works a whole lot. Because even if you're, pushing through for that financial change, it's 2 ways. As you're pushing for that financial aspect, your emotional aspect is also going to be taking a hit. So you have to try and find that balance where you are. So talk to as many people, even if it's strangers that you meet in like events like this. Talk to them and just let them know what you don't know who might have the solution to your problem or to help you to keep on pushing. So.
All right, thank you so much. Please, I would like you to hand over the microphone to Daisy. So we'd like to hear from you as well. I really want to hear from you. What were your biggest supports?
Just like him, family, right? But one of the biggest support systems that I had to build for myself was a design community and my friends that were working in other companies. So like I said, when I was looking for a remote job, one of the things that I said, I told everybody that even the aunt in my house knew that I was looking for a job, right? But I also spoke about it in my design communities and I told them, hey guys, I define work, see my CV, see my work, see my portfolio and everything. And then people were able to help to point me to what I was doing wrong, just like him, like, oh, okay, do it this way, try it this other way. I didn't even know what ATS was at the time until somebody mentioned, like, hey, ATS typically filters your CV, and I had to take my CV and plug it into an ATS website that told me what I was doing wrong, and I had to restructure my CV. So having friends was was a pivotal point for me. Friends that were willing to actually speak to the HR in their own companies and say, hey, I know a really, really good designer. This is her portfolio, right? And family also supported me at the time.
All right. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them, please. So while we are talking, please, I would like you to prepare your mind. I'm going to be picking from the audience, like 2 people that will have questions to ask. But before we get to that time, yes, 1 and 2, 3. Okay, 4. We're going to make it very brief. Please, I can't take more than 4 because of our time. But very importantly, there's a question here that I would like you to answer. What should career switchers know about cross-border payments, taxation, or financial tool for remote work?
Sorry, can you say that?
Yes, please, very briefly. Yeah. What should career switchers know about cross-border payments, taxation, or financial tool for remote work?
Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, I'll just go very, very fast now. So one thing about when you're working remotely, globally, you have to view yourself as not just somebody doing a job anymore. You're now a global professional. So you have to handle the way you approach money and compliance differently. So for financial tools, I would say there are a lot of great financial tools out there. I'll mention like two: Pioneer, there's Gray, there's probably there's Deal as well. These are great tools that help you receive payments easily without any, and it also help you as a person in your company's eyes that these payment systems are very smooth and quick. So
Okay.
yeah.
Please, I have to cut you short here,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, no worries.
The ones that have questions, the people I gave numbers, you're going to ask your questions at the same time. Please, go on. Yes, go on. Yes.
We need to wrap it up. We need to wrap it up. In fact, the whole group has to wrap it up now. Yes, I'm
just
Okay.
Hello everybody. So just to ask this question very quickly, she already answered partly. A question for her: how did you go the community, which you already answered partly, where you said you created your own community. So how else did you go about the community? Did you join other people's community and all of that? Then for him, literally how many applications do you send on a regular? I just want to know that I'm not the only one on that boat of sending so many and getting little or nothing.
Thank you so much. Please, can we answer it briefly?
Okay, so for community, yeah, I built my own, but I also joined other communities as well, and I shamelessly marketed myself. Shamelessly.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Blessing.
Okay, so for job searching, what happened is that I started searching smarter. So I applied to Andela. This is not an advertisement, but I applied to Andela because I know Andela already has US roles once you're vetted. So getting jobs were going to be much easier than just throwing darts in the darkness. So I just switched to a smarter way of searching. So I think there are other places like TopTal and the rest that do like what Andela does. So if the direct way is not working, you can try out these contractor models as well.
All right. So I love how remote work offers flexibility, but at times it can be overwhelming. So my question is, what daily habits or routines have helped you to stay productive without reaching burnout?
I'm really sorry. Please, I guess they're still around. Meet them one-on-one. It's part of networking. Please, meet them one-on-one and ask your question. Don't be afraid. They are here to attend to us. They are here to lead us. They are here to show us the pathways. So I really need you to appreciate them one more time. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. We are really grateful for joining us.
Okay, please. Return your headset, please. Return your headset. Return your headset. Return your headset. Don't take the headset. That's the African Talent Company for the closing remarks. I need us to be seated for the closing remarks from remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call on somebody very important to us here today for the closing remarks, but I need us to be settled. We need to be settled. Somebody is asking about the new tax laws as they affect remote workers. Go and watch him Agbaje on YouTube. Or go to Instagram and watch him there. All right, for the closing remarks today, Head of Strategy, the African Talent Company TATC, Penina Kimani. Round of applause, please. You are not clapping. Oh, my God. Organizer. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, for the closing remarks today, can we please our hands together for the Head of Strategy, the African Talent Company. Please, a round of applause for Penina Kimani, please. You are not clapping, no. You are not clapping, no. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please? I have just 2 announcements for you before we leave here. After now, before the after party gets started proper, you can walk around the exhibition stand and interact with the sessions over there. We have amazing things for you, waiting for you. But please don't go with the headsets, and the bus moves by 6. And for the closing remarks of this beautiful event today, the Head of Strategy, TATC, the African Talent Company, Penina Kimani. For the last time, a round of applause for Penina, please.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Good. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap twice. I can still hear some people murmuring. Guys, if you just let me finish, we can get this party started, right? So let's just pay attention. 5 minutes of your time, we wrap up, okay? So when I was first telling everyone that I was coming to Nigeria, this is my first time. My first time in Lagos, my first time in Nigeria. And when I was telling everyone I was coming here, they kept saying one thing. Penina, Nigerians are different. I said, what? They said, Nigerians are different. You know, back home, our government liked to go on benchmarking trips. I don't know if your government likes doing the same thing that ours likes to do, my Kenyan government. And normally I think it's a waste of resources. But coming to Nigeria, coming to Lagos, if this is the experience that governments have when they go for benchmarking, I am now a fan of it. Because being here today, and I landed yesterday, from the energy at the airport to the energy that you guys are showing here today, I can understand why people have to come here. And let me confess, my Kenyan team has been suffering. I keep telling them, look at what the Nigerian team has done. Look at what the Nigerian team has put together. It's true. No, it's true. They're feeling the pressure. The pressure is getting worse. So pray for my team by the time I get home. So like our MC said, my name is Penina, and I head strategy at TATC. That's the group behind Jobberman Nigeria, Jobberman Ghana, Brighter Monday Kenya, Brighter Monday, Uganda. And our mission is simple. We want to match the right talent to the right employer across Africa and increasingly across borders. And the urgency of this became very apparent to me last week. I was going on safari with my mom, and unfortunately, work followed me into the car. And so while I was in the car, I had a call with our German partners. And we were talking about stimulating remote work demand in Germany and how we can prepare our African talent to meet it. So meanwhile, my mom is sitting next to me on our way to safari, and she's so confused. And she keeps whispering, by the way, this is a very serious meeting. She keeps whispering to me, "You're so lucky you get to work from anywhere. You're so lucky your generation can work from anywhere." And that made me realize two things. The world of work has changed so dramatically. And now Africa has a window of opportunity in this very moment. It was actually a month ago that this very event was, the birth of this event was conceived. We were talking about remote work and how we can create a space to experience it. Not a conference, but a festival. Where's Olamide? Olamide. Yesterday, he stood up abruptly when we were here setting up and said, "Penina, this is not a conference, this is a festival. We're supposed to be here having fun." So like I said, you give me 2 minutes, I can get to the party. And so I just want to thank our Nigerian team for bringing this to life. From idea to execution to the over 1,000 people that we have here today, you did such a phenomenal and exceptional job. And like I said, the Kenyan team is feeling the pressure. So please give a round of applause to the Jobberman Nigeria team. If you're having a good time, I better hear a louder applause. Give them a real applause. Are there any data scientists in the house? Put your hand up if you're a data scientist. All these remote workers, and there are not many. Okay, I see you guys. You're clustered together. So there's a concept called ZIPS law, ZIPFS. Who's heard of that law? ZIPS law. Excellent. So in case I'm just lying here, no one can disprove what I'm about to say. So it's a principle in data science that shows how the frequency strengthens impact. It's mostly been applied to language and to cities. And today I want to apply it to innovation. The more frequently we test, adapt, and execute new ideas, the faster our innovative future arrives. And this festival has increased that frequency. We are accelerating Africa's entry into the global talent arena. Across Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda, we have seen two things that are very true. I said two things that are very true. The first is global companies are ready for us and our African talent. So when I tell you that we're working right now with a group in Berlin to bring German remote jobs into these 4 markets that we have presence in, believe us. Go to our websites coming up next year. We will have a lot of remote work there. And 2, based off of the keynote, our panels, all the sessions today, what is clear and what is very apparent is that we, and particularly Nigerians, right, are ready to deliver on a global stage. Clap for yourselves. Like I said, Nigerians are different, right? So remote work is removing all of these barriers for us. It's expanding our opportunities, and it's allowing our skill and not our geography to determine our futures. And so I'm glad that we explored a variety of themes today: designing a borderless career, how global teams work, how communication, trust, and collaboration are key to our success, and how each conversation was just reinforcing how ready we are for the future of work. So this festival is not the end point. It is the spark in an ecosystem we are building together. An ecosystem where African talent doesn't just participate in global work, but we lead it. We lead it, right? So this conference, like I said, that's a festival, a celebration of our talent, of our ambition, of our community, and all the possibility. I just want all our employers who are at the back, please ensure you visit their booths as well. Thank you for coming and engaging with us and engaging with this phenomenal talent. Let's give them a round of applause. To our partners who joined us here today, again, thank you for believing in the first of its kind, the first of many, many to come. Thank you for partnering with us. Let's give them a round of applause. And of course, to you all and your energy, I want to say thank you. Thank you for me personally for making this an unforgettable experience. I got to have a taste of what Nigerians are like, what people in Lagos are like. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a big round of applause. So like I said, if this is the frequency with which Nigeria is operating at, you guys are setting us up for a future of work in Africa that is unstoppable. Thank you, Lagos. Now, DJ, please, let's make this a party. Thank you so, so much. I'm so sorry. Can I also thank our MCs? They did a phenomenal job.
Thank you everyone for joining us. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the engagement. It's been an awesome time at the Remote Work Fest. As you know, my name is Anastasia. However, before we go, I would like you to know that we have a beautiful host with us. We have a beautiful guest here with us, and she is no other person than the head of operations at Jobberman. Her name is Samantha.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Samantha.
Hi,
it's good to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have like 2 questions for you, Samantha, just before we wrap up today's program. So the first question we have here is, what is the funniest job application interview moment you have encountered?
I would say it's a situation of what I ordered versus what I got. So I thought I was meeting with a very stellar candidate from the CV, but upon interview was a different conversation entirely. It was a different person I was interviewing, not because the recruiter passed on something, but because the person lied on the profile and picked someone else's CV. The person couldn't even understand or even mention like very simple terminologies of HR.
Wow.
Like the person had no idea what recruitment was. Wow. Performance management was a lot, right?
Interesting.
So it was like a waste of time, and while it was funny, it was also annoying because I wasted my time. So yeah, it was funny. It was really funny.
Really interesting. Really funny. Okay, so the second question quickly will be, if you could mute one common workplace behavior forever, what would it be?
I would say those who are anti-collaboration, anti-teamwork.
Okay.
A workplace is not a workplace if we do not work together. And if people have such attitude not to work together, nothing is going to move. So such behavior should be left somewhere. Like, let it be gone forever.
Yes, yes, that's really true. And you can actually see this type of behavior most times when you work remotely because people want to be productive. They feel that they can just do it alone. There's no need for collaboration. So why do I need to have teamwork? Because I think they will pull me back. I won't be able to move with at a pace I want to move. So there's no need to.
And it's even beyond that because, like, we're also leveraging on everybody's strengths and weaknesses, right? We can't do everything ourselves.
Yeah.
So if Anne is fantastic with PowerPoint, why wouldn't I want to work with Anne? Because I've given you what I need, and please shine forward. So teamwork is using our weaknesses and our strengths and cross collaboration for something good. So.
True. Thank you so much. But before you go, Samantha, I want to ask, how many times have you done? Can you see my screen this week?
I've had more physical meetings this week. So this week, very little. But like, no, maybe like once this week.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's been a beautiful time here. Yes.
beautiful people, we are back. And that was a session with Samantha, our head of operations, and Anna. We told you it was going to be an exciting one. And guess who I have right here with me? The Chief Marketing Officer of the African Talent Company. Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. Happy.
Yeah. Yes, guys, so this is Gab, and we are here for another quick fire. Okay? I would be asking Gab a few questions. I know that you've been asking your questions. We'll attend to your questions, and we'll give you the right answer. So right now, I want to ask Gab, Gab, what's the funniest, most unexpected thing that you've learned about remote workers, or the hybrid teams that you've learned?
The funniest?
Yes. Funniest or unexpected?
Unexpected. That's a very interesting question. Actually, the funniest thing I ever saw was a guy, when we logged into the call, I don't think he knew his camera was on, so he was on the bed with his boxers. And we realized, like, I think 5 seconds in, I quickly switched it off.
But how did you react to that?
I didn't tell him. I won't tell you his name, but you know him. But anyways, I think for me, it's the fact that a lot of people actually crave connection. So as much as, there's a freedom and there's the flexibility of working remote, a lot of people actually want to be next to people. They want to interact. They need physical interaction, connection. So remote is not always as easy for them as you think it would be. They actually crave that physical connection. So that was a big surprise, especially for me as well. After a while, I wanted to be in an office with people and talking and having gossip over the coffee machine, I miss that a lot. Yeah.
So, since COVID, Nigerians have been, the world has been talking about remote work, but do you believe that the Nigerian market specifically is ready for remote work?
Of course. I mean, we have so much talent here and not enough work for them to do locally. So let's ship them abroad. And look, to be honest, Nigerians are already the king of remote work in Africa. We're everywhere. There's really no company, no organization across the world where you don't find Nigerians thriving. So if those Nigerians can go to those countries and thrive, there's no reason why people from here that are based here can also work for those kind of companies and thrive as well. So I think Nigerians are very ready. In fact, from the conversations I had today with a lot of the attendees, they're super ready. They want to know how to access those opportunities.
Yeah. So I like what you've mentioned. But when it comes to remote work, I believe that there's a misconception about remote work that maybe some talents are not really giving all of their time to the job. How would you address the misconception? Do you believe so? I know that you work with a lot of remote teams. Would you say that they give their time to the work that they have to do?
So for me, it's all about output, right? So if I give you a task and you deliver on that task, that's all I need. So it doesn't matter if you spend 2 hours or 6 hours on it. As far as what we agreed on within the time frame that was agreed, that's all that matters. So for me, remote work doesn't determine, or your availability doesn't determine your productivity. Your output determines your productivity. So if you have 5 things to do, and you do those 5 things, I don't care if you spend only 2 hours doing it and the other 8 hours relaxing. That's your productivity level, and that's a good thing. So remote work actually allows for people that are super productive to excel without the pressures of life, traffic, commutes, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
That's actually beautiful. But if you would, ideally, what do you believe it's hybrid or remote that is the future? Because we're talking about the future over and over again. Would you say hybrid is the future or remote is the future?
I think it's totally dependent on what the market the future will be, but it's obvious that a hybrid mix is definitely a big part of it. I don't know if we're going to be fully remote because of what I said earlier. People feel the need to interact. Employers also feel the need to keep an eye on people because not everybody has the same amount of self-discipline required for really, really effective remote work. So I think hybrid is definitely here to stay. I don't know if we're going to be fully remote, but there's a huge remote opportunity because the global West has a declining working demographic, right? And Africa has a rising working demographic. So it's just common sense. It's economics, it's market dynamics. It's definitely going to work.
Thank you very much, Gab. This was a very short and inspiring session. Thank you very much.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Do I dance now?
Yes. Yes, you can dance. To our audience, thank you very much. We see you, we hear you, all of your questions. We hope that we've been able to answer them in all of our different sessions, fireside chats, and everything that you've been listening to. And yes, to your question, you can rewatch this video right on YouTube. So this video will be recorded on YouTube, and you can always, watch the video. Thank you very much. Again, this is Jobberman, Nigeria. Thank you very much, and bye until we meet again. Bye, guys.